All right. I think we're live.
Hello gamers, here's a quick introduction to the Battle of Polytopia. Polytopia is a turn-based strategy game where you lead a tribe to dominate the square. You start by selecting a tribe. There are 12 regular tribes and none are stronger than the other, they just play differently because each tribe begins with a unique technology in the tech tree. However, in practice, some map spawns require more skill for a player to make the best decisions, depending on the map or the tribe's traits. You begin the game with one small city, one warrior, and a fog-covered map. Early on, you collect resources.
Can you guys hear the stream just fine right now?
Build up your economy and your battle
And is my audio good?
You can see your
I'm trying to figure this stuff out right now.
You earn at the start of each turn. Once your economy is rolling, you can start attacking the other players. The goal is to take over the capital of every tribe on the map. The player who controls all the capitals first is the winner. Now, onto how the professionals play. Competitive matches use a strict version of the game. For the 2025 championship, only the 12 regular tribes from the base game are allowed.
Is my voice like loud enough to be over the stream? I'm trying to make sure it's good there.
First off, you had to go through tribe qualifiers, which results in
and are you guys able to hear the stream just fine? Because I have it pretty quiet right now. I can always turn the volume up.
Finally, the Grand Finals live event, where the finalists play in a final bracket of 6. Now, if we take a closer look at the finals brackets, we see that it's a modified single elimination bracket structured specifically for 6 players, where the top 2 seeds receive a bye directly into the semi-finals, seeds 3 to 6 play in the quarterfinals, and the winners join seeds 1 and 2 in the semi-finals.
Okay, so you guys can hear the stream, and I assume the stream is loud enough for you guys to actually still hear it.
Third and fourth with $1,500, and the remaining 2 finalists get $500 each.
But yeah, basically, the guys streaming this, they're like, hey, Justeeni, you want to stream this? We'll give you a clean feed. So this is like the Justeeni stream. I get to like actually commentate. It's gonna be so fun. I've been looking forward to this like all week. It's gonna be great. Hopefully. I genuinely don't know like who's gonna win the world championships. I think that's what makes it very exciting. All right, we got 10 people in chat already. It's nice that I can actually see chat. Like I have to pull it up on my phone, but it works. Yep, World Championship weekend. Which games am I commentating? The ones that are being streamed, which I think should be all of them, because I think they're only showing one game at a time. Like, we're all seeing this live. This is gonna be so exciting. So yeah, you can see on screen, first one's gonna be Hoodrick versus Omaji. I'm really curious about this matchup, because I don't actually think I've seen it ever. It's not a common one. I'm led to believe that Hoodrick is the favorite, because they're a very defensive tribe, as opposed to Omaji, who really likes attacking. How can we do qualifiers? Qualifiers were a while ago, so you'll have to keep your eyes peeled for next year, if and when that happens. You had to bet. Who do you think will win in the end? Oh my goodness, if I had to bet, I think I have to bet on the GOAT, right? Meister Lamp. Like, he's using one of the favorite tribes. He's the favorite player. Surely. But I know that anything can happen in these tournaments, because in the face-off he did lose to Thetat, and Thetat is in Sweden competing. So it's tough to say for sure, but I am a believer in Meister Lamp. Hood will clutch up. Hood absolutely could clutch up. I definitely think it won't be easy, but they do have some scary potential. They're very good at one thing. They're really, really good at that one thing. Yeah, I'm wondering if they have a plan for like tie breaks, because in the face-off they didn't have a tie break system. They had to come up with one on the fly, which is why that Hood Velux game lasted for like hours. Like I actually remember looking at the rules of the face-off and be like, what happens if a game lasts too long? Surely, I I assume they have a plan this time. They learned from their mistake. Why no special tribes? It's a competition for the normal tribes. I don't know. That's how Midge decided it should work. I'm not opposed to that decision making. I think it's pretty nice seeing how the normal tribes contrast in playstyle. And the special tribes are highly unbalanced. Their viability is super, super map dependent. So I'm not sure if it'd be too exciting to see the special tribes. Oh man, Luxador versus Chinchi is going to be so interesting. That's literally anyone's game. Because Layliv is insane.
My name is Thitat and I'm from Thailand.
And my name is Lalida. I'm his aunt. He want me to go with him, so I'm available. So
I have never been in Europe before and it really make me nervous.
no, I know nothing about Polytopia, but I know one thing that it make him happy when playing it. Do you have fun?
Yeah.
I think he's a very good nephew for me. He is a bit shy, not talk much, but he has good heart, and he's a person that care other people very much. Their parents and his grandpa will watching together at home in Bangkok. Thank you, and thank you the Meeting One for hosting this event. This give us a very good experience.
Well, I'm Dreamlander and I'm from Germany. Yeah, I just finished my studies and looking forward to normal work life. Outside that, I like board games, meeting with friends, playing board games, make city trips, going watch musicals. I love musicals. The music I could listen to is a lot of stuff. I like German pop music. I like English pop music. I'm a bit of a fan of country music. Yeah, but also occasionally rap is good. So, and I love going to metal concerts. So, literally everything. I found Polytopia back in 2018 when I was sitting in my first lecture, and we were just browsing through games which we could play during the lecture, and we came up with Polytopia, or maybe a friend of me introduced it, I'm not quite sure anymore, and we just played Pass and Play. And it definitely slowed down my studies because I spent too much time playing.
Oh my goodness. Game is about to start. All right. Predictions on who's going to win the whole tournament. Put them right now before the tournament even starts. You got to lock it in right now. I want to see those predictions in chat. Again, I think Luxador is going to do it, but it could be anyone. Yes, it is a best of 3. It's single elim, I believe. And we're going to see Odric versus Omaji first. Dude, I'm so excited. Also, I have to say the production quality of the stream is kind of crazy. Oh yeah, the tribes that are competing. For those that don't know, so we've got Chinchi, Omaji, Barter, Imperius, so all the free tribes, plus Luxador and Hoodrick. My goodness, I'm so excited. So we got Chinchis, we got Omajis, we got Lux. Yeah, I wonder if anyone's gonna predict Barter wins. Because I feel like Barter is just a worse Imperius, so it'd be a surprise. And Slimming Boy is quite the underdog. Yeah, I'm surprised there's still over 20 people here in chat, despite the fact that, like, everyone's streaming right now. 20-ish people decided, you know, I'm gonna watch Justeeni. I don't know why, but, you know, you're not watching Ram Dingler, you're not watching the official Polytopia channel. You're watching me. I do appreciate that, though. Yeah, Barter was doing well in the face-offs, but they did also go against Wenger. They had a bit of an easier bracket, so they have to prove themselves right now.
He is very good player and หวังว่าจะไม่นานเกิน1 ชั่วโมงจะไม่นานเกิน4 ชั่วโมง
Okay.
ไม่นานเกินไป
Okay. He says from the past he saw Dreamlander play very well, and he hoped that the game will go well and not to be too long.
I know he plays Hoodrick, and I know that he likes to play a regular opening, if I remember correctly. All of his games start the same, and he has always his game plan he likes to follow.
If it against Imperius, Barter, Luxador and Omaji, I will play more passive, but if it against Cincy, I think I can pressure with my Archer. That because Cincy don't have the very good answer to my Archer.
I don't have very much expectations. I'm just hoping to have fun, have a good match, and well, we'll see how far it can go. I have to believe in myself, so I think I win.
I'm so proud of him, very much proud of him, and I hope he will do his best. It's okay to win or not to win.
Oh my goodness. The suspense is killing me, guys. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Omaji's definitely got an early game advantage. One, I think, huge factor for Omaji is if they can get Eye of God and deny the opponent Eye of God. I think that's going to be the play. Dude, this is actually so crazy to see. It's like an actual esporting event, but it's Polytopia, which is a game that I never thought would be remotely esport-esque. But here we are, I guess. The anticipation. I don't know about you guys. I'm itching to see some gameplay. And again, for those that are just joining, basically I got a clean feed of the stream because the Major One people were like, "Hey, Justeeni should stream this." So I'm gonna be doing my own commentary over the stream, and it's gonna be big and awesome. And those here in chat right now get the exclusive Justeeni experience. I mean, you can always go watch the stream later, but those here right now, you're getting a one-of-a-kind experience. Okay, all right, we're started. So, interesting spawn for Omaji. Not ideal. Yeah, there's village in the east and then one in the west as well. You can't really have it south. Hoodrook with the lighthouse spawn. Omaji knows this, of course, of their score counting. They're not going for the early lighthouse though. I assume they're just playing it really safe with the early expansion. Omaji's got the resources though, and they are getting both their villages on time. Yeah, the water is not ideal for Omaji, but we'll see if there's any land connections. It's hard to always tell if they spawns like really early on, because things could change. You do have plenty of farms, good amount of fish. Yeah, right now this is just kind of standard opening stuff, so there's not too much to... Ooh. Hoodrick villages... You have a lot of force in the first two, but the third one is kind of a little bit barren. So I see we're going to see an explorer. Obviously, Dreamlander doesn't know where Thetat is, so this is just to gain some info. And now he definitely does know. Now he knows exactly where he is. Because of the lighthouse spawn. So he knows exactly where Hoodrick is right now, and he can definitely use that information here. Hoodrick, on the other hand, maybe has an approximate idea of where Omanji is because he can see that Omanji terrain, but he's not totally sure. And I assume Hoodrick's going to play it very safe, which might slow him down a little bit. Omanji is shockingly close to Eye of God already. I told you guys this would be a very important part of how this plays. Omanji is literally 2 explorers, and then you just need to reach those other 2 lighthouses, because you already got the southern lighthouse. You might even be able to get it with just 1 explorer if you're lucky. And you could be seeing Eye of God as soon as turn like 7 or 8. I don't think you realistically get it any earlier, but that's going to be a huge help for Omanji. Hoodrick does not have the same luxury unless they get very lucky. Now, I think the bigger question is, will Eye of God be the deciding factor here, or is Hoodrick just going to persevere regardless? So Hoodrick going for Lighthouse now. I think he's looking at some chop lines here. Because he could play very economically that way, but it means you're likely not trading any units this turn. I like stepping onto the force. He's thinking about it. I like that not only you meet the Amaji, but your warrior is very safe there. And it goes forestry first. Good play. Get the capital upgraded. You have 7 stars left. You can always chop once more if you want to train 2 archers and a warrior. So you can go ahead and do that. He's really thinking. Yeah, I think the warrior is a given. The question is, do you want to play it extra safe, make archers in the back, or try to get your giant faster? Because the giant's going to be a more permanent solution, but the archers will help you hold on. Goes for the upgrade. Does he get explorer now? He does go explorer. He's going to do the menu trick. Okay, he gets the southern lighthouse, so that northern lighthouse is going to be a pain to get. He could have done some funneling for it. Not this turn, but the next turn, of course. Now, Dreamlander, if he's been paying attention, should see the lighthouse in the south. He probably saw that he talked maybe got an explorer. If he was score cutting, that is. Farming's interesting. I kind of like going fishing with intentions of funneling for your Eye of God. This will delay it a bit. But he's actually going to go for workshops. Interesting. So maybe he's trying to win without Eye of God, or he's just trying to delay it for a really long time. Maybe get fishing even later. So Hudrick's just going to try to be very economic, very passive, very sensible from Hudrick, because they kind of recognize their win con. If this game really drags out, Hudrick markets are going to be better. Your water access is a little iffy here, but you do have that city in the south to kind of fix things. Neither side's having tap water access is interesting, and the fact that there's a big lake in the middle means I have a feeling that this game is going to be decided by naval. Oh, not getting fishing, just going for the explorer, just seeing. Is it going to get the lighthouse? It is. It is going to get the lighthouse. Okay, no fishing required, actually. In fact, basically using the land to funnel. I guess against Hoodrick, that's pretty reliable because Hoodrick has a reduced mountain rate. You are dangerously close to Eye of God. You can get it in 2 turns. Send the rider up northeast. Send the rider northeast, get to that eastern lighthouse. And then you can also send like your 4 HP rider up to the north. You'll both get there at the same time. And that's going to upgrade your capital. The lighthouses alone, you can put the monument wherever you want. I probably would put it in that east city, the one with 3 farms. That way you get a giant there. Okay. I see what Dreamlander's picking up. So Dreamlander, or sorry, Detach is going good old math route. Very classic, very reliable. Because he's basically just saying, as long as the Dreamlander's not attacking me, might as well. He's moving back. I guess he's trying to keep the warrior safe. If a siege happens, you could worry about some really crazy road plays, but oh, he saw the farm though, so I guess that's why he's not worried. Like he's kind of calling Dreamlander's bluff there. You don't have some like crazy road, and there's mountains in the way as well. He does see that Dreamlander has a lighthouse. Okay. Dreamlander, I guess, just trying to take any space he can. Yeah, I do like this for Omaji. Next turn I've got is very strong, and you're sitting at 5 cities. It's going to be an even game 5v5, which is actually not good for Omaji, because as you can see, Hoodrick's resources are way better. Even that quote-unquote bad city in the north still is at least getting you an explorer. Hodrick is setting up his sawmills, going for kind of the long-term market game plan. I'm curious if he already has them calculated out. I haven't really spent the time to do that, but that's also because I'm not looking at his turn all the time. Keeping some archers on defense, very disciplined. This is professional Polytopia, after all. Giant right now seems pretty good. You could border growth the capital to be extra safe, but I think pop growth is better here. Leadhead agrees, goes for the giant on cap, and you have a nice level 6 market spot, or sorry, level 7 market spot on the capital by placing the sawmill in Goli northwest of it. Get that level 4 spot. Actually, if you, in your northmost city, place a sawmill south there, you actually get a level 8 market. You can even chop one forest in your capital if you really want to. Or you can place the other sawmill. There's actually 2 sawmill spots in Goli. Park of Fortune in the front is interesting. I don't think you need a city wall. Oh, that is a tough decision. I see what he's thinking on it. There are a lot of monument spots here. I don't think capital is good. You can eliminate capital, probably not good in the front, because the city wall is only okay here. So it's really between your other 2 cities or potentially your southmost city, just like your new city in the south. I do like the idea of BG. Yep, there we go. Skip the village for Eye of God. Great play. Love to see it. And so Dreamlander could get a giant. Ooh, I like that. I like that play a lot. That looks like it's blocking your windmill spot, but it actually isn't, because your true windmill spot is northwest of that city, not in the intuitive looking spot there. Because you place windmill there, there's a nice windmill spot on your capital using the 2 forests, which you burn both of them, and then you can set up 2 level 5 markets, which is pretty rare for Maji to actually have decent market spots like that. So we see fishing. I assume border growth? Yes, taking all that space. There is the worry that Haruko's cloaks. Um, I'm like 99% sure that these players are up to date with their Polytopia. It should be version 118. The cloak bug has been fixed, which means, cloaks are just a little bit better now than they were before in the World Championship. So we see Giant in the front. And Park of Fortune, where's Park of Fortune gonna go? He could BG Cap. He could pop growth that city. He really could do anything. He could save it for a different city entirely. That west spot that he's mousing over right now, I would not BG, or I would not place the Park of Fortune there, because that's your windmill spot, if you're going for that. Speaking of windmill spots, like, Omaji has good windmill spots here. He's got what looks to be level 4 market in Jilan, the west city on his capital. He can get a level 5 market in, that looks to be Haba, a little blurry for me. That looks to also be a level 5 market in that southmost city. I guess you'd have to BG. It's a little trickier to tell. And yeah, both players actually have good markets. Omachi has more space overall, but Hodrick has much, much better density. And if you get a border growth in Olik, Does he want to grab it right now or wait till he get the city? It takes a while to get that city. Or is he gonna border growth and goalie? Ooh. Edric's got a lot of stars to sit on, so he can either wait like another couple turns to capture that city, or use them right now and do. Oh, he actually. Huh. He Park of Fortunes up north. What's the plan? Is it Road Port Sawmill? Huh. I don't understand that Park of Fortune. Because you certainly don't need the stars here. Um I don't know, that just feels off to me. Like, what is it doing there? Hopefully that's not too big of a deal for Hudrick. They should still have a nice long game here. I guess one question is, are they gonna use that? Yes, they are going to use that. They did have the option to instead chop and save for a market spot, but it would slightly diminish your market in Olik. Yeah, Amaji's just seen these very scary sawmills. And you have to wonder in Dreamland's position, what do you actually do? Because I can't imagine this is a matchup you've practiced very much until probably very recently when you actually knew you got this pairing. And this is certainly not easy to navigate. I'll tell you that much. Um, you can get more giants, but Hudrick's giants will always have better support. Catapults, archers, and giants are very hard to break through. And if you choose to not break through, you kind of have two options. You either basically play greedy with Hudrick, get into the late game and just hope you're better, or attack them with either naval dominance or cloaks. Naval dominance does look pretty viable here, and that looks to be the approach that we might see. All right, just is he gonna place the Park of Fortune there? There is definitely some merit to it, but he's gonna save it. That's honestly fair. It's better to place your Park of Fortune late than in the incorrect spot. Yeah, this is interesting. DTAT's gone for a lot of pop growth. It makes a lot of sense in this matchup because you should be confident in your long game already. No need to border growth and slow yourself down when the main worry is keeping yourself kind of on your feet in the early game. Catapult and cap seems a little risky. I much prefer goalie. Ooh. Is he thinking about it though? A catapult. Oh, no, no, no. I see the spot. Just east of the capital. Very, very safe spot for the catapult because it's behind 3 mountains. It's not entirely unreachable, but it is quite difficult to reach. Now, question is Omaji here. Do you go roads? You don't get Grand Bazaar, but you do connect all your cities. Right now, it's a pretty cheap investment, just 12 stars. It might not be that cheap forever, but construction is also going to get more expensive, so that's what he goes for instead. Goes for construction. I'm really curious if Omaji's game plan really is to just go greedy. I think that's a very valid approach, but it's one that we don't see often with this tribe. You can see right now, 20 star per turn with Omaji. They have Eye of God. The opponent pretty much is never getting it. So you do have that, which does give you a huge eco boost here. Yeah, this really is interesting because I believe star per turn wise, we can see Dreamlander has 20 star per turn. I forgot how much DTAT has here. Dang, almost 50 people in chat, by the way. So Omaji's again. I think this is completely fair by Omaji. You're not winning the land battle. Let Hudrick commit there. You do have to worry if Hudrick starts attacking you. You can't be too greedy. But Hudrick is very slow to attack. It's very telegraphed, very predictable because they're using very slow, lumberous, ranged units. And so you already kind of have a defense set up already. You probably shouldn't spend any more. I personally would pass the turn right now because you have less than 20 seconds left. Dreamlander. You can't go in the think tank too much, you know, because you'll need that time for future turns. Uh, we're gonna see the red buzzer in a bit, and that's gonna put Dreamlander under serious pressure. You have to watch that clock. That could be a big liability. Okay, we see T-Tag going for trade. He was just 1 star per turn down, but he's about to get that 5th city. He's got the market. Beautiful market. Turn 11, by the way, with no ruin assistance, if I'm not mistaken. So thinking about the second market, contemplating it. I mean, he sees Amaji on the water. The question is market or train more units. I think market is totally fair play here. Okay, Hodrick has a huge lead in eco because Omaji is quite a ways away from trade. Because right now you have construction. Omaji looking for the ruins. It looks like there's 2 ruins in the water. There is one on Hodrick's side, and then one on the mountain as well that is kind of contested. So where's the last ruin? I guess Dreamlander doesn't know about the second ruin in the water. I don't think Dreamlander opened a ruin at this point, if I'm not mistaken. Did he? If that's the case, then I think I know where the last ruin is, but... I mean, we're at a point in the game already where ruins aren't going to be too helpful unless you get a trade ruin or something. Here is Amaji. That'd be kind of insane. Okay. Sailing. Committing to the... Okay. He's gone full commit with this one, pretty much. He's going nav. You can't stop him. And Dreamlander's argument is this. I'm going to get naval dominance. Your markets won't matter. I'm going to win the game that way. Is it a sound argument? Um, I mean, it's a tough one to make. That's for sure. Very iffy explorer. You knew it was going north and you don't have sailing. But then again, workshop's not benefiting you much, so I guess there's no reason not to take the risk. Now, I would love to see the Tat start to get his road connections just to get that giant Ngoli. Look at all that hanging population. You gotta go grab it, right? Now, as Hoodrick, do you set up more markets or do you think, well, I need an anti-naval setup? I personally think you actually keep going into the markets, keep developing an economy, because then you can just spew out a ton of giants and then get back in the game that way. Get a border growth and Olik. You'll have plenty of space to throw a bunch of juggernauts. You have catapults to support them. We've seen this kind of game line with the DTAP before, actually. All right, and sure enough, he's playing a little defense, but he's mostly going for those markets. He's got a minute left on the clock. You should be passing the turn right now. Perfect. DTAT's doing a really good job on this. DTAT is he's just doing textbook Hoodrick, and I mean, not much you have to really think about there. Just go math, go trade. Don't overthink it. Very important in these world championships. There is the ruin there right in the east. Those last fog tiles uncovered. And we are going to see navigation. Pick up the starfish. He needs to establish bombers, rammers, get some juggernauts too. He needs this naval. He has construction, so he can get some more giants in the water. And he's going to need every giant he can get. Because his win condition is the water. The opponent can consider land as a win condition, but it's a little shaky. This battle is going to mostly be fought on water, and Dreamlander wants to emphasize that as much as possible. Now, once again, you see the time pressure, either the top right or bottom right corner, both show the time. Dreamlander, very low on time. He's going to need to calculate very precisely, though. This is not a pleasant position, but it's not unwinnable. This is, in fact, very playable. Oh, don't put on the mountain. Oh. That port is quite reachable. If Hoodrick starts attacking that city there, that port is going to be a little tricky to use. Catapult is just 1 tile away from being able to just smack that port. really the bigger concern is Fudrick just decides to put their giant on the mountain, and they have a lot of giants. They can kind of treat them as a little bit expendable. Looks like the Tat is considering the water instead. This was a line I was thinking about earlier. You go for this pop growth, but now the question is, and this is why I think the monument isn't very good, then what? You could have the mines, but you have to buy climbing mining for it. Very expensive giant. If you're getting a giant from one monument, I'd much rather get it for cheaper. I don't think that's going to cost the game for T-Tap, but it very well could. Every optimization does matter. Now, do you go Lumber Hut or do you go Connections? I don't think you can afford the connection unless you chop, so Lumber Hut it is. Good stuff. You can consider making another catapult on the capital. Going for Warrior, that's fair too. I think as the T-Tap, very important. You've got your economy set up. 45 star per turn is like almost overkill. The Tat disagrees. Again, I think you should be making units in every city every turn from this point on. Your economy is insane. Way above Omaji. You're already winning that battle. You don't need to do any more. Omaji, their goal isn't to out-eco Hoodrick, it's just to get enough eco to win the game. Scout is interesting. Were you able to afford ramming? I guess you could, but is it actually going to help you much? And yeah, reacting to Thitat's Giant in the Water, going for Giant in the Water himself. Looks like both tribes are going to actually be able to kind of match each other with Giants, but because Dreamlander's in the water first, that might help him. Thitat's going to have a much easier time going for Aquatism, though. And with these Juggernaut battles, Aquatism's very decisive. Baron, I'm not going to read your chat messages. Okay, Giant there. Very solid. You could consider doing it with the road connection as well, but since you're not getting Grand Bazaar ever here, it makes sense to just use the fish. It's way cheaper. Go for the ruin. Pray to Midjuan that you get something good. Maybe slip him a 20. Vet Sword. I would normally say that's useless here, but what does C10 need most here? Say it with me, guys. Units. You get a unit from the ruin. You don't complain. You don't need another tech. You don't need more stars. Population? I don't even know if you need population. You're about to get some connections. I guess population would help here, actually, because I could see another giant. But a sword is by no means bad here. Yeah, this is not looking very good for Omanji, unless they really take over the water. But Hudrick's in the water right now, and they're about to actually have more giants. Or no. They're matching giants, but Aquatism, I think, is going to be decisive here. Looks like in a sort of greed battle. I think the main thing for Dreamlander here, he was a little indecisive. Do I go naval? Do I go greed? Because he got construction, aiming for trade, but then he kind of pivoted to nav. And construction has been okay for him. He's got an A giant, but I think he'd rather have rammers and defenders and stuff in the water to stop the giants from Thetat. This is looking like a very good position for Thetat. This is really, yeah, 50 star per turn, and you just spam units. Umaji can't afford to do the same. Only 24 star per turn. Oh man. We might see game one going to Hoodrick. Gonna try and get some giants in the water. And I feel like as Dreamlander, you know probably exactly what Thetat's gonna do. They want to throw as many rammers in the water as possible. They want to get Aquatism. You know it's happening, but can you do much about it? You just don't have enough in the water right now because you kind of commit to the water a bit late, but you also don't have enough economy because you kind of chickened out on that. So now you're kind of stuck with the worst of both worlds here. And I mean, this is a common thing that happens when you have two options. You want to do both, but sometimes you just have to make sacrifices. Sometimes you can only do one thing. Because you can see, Dreamlander has those market setups. They are set up. Oh, nice. We're going to get the replay back. I kind of like seeing the player cams more, in my personal opinion. Yeah, everyone in chat saying Hodrick is winning this. And for good reason. This looks quite good for Hodrick. Omaji has the advantage of a couple rafts in the water, which you can't afford to just turn them all into bombers. So it's not gonna. That's an interesting play by Thitat. Misplay there. Just that Raymer's gone. I'm sure Dreamlander would love it if Thitat made more misplays like that, but Thitat would have to really mess up. I feel like one mistake, you notice it right away. That's really just gonna encourage you to lock in though, and start to focus up now. You're on the world stage, and you can't afford to throw this match. This is a beautiful game set for you here. So, getting the catapult set up, I like that position for the catapult. Putting that one further up, not a bad idea either. Keep in mind, Dreamlander's got to get scouts to even poke away at the catapults, and that means ignoring the juggernauts. And if you poke away the catapult, there's no guarantee you can kill it either. The catapult can take 3 turns to heal, or 2 turns to heal to a point where it's very usable. So aggressive positioning with the catapults is definitely a good idea here. And you can see this was exactly what I was saying earlier. Sure enough, you get aquatism, rammers. Like this is kind of just, I like to kind of call it like a flowchart for Hodrick. You go for math, you go for markets, and then if it's a land battle, you go knights. If it's a naval battle, you get aquatism. Pretty much as simple as that. Really, with most of the outplays with Hodrick, it's going to come down to micro decisions. But in this position, um, Dreamlander hasn't even come up with a good response to the Hodrick flowchart here, so this should just be solidly winning. Yeah, it's hard to say exactly what Omaji should have done in retrospect. I think Omaji was he actually had a pretty good idea with going for markets in response. I think he had a good chance to actually match it, especially since I have gotten all that. His density is a little shaky, but it's not a bad approach here. In fact, we are seeing markets now, but it is very, very late. Turn 15 is normally not late for markets, but against Hodrick, who got better markets sooner, it's certainly not a good look. But yeah, like we can say hindsight is 2020. I mean, I was saying from the beginning though, Omaji should have commit to one option. They tried to do both, and it's just not working out for them. So the 3 juggernauts up there look kind of scary, but to be honest, they're not going to be too bad. Oh, and there's just a siege there. That's rough. That's a very costly one too. Even though you just got markets, your eco is not actually doing that well. And if you can get a splash here, not quite. One more rammer. One more rammer. Yep. Still plenty of time in the think tank too. You're not struggling with the time pressure as well. This is definitely a dominating position for Hudrick. I'd say if you're Dreamlander, there's no shame in resigning here. Hudrick is taking over the water. They have a better economy. They have more units. They have every advantage you could ever ask for here. And yeah, Hudrick's only getting more giants. Hudrick has only gotten 4 giants. Yeah, I still think the Park of Fortune they did up north was a misplay, but it did prove, in fact, to not be decisive here. unfortunately. I think Dreamlander's inferior density combined with the fact that he just didn't have a very focused game plan ultimately is just giving Dreamlander a very, or sorry, giving DTAT a very decisive victory here. So I feel like we already kind of have to talk about game two, because I can imagine in this position it is not feeling good for Dreamlander. And I mean, on the world stage, I'm sure he's just trying to think about what he can do here, which is fair. Whenever you're competing in these kinds of events, mental game super important. When you lose this game, you can't think about like, oh, I made some misplays here. I did really bad. I should have done these things better. Even though there absolutely were some things that Dreamlander could have done better, you have to just kind of separate yourself from that. Like almost refuse to take accountability in some sort of way. It sounds really weird, but you have to just say that game happened, on to the next game. You can't really cling on to this for too long, because I'd say ultimately in this situation, like as Dreamlander, you just have to say, well, Ludwig got markets. They were better markets. I lost. Next game, this time, I'll try to approach things from a different angle. But yeah, this is very, very dominating for DTAT. DTAT's just calculating just to make sure he doesn't make any trivial mistakes. Sending the Juggernaut back. Fair play. Resources, not too useful here. I mean, you have plenty of stars as is. Not sure if you guys in chat are able to hear the background commentary. This is supposed to be a clean feed, but I guess they're commentating quite loud. So if you guys hear that, unfortunately I can't do anything about it. So we're just gonna have to suffer. My right ear has been enjoying hearing their commentary. It's not loud enough where I can really hear what they're saying, but you know. Okay, you guys don't, so it's just gonna be a me issue. Cool. So I won't complain about it too much then. Yep, there's strategy for Hoodrick. I mean, again, I don't know what there is to talk about at this point. Hoodrick has won. Omaji is just not resigned yet. I feel like Omaji knows very well Hoodrick has won this, but they really just want to play to their outs. And I can absolutely understand on the world stage. You want to hope the opponent messes up, but I think at the same time, you have to understand there's nothing worth playing here. Save your mental energy for game two, because there's no mental energy really at this point for the professional player like this to convert this game. Like you have to be thinking DTAT here. He's played a ton of Hoodrick. He's won a ton of grindy mirror matches. He has played some much more exhausting late games than this and persevered. If there's anyone that knows perseverance, it's DTAT. So the last thing you should be doing is sticking around, trying to find some way to stumble into a win in an unwinnable situation. Yeah. GG's next game. Hope I spawn better. Yeah. I mean, you get the border growth. If Dreamlander actually manages to somehow turn this around, I will. I don't even know what I'd do. It'd be kind of insane. I mean, diplomacy here, yeah, this is losing on many levels. You just look at the start of Hoodrick's turn. I guess from Hoodrick's point of view, it's very obvious. Yeah, just more defenders in the water. Juggernaut goes back to heal. Navigation, we're gonna see some bombers. The Vet Sword Bomber. Yeah, I mean, this just isn't pretty for Dreamlander. Sadly, he cannot hear my words of wisdom. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going through Dreamlander's head, honestly, because there's a variety of things you could be thinking in this very situation. Very many reasons to resign, very many reasons not to resign. Maybe Dreamlander just isn't the person to give up like that. I mean, this is a world stage. What have you got to lose? That's a whole debate in itself. Personally, I think you have a bit to lose by staying here, but perhaps Dreamlander disagrees. But I feel like that's all there is to discuss here is do you hang around in this losing position for longer? Because if we're being realistic, Vita has this game on lock. There's not any discussion of how do you make the comeback here. There is no discussion there. But I guess we'll probably see Dreamlander play this out until he loses his city. Not entirely sure when that's gonna be. Because, I mean, he has a good amount of giants, but unlike Hodrick, your support for giants isn't quite as good. And Hodrick has established a brutal naval dominance combined with an economy advantage, which is just simply an unbeatable combo here. Even if bombers didn't exist, it's just rough all around for Dreamlander. You're down in techs, down in income, down in units. Now spiritualism, getting the extra giants. I guess that's his plan for the giant there. And maybe they were instructed to not resign early and actually keep playing. I hope not. I mean, if that's the case, I would feel extremely bad for Dreamlander being basically held captive, forced to play this game. Uh, because this isn't worth playing in my honest opinion. It's just yeah, and I feel like this just delays the world championship a bit. If that is their policy, I will question it slightly. I'll consider it a little dubious if that's the case. I didn't even think of that. But yeah, BTAT can just advance the bombers one more row, both of them, move them both up north one tile. You can consider landing the rammer if you want, just killing the rider. It's very inefficient, but you don't really care about star efficiency here. You just care about uh, keeping the naval dominance and keeping a unit advantage. Training units one for one, that's more important. The siege is also nice, even though you're actually losing a unit there. Um, Dreamlander is not made of money here. But yeah, I think what's on everyone's mind is game two at this point. It's only a matter of when. We see the writing on the wall. You're forced to back up more and more. We're going to see Hoodrick just slowly squeeze the opponent out until they have decided, I'm done. I don't want to play this anymore. So Maji actually has a good economy now, but unfortunately, because DTAT was way earlier to the party, you're realistically never getting a star advantage. Float goes in the port, methinks. That's alright as well. Port is better because you have a very direct and immediate and unstoppable connection there with the cloak. The mountain is fine, but in some rare situations could matter if you somehow like kill the Hoodrick giant. Probably won't here, but Hoodrick does not have perfect info, so I don't think he should be taking any level of risk here. I mean, Vita doesn't have perfect vision here, but I think he sees Omanji can't have more than 5 cities. Unless, like, there's somehow 2 cities crammed in the fog. He knows that there's a suburb, of course. He doesn't see a Grand Bazaar anywhere. It's a non-zero chance that Omanji has 6 cities, but let's say it's 6 cities. Yeah, look at the naval dominance. Who cares if Omanji has 6 cities? Dreamlander's out might be some sneaky night chain, but I think Hodrick is doing a good job playing around that. I mean, yeah, if Omanji were to hypothetically have a knight, which they actually don't even have yet, there is actually no chain here. At least no chain good enough to give you a meaningful advantage. But yeah, just defending here. Yeah. I mean, if you really want to fight back against the aggressive bomber placements, you have to get archery, get archers, and even then, at best, you're forcing the bombers back 1 tile. And the immediate problem right now is Hodrick is getting cloaks. They're going to spawn a bunch of daggers in the water because he has aquatism, and daggers can actually spawn in water as of now. Very cool feature that Midge 1 added recently. But yeah. Dreamlander sitting, possibly contemplating his life, thinking about knights. We do see the knights. Dreamlander does have one advantage here, and it is, you can argue he has more city space. Not much more, but he does have more. Unfortunately, the border growth in the north is going to be used against him. Alright, let the cloaking begin. 2 cities are actually getting cloaked. Giants are landing. Do you want to land all the giants? I think, honestly, it's fair. You get less daggers, but honestly, it's a fair price to pay. And it looks like the tap might agree. Yes, I get 1 less dagger by landing this. No, he doesn't actually. He would rather get the extra dagger. Okay. Now you can get a scout here and snipe the knight there. I think that's a really good play because it's going to stop the knight from being able to chain. Okay, bomber works as well. And, oh yeah, not very easy to chain. You can use a Juggernaut to splash, but you don't have a port east of that city, like directly east, where you'd love to send a giant and splash. But even if you do that, now your giant's dead. Now Hodrick getting Shiv to further push on land. I mean, Hodrick's calling all the shots, doing all the attacks, equal in cities, probably has double the unit count at least, and a superior economy. Oh boy. Oh, D-Tab with a little bit of time pressure. Okay. Nope. And we are seeing the resignation there. There it is. BTAT taking game 1. All right, now we can talk about game 2. Rough spot for Dreamlander. Not an ideal first game. I think it's definitely apparent this matchup. You have to be very careful about how you approach this. As Omanji, you need to make serious commitments. You know what Hodrick is going to do. They're going to commit to one thing every time. You do have options as Omanji. I don't think this is unwinnable. You have to pick an option. You have to stick with it. It's very hard to commit to, and it's a high pressure setting. to just say, I'm going to go all in on this, but you have to do it. And hopefully we see that game too. Peak camera work. For real, for real. But yeah, I would imagine Thetat right now, feeling really good about game one. He just did textbook Hoodrick gameplay. He probably noticed he made some misplays in the game. I'm sure he was probably kicking himself for over that Park of Fortune spot. Just didn't get much value, but despite that, even some slightly suboptimal Hoodrick gameplay pretty smoothly gets the job done. So you're probably just hoping to run it back, do the same thing, get a nice clean win, and do that for every site here in Sweden. That's the dream here, of course. But, you know, these players are very strong, so sticking to one plan, I think, will only get you so far. But we'll have to see. Anything could happen. Yeah, I gotta say, well, I'm a little bummed out I didn't qualify to go to Sweden. I would imagine this pressure on the world stage, knowing that at least hundreds is extremely conservative. There could be upwards of thousands of people watching your every move. That has to be stressful. So keep that in mind. Oh, game two. We're seeing game two. Okay, Omaji looks to have a bit more of a land-heavy spawn. Not really a lake in the middle. Find both your suburbs. You're very close to that lighthouse. Again, as Omaji, you want to think about Eye of God. That's important here. Hudrick. Ooh, their second city might be a little off. The question is, do you delay capture? So Hudrick's got a decision. Omaji also has water in their capital. I don't think that's going to be too helpful. Ooh, turn 2 level up. I like that play a lot by Omaji. He's going in swing in game 2. He's pulling off all the things. So do you go east with the archer or onto the village? Because there's most likely a village if you go east. He's going on the village. His expansion's going to be quite slow, but the amount of animals in the second city means just hunting forestry math is a giant there. But this is looking pretty nice for Omaji as well. Very, very quick opener. That's going to be the disadvantage for Hudrick here. It chose to kind of forego getting their suburb. Oh, fellas, we might be seeing a completely different match here. If Omaji locks in, they have really good chances right now. I don't know if you guys see what I'm seeing. I This could be rough for Hudrick. You have to be very careful. First game, Hudrick could just get away with textbook gameplay. This will not be the case here. But Omaji goes for the ruin instead. I think he calculates he does in fact have just enough time. Yep. Chat calling it out. Omaji's just gonna deny Hudrick everything. Hudrick gets the Explorer, sees what's going on, so he likely knows if he's gonna step on the village. I sure hope I can keep it. Now, with going on the ruin, Dreamlander has to be very sure that either Hudrick decides to not step on the village out of fear, or do you get roads here? Why does Omaji go for the ruin here? I assume there was a ruin that the rider went for. Why else would it go where it went? Yeah, you have to think here. Very tough decision as Hudrick. Do you go for more expansion? You know where the second city is. I know, you know, everyone knew on turn 0. Oh my goodness, resource ruin. You're gonna be able to get roads. That's huge. You are you are kicking Hudrick off the city. You get roads pre-cap, you have 9 stars left. You can train 1 rider and upgrade your 3rd city. Grab the Explorer. Grab the Explorer first, I think, because then you have very high chance because of low mountain rates. Very likely that you're going to get the Lighthouse. Upgrade the capital. Oh, okay, we're good. Beautiful. Beautiful play by Omaji. This this is this is really good. This is amazing from Omaji. Now, Hoodrick does still have some villages in the east, but Omaji might get to those first as well. If you go like fishing for a quick port, I mean, you already have roads here. You can bridge around. You can road around to those cities too. Omaji's gonna out expand Hoodrick like crazy. You're getting Eye of God here, guaranteed. Unless Hoodrick pulls something off here, we're gonna see a game 3. I know it's early to call it. It's turn 4, but the resource ruin combined with a really good, like just beautiful early gameplay, like Theta is not keeping the city. You place that road. You can place it north or west. Either one is fine. He goes for west. Perfectly sensible because you're gonna place the roads on both those spots anyway. Now you're not gonna stay on the village, of course. You know better than that. You see 2 archers. Not going for the road there, which I think is a slight misplay. I think you're fine expanding faster here because then you can. Oh, oh no, no, no! I see what he's doing. So instead of going for the village right there, you know, the one with 3 fish, that Westmost Rider's likely going for the villages further west, stealing those before Frederick can get to them. You know, you already know you're getting that. It's basically a 3rd suburb here for Omaji. You know you're getting that city. So why grab that now if you're getting it anyway? Fight for the more uncertain villages. This is a very good approach by Omaji. Hodrick needs a giant. If you get a giant, forestry math does get you it. Because if you do the math here on the table, you've got 2 animals, then you place 1 forest for the level 3, place 2 more. Actually, I think you go 3 more, and then you can border growth your 2nd city. That gets you the giant for sure, and take some space. Oh man. Now is Hedrick, I don't know if you want to go markets, because I don't think a 3-city game is the play here. I mean, look at how many cities Omaji already has. By the way, this is probably the first time I've ever seen such beautiful density on lakes. You can really see the reason why is because there's some things in the algorithm that prevent density like this, but they're actually not working here because the villages are falling perfectly into place. Tons of villages, exactly 2 tiles from the edge, is what allows for this kind of density to happen. Because there's parameters in place to prevent villages from spawning 1 tile or 3 tiles from the edge. You can see basically just mostly on Amaji's side, most of the cities are 2 tiles from the edge, which is why there are so many villages this game. And this high village count is huge for Amaji. Pudrick is good at denying villages with the archers, but Amaji is good at taking those villages. And initiative is very important in these high city games. And no other tribe can take advantage of that better than Amaji. And Dreamlander, again, playing the early game super smooth, and it is paying dividends, plus the resource ruin. Okay, he's got animals in that city. He might be looking for a ruin or another city. Forestry, chopping for that spot. So, yeah, that's a level 4 sawmill. Yeah, he has exactly enough for a giant with math. I don't think you even need a border growth, actually. Again, let me double check. You upgrade 2 animals in a huts, then 2 huts. Yeah, you have exactly enough because you need 9 more population, and you have 9 population. 2 animals, 3 huts, and a level 4 sawmill. Nice 2-3-4 action. Get that giant, and then you can get city number 4 by using the giant, because Omaji is not going to have an easy time defending that unless they get a quick giant themselves. Wait, Amaji got farming? Unless it's the replay. Did Amaji really get farming already? I think they do have farming, and yeah, we're gonna see I have God right now. Turn 7. I have God 6 cities looking towards 7 and 8. I mean, you have to be feeling amazing as Amaji here now. Huge contrast from game 1. This is a phenomenal position. I have God there. I like that. I like that. That's a second giant. Now, you could have considered placing it somewhere else to go for your first giant and then Park of Fortune there. But this is fine as well. Hodrick's not threatening the giant right now. Not sure about training the riders though. I think maybe the giant is better. I think this is Dreamlander playing it safe because he doesn't want to make any sort of like big mistake. But you guys know, from my experience, I've had a few games go this way where you try and play it really safe and it actually backfires because you're playing it too safe, and then the opponent starts to kind of take initiative back. Now, DTAT, he's gonna get math. He has prioritized the giant, and I think that's the correct play here. The giant, that is your out. You need to recognize your win conditions here. DTAT doing a great job at that. But that's a siege on the capital. Oh, oh no! Wait. Oh no! We are seeing a game 3, guys. We are seeing a game 3. That capital siege means Omaji, you've basically just overwhelmed the opponent. It's kind of like a nice double attack here. You see, Hudrick has 3 units to defend. Omaji is forcing Hudrick to use 4 units to both defend and deny the city. Oh, man. Wow. Yeah, I mean, you can really see this map distribution slightly skewed in Omaji's favor, but Omaji converts it quickly with a turn 8 victory. We are seeing a game 3, guys. No 2-0 sweeps here. Yeah, we've basically seen Hodrick strengths game 1, going for textbook Hodrick gameplay, and then we've basically seen what I basically called textbook Omaji gameplay. Just pressure the opponent like crazy, seize that initiative, steal all the cities on the map, have a crazy city advantage, and win that way. Both tribes basically just accomplished their game plan easily and effectively in both games. Game 3 could be a game where there's a lot of conflict of interest, or it could just be a spawn win. Who really knows? This is Polytopia. Anything can happen. Yeah, I'll have to say, in game 2, that village distribution was looking a little skewed in Dreamlander's favor. But then again, game 1, VTAT had literally perfect density versus Dreamlander having 2/3 of the map, but the same village count, which is horrible. So, luck was definitely on the winner's side, which that's not a surprise. So World Champion all happening in one day? I believe so. It's a single LM tournament. And there's only 6 players, so things are going to happen pretty quickly. Like, game 3, somebody is going to be out. Let me see this Omaji spawn. Landlocked capital, but lots of land in general is a good sign for Omaji. Hodrick, also landlocked capital. Looks like... Okay. It's hard to get a read on the map here. Oh. Oh. We're seeing a central lake, maybe? Well, there's land over there. This might be a two lakes game. Lake up south, lake up down sorry, lake down south, lake up north. Sorry guys. I'm a little excited here. This is a decisive game, by the way. Again, I'm pretty sure this is single elim. So like whoever wins this advances. Whoever loses this, they're out. That's it. And very interesting. Budrick with quite the resource struggle. Capturing immediately for safety reasons. Economically, it is better to wait a turn and then get forestry. The reason why he's capturing right now is because, well, you're against Omaji. You don't want to sit and wait one turn and then suddenly meet a rider and lose the game. You want to play things safe even if it means being a little more slow. Now, Omaji just... Oh my goodness. We see some more lane connections, but this isn't going to be nearly as easy for Omaji to leverage. In fact, Omaji, do you get Grand Bazaar? Grand Bazaar is pretty important here. You can get your hands on a fourth city. You know that Hoodrick's getting 3. This might be a lower density game just based on how the villages are distributed. And we actually see there is not one, not two, but possibly 3 lakes on the map. We see one in the north, we see a second smaller lake in the north, and we see one in the south, but also a pretty big landmass in the middle, very open field. But in the Hoodrick area, it's very forested as you would expected, so not easy for Amaji to advance. Maji's thinking, very sensible. There could be another village down south if Amaji has really good density, but Hoodrick could also have very good density. We see forestry. Hoodrick has no idea where Amaji is, by the way, so he's likely going to chop and make a warrior. Perfect. Yep, makes sense, very sensible. To us, it might look a little silly because we know where Amaji is, but to Hoodrick, that is a very, very just normal play. Like, why wouldn't you do that? So Omaji's trying to sneak around, as Omaji likes to do, and you kind of have to do this as Omaji, because if you're letting Hoodrick just get the ruin in the city there, you are giving away some serious advantage. You have those riders, you need to use them. Now you see Omaji sneaking up north. You see the village there, you see the lighthouse. This does give Hoodrick potential for Eye of God. If they can manage, it's not easy to get here as Hoodrick again. You're slower to expand. But it is a possibility. Now, Eye of God doesn't benefit Hoodrick as much. Oh, that's a big lake in the south. If Hoodrick is stuck on 3 cities, I will say, this is not like the last game where 3 cities is a death sentence. Omaji could very well only have 5 cities. We could see a very, very barren lakes map where 3 cities for Hoodrick is actually enough to get things done. Yeah, right now there's nothing too decisive here. So Omaji's trying to expand more aggressively. Makes sense. Not going for the north yet, but he might go for it soon. I would probably try to just keep going for that village. You definitely want fishing. You need to get Eye of God. Again, this is just an essential for Omaji in this matchup. And that village all the way in the east, the one with 3 fish, that's going to be very important. You can get an explorer in the south as well if you'd like. It looks like Omaji is going to be up cities unless there's like a huge pocket of cities in the south. The question is, will it actually matter, or can Hoodrick just say, I have 3 cities, textbook Hoodrick time, let me get my markets, my giants, and then just throw knights across the land while simultaneously pressuring the water. Like, we might see uh, the strengths and weaknesses of both tribes really coming into play here, which I think there's no better way to have a game 3 than that. Now, Cedric, you really need to have a careful balance here. You need to spend as little as possible on defense while still defending, because in a three-city situation, if you are slow to develop, that will cost you the game. If you defend poorly, that will cost you the game. If you over-defend, it's going to cost you the game. It's a very fine line with this low city count gameplay, but it's far from unwinnable. Some might even say Hoodrug is better here, but the resource ruin might argue otherwise. Fishing, fishing looks good. You could consider roading immediately onto that city. I feel like it's not worth sieging Hoodrug ever here. You don't see what Hoodrug has on defense, but you can probably assume they have at least a rider in addition to the warrior. So you can't really attack Hoodrug, which basically leaves you to do the last sensible thing, go for economy. And you know what's really good for economy? Getting Eye of God. Okay. And it's going to go south. That's exactly what you want. Perfect. There's the lighthouse. You can go backtrack with the rider on the capital, get that lighthouse there as well. You can get roads, get a bridge, and step onto that village there. And is that going to be Grand Bazaar? That's going to be just enough. 3 cities. 9 cities on this map total, by the way. Huge difference from the last game. Because you can actually see there's a lot of land on the second tile, so 1 tile from the edge, which villages tend to not spawn on. They can spawn there, but not very often. And you can see this leads to a very low density game here, as we can see. Okay. This looks pretty nice for Omaji. They can establish some really good naval presence, but in this map, Navy isn't everything. The ruins are going to be huge for Omaji, but also the time pressure. Thetat, on the other hand, is enjoying a very, very big time bank, despite the city disadvantage. Normally, what actually gives you more time in these live games is more units and more cities. Guess who's going to have more cities? Homaji. But Hoodrug actually is the one with more time here. Now, Hoodrug would love to get a border growth in that frontline city, Oldan. That border growth will be the most important border growth this entire set. That border growth could decide who goes home. Maji going for the ruin. Sword. That's not good here at all. Unless you go for some sneaky bridge play. But that's a bit of a long shot from now, and who's to say it'll even have much impact? You're not very close to any Hoodrug cities either. Going for a cheeky hit on the warrior. Kind of incentivizing Hoodrug to just keep defending here. Not harass your rider on the village. Hoodrug does have another warrior though, so there is a good chance Hoodrug actually takes the fourth city. And if that's the case, we could see things turning around for Hoodrug. It really doesn't take much for Hoodrug to suddenly be favored here. And are we going to see walking up with the warriors? Ooh, look at that valid. Yep, he taps it. He taps it. He knows that is a valid village spot. I can use my archer. I can go for the siege. Block with the warrior. Cannot be unsieged. There's Math. Taking the free sawmill. Taking the free sawmill number 2. And he can still afford the border growth with 2 stars to spare. Is he gonna go for it? Come on, Thetat. I believe in you. Border growth. Border growth. Border growth. Border growth. This is an insane border growth here. There's a chance you don't want to miss out on. I mean, you can always take it next turn, but I mean, it's where you're getting your first giant as well. That sawmill is going to be level 7. Come on, border growth, border growth, border growth. Moves the warrior up. Okay. Warrior? Border growth, border growth. Oh, he passes the turn. He had the stars. but he misses the border growth. Omaji getting a sword ruin, not good. In the back, it's going to be pretty much useless for most, if not this entire game. Now, you definitely need Roads as Omaji if you want to get Grand Bazaar. You're going to get Eye of God. You're going to have no shortage of monuments. You're going to have 3 monuments as opposed to Hoodrick's 1. But you cannot get roads right now. You are, unfortunately, quite broke, which means you actually probably won't get Grand Bazaar because you're not holding the city. But yet, at least you get Eye of God. This Hoodrick city won't be too beneficial for them, but it is a city. A city is a city. Hi, Keisha Border Growth. I agree. Hoodrick. Get that border growth. That border growth is insane. It's heavenly. It's gonna win you the game. It's gonna win you the set. It could be the reason Hoodrick wins this entire tournament. Everything on the line. One border growth to decide it all. Dreamland are running out of time. Oh my goodness, wait, Omaji with a beautiful block. Buying some time. Is it gonna buy enough time, though? Because, well, BTAT certainly isn't taking the city yet. Okay, so he's going for pop growth? DTAT. Border growth. The border growth. Come on. Get the giant. That's fine. DTAT. DTAT, please. Come on, border growth. You can still afford it, even without the monument. Come on, chat. Just everyone say border growth in chat. Will it into existence. Come on, border growth. Border growth. Border growth. Let's go. Come on. Come on. You were looking at that border growth. There is no world you don't take that. Look at that beautiful level 7 sawmill potential. You're getting 2 giants off that city, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm double checking. You get 2 giants in that city and a ton of space. And this is looking rough for Omaji. What do you do here? Pop open another ruin? Pray to the Migi gods? Oh my goodness. Oh, Omaji could get a wall. Although they're already fine enough, actually. It's currently impossible for Hudrick to siege because of the warrior there. Hudrick actually, interestingly enough, made a mistake by hitting the rider. Very subtle mistake. I actually didn't even catch it. But by allowing Omaji to sacrifice their own rider, they can train a warrior. Oh no. Don't hit it. Just leave it there. Heal with your own warrior. Because if you hit with the warrior, such a weird idea coming into play here. You almost never see this in Polytopia. But if you hit with a warrior like that, Omaji's just gonna sack their warrior. And yeah, you're forcing them to train a warrior, but you're also losing warrior HP. I guess it's not bad here. But you can just kind of leave Omaji there to suffer. I guess you farm Gate of Power here. Maybe not too bad. But I think it's very funny that you can also just consider leaving the warrior there to do nothing. Yeah. Frederick is leaving the option open for markets. Personally, I would not bother with that market spot. You have 2 beautiful market spots, which will probably already win you the game. 2 level 7 markets. Yeah, you could get another level 6 market, but let's be honest, that's overkill. Get the giants. Get the win. See sailing from Omaji. He's gonna be going for the scouts. Trying to just defend with this pocket of water. He's just trying to hold on to the city, but I mean, this defensive posture from Omaji is never a good sign. And this certainly feels desperate. You want roads, you want to get Grand Bazaar, but you can't do it. It's just not a possibility here. Man, again, Hudrick, this tribe does one thing, but they do that one thing really, really well. 35 stars in the pocket. We're gonna see roads. Oh my goodness, what a greedy man. Biblical levels of greed right here. Goes for the market, no care in the world. I would have just gone for the road, but let's just have a market for the road instead. You know what? Just kind of flex it. You know that Amaji can see it, and you don't have a care in the world. Feast your eyes. I have 3 cities. You have 5 cities. I mean, VTAP might even assume Amaji actually has possibly more. You have at least 5 cities, but I don't care. I'm gonna out eco you. I'm gonna outspam you. I'm gonna outdo you. And I'm advancing to the next round. Yeah, I don't think Omaji has the time, sadly. You can try to poke away with scouts, but it feels a bit sluggish. You still really want roads. Going for climbing, just hoping, please give me roads from the ruin, so then instead of having to pay the full price for roads, I basically have to only buy a tier 1 tech. Because I'm definitely not using definitely not using climbing for anything except that ruin. Those 2 mountains in the center aren't very inviting. And the ones in the south, even less so. Be absolutely hilarious if that Southern Rider managed to somehow claw its way to Capital Siege, but unfortunately Thitat does have vision of that. Okay, that is excessive. The greed of this Hoodrick player knows no bounds. 34 star per turn on turn 12 with just 3 cities. Roading the giant in. Oh my goodness. I might have to wash my hands after this. This is disgusting. Holy moly. That's gonna be... It's crazy to say. This is it. This is it for Omaji. Like, again, it's over before you know it. In less than an hour and a half. Or depending on how long Omaji stalls. Definitely less than 2 hours. I can guarantee that, I hope. Omaji already out of the tournament. Very quick. Only a few games. And the 2-0 wins are only going to be faster. I have got finally going down. Keep in mind, Omaji got that, like, really early. I think, like, turn 7 or 8. Only getting Park of Fortune now. But, I mean, Hoodrick's only going to be down 1 city, but they're going to have double your economy. So this might be it for Omaji. You know, he did do the hardest thing, make it to Sweden. He did manage to beat me. But, oh my goodness, Hoodrick is just a monster. Midgemon nerf Hoodrick? Like, this is actually kind of crazy. Like, oh my goodness. You guys remember when lumber huts costed 2 stars? Could you imagine that with modern day Hoodrick? This is just you can road the warrior on the forest and then get the giant either on the mountain or even further. Okay. You could have killed the warrior actually. You know what? Optimal schmoptimal. This is winning for Hudrick. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Going in the water. This is what you do once you get the markets. You have economy. Stars. Stars are basically your agency. The more stars you have, the more things you can do. So when you have a greater economy, you want to do more things. And we're gonna see road connection, most likely. Just one road does it. There's the giant. And yeah, 3 giants. And Amaji has 1. Oh man. Omaji Houdini trust. Oh, I really want to trust in the Houdini, but I'm pretty sure Omaji would still be losing after Houdini. It would be absolutely amazing for the content, but I mean, you have a Park of Fortune in hand, and that's it. If you had your sixth city and roads on hand already, then you could Houdini, barely. But we're not in that hypothetical scenario, so there's no Houdini. Hodrick is taking the city. Yeah, look at that economy difference. Omaji with 15 star per turn, and Hodrick with 37. Markets, yeah, Hodrick markets are making more than Omaji in their entirety is making. 3 markets doing more than the entirety of Omaji here. And it's not even particularly close. 2 level 7 markets and a level 6. That's 20 star per turn. Bridge plays well. Hodrick is now going to be up in cities. Yes, up in cities. Brutal. Just brutal. But that does mean we're going to see Hodrick advancing even more. I mean, Hodrick wasn't on my top 3 predictions, but I might have to update them now. I mean, Amaji wasn't in my top 3 either, so not too much is changing, but I mean, if Hodrick can just do this every game, we know that they can't do this every game, though. We have established that. We've seen one game where Hodrick could not do this, and they lost. But if Hodrick can do this more often than not, the odds are in their favor. Oh, man. He's looking at the tech tree, not looking at the resign button because he has navigation. I mean, this is game 3, so I'd say unlike game 1, there is no reason not to play to every out. Now, it's not pretty at all for Omaji, and I'm sure Dreamlander knows this. I'm sure if this wasn't game 3, Dreamlander probably would be resigning, but I guess he is a bit of a late resigner as we've seen from game 1. Can you even reach the catapult? No, I guess not. Omaji doesn't go for the catapult. Ramming, you can delay the rider, probably not worth it, because they just swipe you right back. Also, that rammer was insanely expensive. That was like your entire turn's worth of economy, and then some. That was 17 stars. Oh, sorry, 19 stars for the rammer. If you include tech prices and warrior prices. Holy schmoly. Also, look at that Juggernaut splash value. Love to see that. Now, if the Tat gets climbing, you can just siege Amaji's city there. That's gonna hurt them a lot. I mean, Amaji's hurting a lot anyway. Doesn't go for the siege though. That's fine. I would say, oh my goodness, Hodrick misplayed here. How could they? But I mean, look at this position. Tell me with a straight face that Hodrick needs to play really well to win. They don't. Hodrick already did all the hard work. They are seeing the fruits of their labor. This is just GG's. Yeah, this is Oromaji. I can only imagine how it feels to fly into Sweden and then lose round one. I'll tell you what, if I were in Dreamlander's shoes, I wouldn't feel too bad because I'm still getting $500, and this is still a once in a lifetime opportunity. So at the end of the day, you can't be too mad, but I mean, you can't really be too happy either. Definitely a rough way to go. You do get Gate of Power here, but you are powerless in this situation, sadly. And do we siege? Nope, just take out the giant. Honestly, fair. Yeah, this is this is rough. Yep, Rammer Archer takes out the Rammer in the water, and it's kind of like game one. You get the markets and you secure control. There's the resignation from Dreamlander, and that is the first set done. Wow. Back and forth set there, and game three, Pudrick taking their city disadvantage, the victory. But again, viewers, pay close attention to that play pattern with Hoodrick. We're going to be seeing that one a lot. And if we're not seeing that one a lot, that's because Hoodrick is getting eliminated or something. But if Hoodrick is assembling their combo, so to speak, they're winning. There's no tribe in the game that can compete with that. So it's going to be all about interacting with Hoodrick in that matchup to disrupt their combo or cloak them or something like that after they get their markets. All right, next matchup, which might be starting pretty soon. On the schedule there, it says it should be starting right about now. But yeah, unsurprisingly, it's behind schedule. Mini rant here. I remember when the rules were posted for this tournament, and I saw 90 minutes on the schedule for a set. I was in genuine disbelief when I saw it because that's not enough time for a set. That best of 3 set was probably slightly longer than average. The average set probably takes 90 minutes. But they'll usually last longer. So yeah, we're probably going to be seeing delays more often than not because 90 minutes isn't enough time. It should have been at least 2 hours, if not 3 hours. At least with 3 hours, you get a good break. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess. Rant over. All right, so we got about 4 minutes. I'm gonna take a quick break, See you in 4. All right. I'm a little early, but I have to say I'm going to be really excited about the Imp v Hood matchup. But we should probably focus on what's ahead of us. Luxador versus Chinchi. This is a really interesting matchup. both of these tribes are really good at giants, but it's gonna be a matter of speed versus sheer numbers. Because Hudrick makes more giants than anyone else, but Luxor gets those giants out sooner. What's gonna be more important? We'll see. Both players on my top 3 list. They both have very good chances. I'm liking Luxador, but Qin-Shi, without a doubt, has a very good chance. Empress and Hudrick have not played in the face-offs. Imperius went against Imo, which they 2-0'd. And then, who else did they go against? Oh, I forget who Imperius went against round 1. I know it wasn't Hudrick. Was it Omaji? No, it wasn't Omaji. Because it was Ima versus Omaji round 1. Oh, it was Quetzali. It was Quetzali. That's what it was. Imperius versus Quetzali round 1. And I think Imperius 2-0'd. I think he 2-0'd both of his sets. And I mean, for good reason. Arthur, if you guys don't know much about Arthur already, he's a long-time player. He's been in the pro leagues for like years. Like he's a like almost ancient player, very strong. Who do I think will win? Luxor versus Qin-Shi is going to be interesting, but I think Luxor is going to take it. We'll have to see, though. Yeah, Barter also 2-0'd everyone, but Barter went against Venger round 1, which was a free matchup for them, for obvious reasons. They did 2-0 Hudrick, interestingly. One of the games was a spawn win, but the other game was actually a very, very technical win. So Barter has effectively only had one game to prove themselves, but in that one game they did like play that wasn't a spawn win. It was kind of crazy. Volume's a bit low. I can turn up my volume a little bit. Give me a sec. Alright, is the volume better? Worse? Horrible? Amazing? I turned it up like a little bit. Better? Okay. Cool, cool. Dude, I'm kind of stoked about this matchup. This one's gonna be like both tribes play similarly, but they don't play the exact same. So those small differences will matter a lot. It's gonna be totally different compared to the Hudro versus Omaji, where both tribes play
I'm Marco,
completely different.
known as Meister Lampe online, and I'm from Germany. I currently study computer science at the university, and in my free time I also play the drums, and I play that in the local wind orchestra as well. Well, I also play some other games and also like playing board games. Yeah, I really like more complex board games. Like currently one of my favorites would probably be Terraforming Mars. And of course Catan also is a classic I really enjoy. Yeah, so I originally started playing Polytopia in 2018. That was during high school, where I saw a classmate play Polytopia on the tram, and I thought the game looked pretty cool, and when I asked him what it's called, and yeah, that's how I originally started. Then I took a break for 4.5 years, and then 2 years ago I started playing the game again as a friend asked me to play it, and I got hooked by it again. To get here was really hard. Like, I had a lot of games where if I lost one more match I would be out, but I'm glad I made it here, and yeah, I think it's a fun time here.
Yeah, I can see some more people in chat showing up. We're gonna be starting, well, not really me, they're starting at the people in Sweden. But we're gonna be getting to that next match pretty soon, hopefully. I'm much like the first one, I'm excited. If you couldn't tell, I've been excited for this because this is a pretty big deal. There's like some big money on the line too. I don't remember the exact cash prizes, but
So
fifth
my
and
name
sixth
is
place
Pierre-Emmanuel.
get like
I'm from
500
France.
bucks still.
People call me PE, but on Discord I go by Le Libérateur. I had an account on Game Center, and the little icon was a chicken, and I thought it was funny to like liberate chickens or whatever. My main hobby is Polytopia. I play a lot. I like playing with the community. It's nice to just hop in the voice chat and have people join and talk about the game. It's really fun. I used to play some chess. I think like a lot of Polytopia players, I play chess, but I mainly focus on math. I'm studying math this year to become a math teacher. It's not like studying math will help you. It's more like because I like math. The reason why I like math is the same reason why I like strategy games. Because I like to use logic. I like to like use my reasoning. When playing Polytopia, I like to get like the optimal strategy. And yeah. So my brother came here with me. It's very nice to have him. He's the one who showed me the game, and he knows how to play, so he can give me advice. He's like my coach coming here, telling me, be careful, don't get greedy, you know, play. You know what you're doing. Play with your strengths. He's a very good player. If he took the time, I think he would have been able to get a spot. I would have loved to play with him on the stage.
Oh my goodness, I'm eagerly awaiting. This is not the guy that denied me worlds. That was Dreamlander, actually. Well, I guess technically I did lose O2 to Lele, but he didn't deny me worlds. He was just destroying me so he could get to Sweden himself, you know? I mean, that's why everyone was playing that tournament, you know? Yeah, Chinji is one of those tribes, though. I mean, I made a video on them yesterday. Chinji could be one of the biggest sleepers. Now, they didn't go like full on 2-0s, and it looks like they didn't do well with the tie breaks to decide the bracket. That's why Varder and Imperius are in the semis, is because they did really well with that. I don't know exactly how that was arranged, but Chen is far from a perfect tribe, and who knows? Maybe we'll see that, but maybe we'll see Chinchi just pop off. I know Lelibet very, very strong player, but so is Meisterlamp. But then again, at the world stage, pressure is at its all-time highest. You're either going to see a clutch factor come in, performing under the pressure, or the complete opposite. Crumbling, crashing and burning. Anything could happen at the world stage. Anyone's got a chance. Maybe spawns won't go your way, you lose the dice rolls, but hopefully the better player wins. Trying to come up with things to say while I wait for the game, but my mind is coming up blank. How are you guys doing today? You can talk about your day in chat if you want, or if you don't want to talk about your day, you don't have to. You're not obligated to. You can discuss the Chin versus Lux matchup. I think there's a lot of interesting things. I see a lot of people in chat saying that long-term advantage is going to be very good, which maybe it will be, but I think Luxor has a lot of things going for them. They have an easier time going for archery because they're a very flexible tribe. They can get in the water sooner because they get the juggernauts faster. They will have to buy climbing more often if they want Eye of God, so Chin does have an advantage there. And more giants overall is certainly good, but Meisterlamp can also get the counters to giants, the catapults and the archers, more easily. So I think there's a lot going on. Yeah, it's morning for me as well. American audience, it's still pretty early. In Sweden, it's like nearly the evening. Or like, I'm pretty sure it is the evening, which is kind of crazy to me. I mean, shout out to my European audience. I know you guys exist. I can see my viewer demographics. There's a good amount of people from Europe. And some people from Australia. Shout out to my Australian viewers as well. If there's anyone in the live stream. It's like nighttime for you guys, just about, isn't it? We have a Hong Kong viewer. Very cool. It's kind of weird, yeah. I guess there are people all around the world watching me because apparently I'm interesting enough for that. I don't know. You guys make no sense to me, but I love you guys anyway. Watching from Egypt. Cool. Wonder if I have any viewers from Antarctica or from the North Pole. Oh yeah, the grand finals are going to be pretty late. I mean, it's going to be a long tournament, but there's a non-zero chance that there will be delays because, as I've said before, 90 minutes per set isn't enough. There is a chance that sets go below 90 minutes and you'll have some time to catch back up, but it's very unlikely that sets will be that fast unless you get like a quick 2-0 sweep, which this matchup, I highly doubt that's going to be the case. This is a very close matchup and the games will probably last a decent amount of time. I can only imagine what's happening behind the scenes. There's like a lot of like production going into this, which it's really cool to see. This is like the first time Polytopia has ever had like this kind of production, which it's like a really popular game, but like there's just not like that much going on in Polytopia usually. Most of the events are community made. It's very cool to see an event like this. Yeah, I'm really curious about future championships as well, because I think there's definitely some things in Polytopia that do need to be ironed out competitively, and I know that the devs were trying to fix spawns as much as they could before this tournament. Turns out it's not actually that straightforward to do, unless of course they remove one certain rule, which they haven't done. But yeah, I'm really curious how future championships are going to look, because I'd imagine Polytopia as we know it probably be a little different. Not in a bad way, of course. I would assume some improvements.
So the way to get here was really hard. Like I had a lot of games where if I lost one more match, I would be out. But I'm glad I made it here.
Meister Lempe is actually one of the first people I met on Discord playing Polytopia, so we go way back. We've been playing on the same team for a long time.
But I also know him from Poly Champions. I also played him a decent amount of times in Challenger mode Polytopia tournaments before. I think he's a pretty good player. I think we have pretty evenly matched tribes. so it'll definitely be an interesting matchup.
Well, in my opinion, Meisterlampe is one of the very versatile players. He can change his playstyle quite easily, so it's hard to predict what he's going to do in the games. But on the other hand, I think I'm more predictable. Like, I always have the same game plan, which is to go for economy and build up, like play very passive. And I think he knows that. He'll probably use that to his advantage.
Yes, I think I will win. It'll definitely be an interesting matchup though. You'll see whoever makes it through.
I'm sad that I'm playing him because I know he's a very strong player, and if I win, I'll be sad to beat him. But yeah, I think I have my chances. It's going to be fun. And it's all sportsmanship, so there won't be any grudges. Yeah. But I think if the spawn is balanced, I have good chances of winning. I think I'll win.
My goodness. Players walking on stage. Absolute cinema. Oh my goodness. So cool to see these players as well. Meisterlamp looking exactly how I thought he would, and Leylib looking nothing like I thought he would. Yeah, no pressure, just at least 500 bucks on the line. Like, kind of crazy, not gonna lie. We're gonna see them locked in. Yeah, it's tough to say how these players perform under pressure, but I mean, they definitely don't perform bad under pressure, given how well they've done in the face-offs. I mean, it's clear that Meisterlamp has some very good endurance. He had to withstand some serious turmoil. Ooh, Shinji going for Lighthouse opening. Luxador kind of taking a normal approach. He's a bit separated from his lighthouse, but he does have cap water excess, and it looks like there might be a central lake. Alright, so turn 1 hunting. Very good approach by Chen. Quick economy. And hunting leads to archery. Sensible Chinchi. Ooh. Luxador, though. We could see a very quick math or archery from Luxador. Math is a giant, keep in mind. Actually, math is like upwards of 3 giants here. We might see a very, very solid commitment by Luxador. Surely Meisterlamp recognizes exactly what is going on with this spawn. I'm sure he's quick to jump on this opportunity. Holy moly. The game is telling him one thing. I guess 2 things, but mainly one thing really stands out. Math is looking beautiful. You also have some nice naval. Now he's going climbing. I kind of like that. You know what? Because he has the ruin there, and he's going to get explorers to get the lighthouse. He doesn't want to get blocked by mountains. Climbing's kind of something you'll need to grab anyways, Luxador. Oh, we saw that replay mode. A little peek through the fog. Person that showed that for 2 seconds is gonna get fired. Oh, they're doing a little shared fog. Okay, actually, I like that. You get to really see both players at once. Oh, what's the root? That sword. I mean, Sichinji has a lot of good land access. Whereas Luxador seems to be kind of laked on just 3 cities. But the question is, does Luxador care? Luxador is one of those tribes that does not care very much about being laked. You can see if you have to go on the naval, Lux has no problem doing that. If you have to fight on land, go math, get catapults, start bullying Hoodrick. Hoodrick going archery though. Very aggressive approach. Oh my goodness. That is a population ruin. Is that a giant? Are we gonna see a turn 5 giant? Meister's probably looking at it. Meeting stars. Surely you pop that explorer off. Yeah, we have to see the player view here. He is definitely he's thinking about it. But he's gonna play it safe. Opting out of the explorer. Not taking any chances. Almost feels a little too safe to me. Now, unless he's been score counting, he might not know that Chen has archery, but now he does know. Oh, and good thing he took the giant first. I was saying too safe. Wow. Oh my goodness, if he didn't take the giant first. I guess he can't afford to take the explorer after because if he gets the lighthouse, um, it allows like the second giant all the same, but very I mean, this is why Meisterlamp's the GOAT. Like, that safe play very, very much paid off in the end. Now, Luxador is taking advantage of the fact that Chinchi probably overstepping their boundaries with the archery. I mean, it makes sense. You know Luxador is going for the early giants, but I think archery does fail to take into account the early juggernaut, which is a much more swift invasion, and something that Luxador is going to be pretty reliably pulling out of their back pocket here. Chinchi's resources are quite terrible here, I must say. And having such a commitment in the early game like that is really not helping. You can chop the rice to get an archer. Whew, man. Yeah, Meisterlamp's loving this, though. This is the thing with Luxador. Luxador, you have to get a really bad spawn with Luxador to be out of the game. Like, most tribes when they get licked, they sit there and cry. Luxador, they, like, thrive in it. It's like, it's kind of scary. Like, this is ultimately, this game right here, I think, shows why I think Luxador has the best chance of winning. Not every game is going to go like this, though. But, whew. I can only imagine Laylib is under some serious pressure. And seeing the giant is not a good feeling. Meisterlamp can port fish and then get org for a second giant on cap, or get forestry. That's probably the better call. He's thinking between archery and forestry. Archery by no means a bad decision either. Keep up that pressure, steal that city, just bulldoze like Chinji right now. Don't give them room to breathe. They're gonna have a long-term city advantage if you don't. And right now they are vulnerable. Very, very vulnerable. Yeah, you'd think with the 3 mine spawn with Chinchi, they'd be getting like crazy giants. But it's actually not the case at all. Yeah, beautiful position for Luxador. So yeah, Luxador 2 ruins, 1 pop ruin, and a second possible pop ruin as well. Because a second pop ruin, that'd be kind of hilarious. It'd be a sign for Mejuan to nerf pop ruins. That's what that would mean. Yep, just pedal to the metal, rain units. Your economy's already doing great. Just force the opponent to respond to you, but they don't have as many stars. The best Chinchi can do is defend. The veteran sword will help, but it's not gonna deal with that siege there. Chinchi losing the city. Shinji's gonna have to pull off a miracle here for this comeback. It's not impossible. You do have the defense, but Luxador has so much momentum. And even once that momentum stops, it's still hard to reverse. Spiritualism! Ooh. That's rough. Unless you're getting forestry here. That's not actually good ruin. But is it gonna matter? Now, if you get an Explorer here as Luxador and you get a Lighthouse, you do get the East Lighthouse in 2 turns, so that is something that you have. If you get 1 Lighthouse, then Port Connection plus Fish on Capital is a giant, no extra text needed. Meister Limp, very solid micro. Not moving his warrior on the force, which appears very strange, but it's kind of forcing Chinchi to advance. This is just, oh man. Really, really rough start to the set. Libitar giving us a good think. Wondering how he got here so soon. He needs a giant. He's doing the math, but it's not gonna be there for a while. If you were to train no units here, get Smithery pre-cap, you have 9 stars and 9-star per turn with 3 stars on hand, which is enough for a giant and a little extra. So I guess you can get the giant in 2 turns, but no sooner. It's gonna be really hard to turn the tides. Like, Meister Lamp is not known to let his guard down. And I don't know if it'll be any different here. Oh my goodness, the naval control is just phenomenal here. We see the Explorer. He knows 1 lighthouse. There it is. Another giant on cap. Coming right up. Going backwards with this one. Get the upgrade. Oh no, not going backwards. Just taking out the vet sword. Fair enough. There's another giant. And we see Lux has killed 4 units. When he does get that eventual gate of power, you guys see a good spot for it? I see a really nice spot. I'll leave this as an exercise to the viewers in chat. You can work your brain a little looking at this World Championship match. One really good spot for that gate of power. Where should it go? And another thing to consider. What does Chinchi want to do? Do they want to go Smithery? I think Smithery is your only out, personally. But Lib disagrees. Oh, Hail Mary. Oh! Oh my goodness, if he gets the lighthouse, this is how he gets the giant sooner. I said he couldn't do it, but I lied. With exactly 1 move left. That's a giant. The problem is, though, what now? You did it. You got the giant. And you're still on 3 cities. Arc of Fortune down. You have 1 giant, but you're struggling to get any more. And yeah. Meister Lamp is archery. It's a very good find by Lilib. But unfortunately, it's just a tough spot. Meister Lamp up 3-star per turn and soon to be up even more. Forestry, there it is. We all knew from an early point in the game this would be happening. Does he go Explorer? No. It's not reliable here. So he passes it up. Okay. Do you get Grand Bazaar here? The roadless Grand Bazaar. It's looking like a yes. You do in fact get the Roadless Bazaar. Which, I mean, as if this game wasn't winning enough for Meisterlamp. I mean, he's up 6 star per turn. He's up 2 cities. Soon to be up 4 cities. Game 1, firmly going to Lux. I know I'm calling it early, but I think we can all see the writing on the wall here. Not opting to chop for an archer, I guess that's fine. Chen advancing anyway. Chen is still a good way from Gate of Power. Lib thinking. Riding. What? He's thinking, but I don't know what the plan is. I mean, Chin-Chi does not see what we see. But I mean, it can't be looking nice. We did see Meisterlamp do a little score counting, which honestly feels a little overkill at this point. You have almost perfect, well, you might as well have perfect info, and your score counting on top of that. Holy. And of course, in classic Meisterlamp fashion, Veta signing his archers flawlessly. I was not expecting a Vet archer there, but nah, he just gets it. Yeah, 3v7 is just way too much. And Lux gets a roadless Grand Bazaar, and they have naval control with a big lake in the middle, and they're knocking on Shinji's capital. It's just... oh man. There's the Juggernaut. And we're gonna see no gated power there, instead just using forestry. Get another giant, saving the gated power for the east. Probably. He could border growth in the east too if he really wanted to just that'd be a not bad border growth. I don't think it's like amazing, but it's certainly not bad. Yeah, Laylib hoping that Meisterlamp will be drowsy and fall asleep, perhaps. But I feel like in these losing situations, you have to work a lot more than the opponent does. That's kind of how Polytopia is. If you're in a winning situation, the game tends to be easier to play. And yeah, 3 cities. He really wants that chivalry out. I mean, I guess he doesn't know that Meisterlamp has really good vision because he sees 2 lighthouses and he sees that Meisterlamp does not see them. But yeah, Meisterlamp will know when a knight shows up. Even if he didn't have vision, he knows how to score count. Now, if Meisterlamp does some proper chopping here, then he can get the roadless Grand Bazaar I've been hyping up this whole time. There goes the giant back on land. Yeah, Meisterlamp is very comfortable here. He's having a great time. Upgrading with the fish and animal. Oh, is he just gonna pop a quick explorer? No, workshop. I mean, you don't have to worry too much here. You don't have to be a perfectionist. Delay the roadless bazaar turn. No biggie. Chop, chop. Warrior. Archer. Maybe what lives out is Meisterlamp misclicking and planting too many trees. So you got the siege, but Meisterlamp has the unsiege. Very nice Veta signing with the rider. Still trying to play with precision. Warrior trying to go on the ruin. If Meisterlamp just trains one archer though, then that's that. But better to force out the archer than to back away from the ruin and just say, take it. You know? Layla really just trying to squeeze as much value as he can out of all of his units. Which, maybe against an average player, might be a winning strategy, but sometimes the only winning move is not to play. Unless Layla sees something that I don't. Is he thinking about sailing? He is. He is grabbing sailing. He doesn't like being inconvenienced. And he gets the giant there turn. Still not going for the bazaar. Does he just not see it? He can still chop for it. I don't know if it's a good idea to chop for it. Probably better to get it next turn. But it's there. There for the taking. He's doing everything else important in the turn, so it's not like he's throwing the game. You know, he's got a good, nice, cool 29 star per turn versus 13. Normally, that kind of star per turn difference, you only see that with markets in play. There are no markets in play. And the opponent has an obscene advantage. Another siege. This time with the rider that he was Veta signing earlier. Finally able to afford the knight. Yeah, I don't know how to tell you, Lila, but you're not keeping the city. Not taking it pretty much ever here. You can get the knight. It is in plain view. So Meisterlamp can actually kill the knight. He's probably going to do that, and then Lailib is going to resign. I'm calling it right now. That's exactly what's about to happen in the next few seconds. You will see that exact sequence of events. Meisterlamp will immediately purchase 2 scouts, and he will kill the knight. It's almost like these are pro players. And the instant resignation. Called it. Knew it. That's game 1. Luxor has a chance for the sweep, but Chinchi did have a pretty rocky spawn. Well, actually not rocky, but lacking in minerals. So Chinchi needs a little bit of gold and some seriously strong play if he wants to claw back in. But same thing happened last time. We kind of saw the spawns go back and forth. We could see the same thing here, you know. Sometimes Chin strikes gold. Lots of puns being intended here. I hope you guys appreciate my very corny commentary. Oh, I think we're into game 2 already. Mayhaps. And we are. Very land heavy. Landlocked spawn for Luxador, which is pretty rare and not very good. Very resource heavy. Level 2 forge, level 3 forge, tons of animals. And Luxor are missing their suburb. Another rarity. This could be the highly uncommon but anticipated bad spawn for Lux. Well, everything's sunshine and rainbows for Chinchi by the looks of things. Yes, hunting is amazing here. Then follow that up with the mining smithery and all that other good stuff. That Luxador warrior, the first one. Wow, missing the suburbs again. This, oh. You can see how these early events really define these games, especially at the top level. There's the village, there's the second village. So capturing both villages on turn 5. Whereas Chinchi is actually expanding faster, which shouldn't happen ever, but here we are. Now you can get a solid mining precap, you can get archery. I personally like mining here a lot. He's thinking about forestry. Is that some like specific anti-Luxador strategy? Because I feel like, I mean, mining is just beautiful here. But he goes forestry. Maybe Laylib knows something that I don't. I guess you get the faster development, and Laylib is deciding, I can get the forges later. I need to make sure I don't get rushed down like last time. So we're gonna go forestry, chop some forests. It's gonna hurt me a little long term, but my long game is already great, so it's not a big deal. Goes for the level up, contemplating between workshop and explore, ultimately goes for workshop for that economy. That's why he was so insistent on the chops. And it looks like the commentators are really looking at the specifics here, when me personally, I want to see the rest of Meister Lamp's turn, the one that's ongoing right now. Oh, wow. Landlocked capital, but water everywhere else. Hate to see it. Kind of a nightmare scenario for Lux. We might see another game 3. No 2-0s today. It's very possible. There's only going to be 5 sets in this entire tournament. They could all be 3-game sets. So I'll tell you, yeah, this is the worst case for Luxador. If Meisterlamp does win this game, then that's just a sign that he's going to win the tournament. If you can win with this spawn. But Chen does still need to play accurately. But I believe Laylib's got it. I mean, we all know that Laylib is very, very good at Polytopia. Curious if Meisterlamp can cause any complications. He's got 21 stars that he was sitting on. Does he have a turn 5 giant here? He's thinking about which city to get the Explorer on. Ultimately decides this is the safer Explorer. Gets the Lighthouse. But he's 1 star away from the giant. Unless... No, not quite. You can go for the second Explorer. Or the port. Wait a minute. Hold on. That's an interesting idea. I didn't even think about that. So going for that lighthouse. Oh, Chin just has beautiful land access here. Get the upgrade. You get the turn 6 giant. That's gonna buy you some time. He knows that there's a village there, but it's not gonna be worth going for. Wait. Oh, but he has the other warrior. But no. Like, Lib just kills that warrior. I think that's a mistake. And these mistakes are gonna hurt a lot. That warrior is gone. Bit of an oversight by Meisterlamp. The very rare misplay. So we see turn 6 Giant. You're going to want to place that Park of Fortune, drop it like it's hot. Right now, because you need that port if you want a chance of getting that exploration. There it is, Park of Fortune down. Slamming the port down, safe spot. Great port placement. Pass the turn right now, save your stars. Unless he wants a warrior, but probably not. You have enough to step on the ruin decisively, as is. Yeah, Chin's going to be enjoying the city advantage this time, but again, if Luxador can somehow manage here, that'd be pretty cool. He's definitely trying to complicate things. I think Luxador knows very well that Chin probably won't be going for naval, considering he has all this land to work with. So maybe there's an advantage to be gained with port, kind of skirting around. Now, do you go mining? Mining is 10 stars. You can already upgrade your new city with forestry. That seems like a good idea. Get the eco rolling. Oh, he might have a different idea. Fishing. Oh, I see the idea. Okay. So the idea is the explorer. It goes the wrong way, sadly. He was trying to funnel in north. I think it was guaranteed to go that way. And it wasn't really gonna change its mind, so I think it looked good at the moment, and he didn't have much time to realize that. I think had he had more time to think about it, he probably would not have done that. An interesting idea, but an unsuccessful one, sadly. A pretty significant mistake for Leylib, but looks like Luxador is... I was about to say he loses the ruin, but never mind. Archery keeps the ruin in the south, despite the two warriors. Very, very sneaky play there, and the archers will serve him well. So archery is not only a good pickup to secure the ruin, but just a good pickup in general. Could we see the legendary Meisterlamp comeback? I mean, you see Chen with access to 3 cities here, and I have my doubts. But all it takes is Meisterlamp just stealing a city or two. See, chopping that forest to prevent any of Meisterlamp's units from using it as a defense bonus. The time pressure. Ooh, he's thinking. But here's the thinker. Goes for faster expansion. He goes for it. He does not have the time that he needs here to think through his options. And Meisterlamp, he's going to be playing his turns quickly, I assume, so then he can put as much pressure on the clock as possible. Oh, and he isn't able to get the lighthouse. He just needs one more. Eye of God would be amazing here, but unfortunately, it appears to be practically impossible. Theoretically possible, but practically speaking, the odds are hilariously low. Now we see archery from Leylib. He's going to make some archers, as you do when you get archery. But oddly enough, this is a very rare thing for Chin. Where are your giants? You need not just mining, you need mining and smithery. Your capital is landlocked, so you can't rely on like port connections. You could try to go for road connections, but that's very expensive here, but so is smithery. And Meisterlamp has a giant, He's thinking about climbing, I presume. And he decides to get it. Makes sense. There are so many mountains sitting in the middle of the map. I would be going for climbing there as well. It's just quite an inconvenience, all the mountains. Training archers probably in every city. It's fine for economy to take a backseat here because Meisterlamp knows he has one and only one out, and it is playing as aggressive as possible. Leolib also knows this position's really good, but it falls apart in one and only one way if I fail to defend. Now, Leolib does have a nice idea here. Are we going to see it? Looks like yes. Yes, we are. Fire that Explorer off. If you get Eye of God, that is a giant. But it barely misses. You saw the Explorer do a little dance because of the mountains actually getting in the way. The current Explorers really love the mountains. They love them more than the lighthouses. And that really, really isn't what Leylib wants. Leylib does not care about the mountains. He wants the lighthouse. This position still should be good, but it's going to be a lot harder to hold without that easy giant into Park of Fortune. He does have the economy advantage, but not actually by as much as you'd expect, because he's lacking the high-level cities that Meisterlamp has. He's gonna chop the animal. Good play. You need these archers. That is gonna be the most essential thing here. And we're gonna see those archers just pelting away, getting as much value as they possibly can. Firing away at the opposing archers as well, just to weaken and distract them. Those archers have to deal with the giant. Meisterlamp knows that. So he's just gonna be very, very aggressive with his archers because he can do that. Workshop there, very sensible. Then, yeah, warrior, archer, looks good. No complaints. Oh, Drop Ruin. Org is a giant. Is that better than mining? He has time to think about it. He banked a lot of time from last turn. Yeah, border growth is not a play here. You can see the video quality lowering quite a bit. Oh, it's back into focus. Yeah, that's not on my end. At least I don't think it is. So, but I do apologize for it regardless. Okay, does he defend the giant? If Meisterlamp can take that city right in the middle with all the fruit, he can isolate the more northern one. Possibly cause some serious issues there. Because he might be thinking about just sieging with the warrior, taking it outright. Simply like that. Walk up, hit the archer. Port? Are you ever getting scouts here? Meisterlamp has made this a pretty tough position for Jinchi. And the time pressure is working very much in Meisterlamp's favor. I'm really impressed by this, actually. Like I said earlier, I'd be shocked if Meisterlamp wins this, and I'm starting to get a little shocked. We might actually... Oh my goodness. Meisterlamp is finding a way. You need two... No, 2 scouts doesn't even defend. Wait! I think Meisterlamp wins both cities. And it's gonna flip the game completely around. It's still not I guess it's not completely winning for Meister, but it's certainly in his favor. Shinji's gonna have to work really hard to make something happen here. You can fire away at the giant, kind of get that off the map, and then get a giant of your own this turn if you'd like. Oh man. Resigns? Wow. I think that may have been a premature resignation. I cannot believe it. I knew Meisterlamp would probably win the set, but oh my goodness, I did not think it would go that way. I mean, again, huge mental game going on. Meisterlamp putting massive time pressure, asking the opponent some really difficult questions that Lelib just couldn't answer, and even though the position afterwards, after Meisterlamp takes the cities, probably still would have been at least playable, I think Lelib just kind of mentally resigned at that point, and if you don't believe in yourself, how can you expect to win? What a... I'm at a loss for words. Beautifully played by Meisterlamp, by the way. I I really thought Chen had that game, but oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm surprised Chinchi did not go mining or smithery when he had the chance. That I think the biggest misplay was when he went for fishing, thinking that the explorer would go to the northern lighthouse, but it was funneled to actually go east. And while fishing certainly isn't a bad tech, mining is just far more important there. He lost a lot of advantage from that. Still not a terrible position, but a very hard one to hold, and Meisterlamp taking advantage of the situation, preying on every little misplay. Wow. Oh my goodness, though. And I think that's going to put Meisterlamp against Slimming Boy, where I'm once again inclined to believe Meisterlamp has it. But that's really just because I don't know much about Slimming Boy. He's the most mysterious player of the tournament. Like, I feel like Meister is not only the favorite in terms of tribe, Luxor easily being a better tribe, but also in terms of player skill. I mean, we've seen with that last game, Meisterlamp pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Crazy. Oh, the interview's very quiet. It's probably, like, not even audible for you guys. Is the World Championship going to conclude today? Most likely, yes. There would have to be a very sudden change in plans for it to not conclude today. Man. Yeah. Like, I cannot hear what they're saying, unfortunately. I'll have to, like, check the official stream later and turn my volume way up. Okay, I can kind of hear what this guy is saying. He has a much better commentator voice. Speaking very loud. We're going to be seeing the Imp v Hood set next, very soon. Something like that. I couldn't quite get everything. Oh my goodness. This is exciting though. Dude, what a crazy 2-0 though. What a crazy 2-0. I just have to say it again. Anyway though, 10 minutes till the next game. See you guys in 10. I'll be back. Alright, we're so back. A little late. I had to eat really fast. I thought I would have a lot less time, but apparently the countdown didn't actually mean much. Yeah, after I'm done streaming this, I'm really excited to check out the main stream. Because I can kind of hear the commentary in my left ear. The clean feed didn't totally take it out, but you guys probably can't hear it at all. And I know that they're talking a lot. I just don't know what they're saying. And I'm curious. I have to know. This matchup's going to be really exciting, though. Imperius versus Hoodrick. It's hard for me to even know exactly what Imperius is going to be doing in this matchup, because Imperius has a lot of things they can do. And Arthur is quite a strong player. He was pretty comfortably getting to Sweden, even a free pass to the semis. So he's been in a great spot this whole time, but will Hoodrick prove to be too strong of an obstacle? I mean, if Arthur beats Hoodrick, he's in a position to win the tournament, but the same goes for Hoodrick. It's going to be very interesting. I can turn up the volume. Oh, do you mean like the stream volume? Or am I talking too quietly?
So my name is Arthur. My in-game name is just Arthur L248, and I'm from Toronto, Canada. So outside of Polytopia, right now I'm a university student in Canada at McGill University. I study finance and computer science, and then some of the things that I like to do outside of that is go play badminton and also going out to watch movies with my friends. My favorite movie is probably the Now You See Me franchise of movies. I haven't watched the third one yet. Really excited for that coming out soon. Or has that come out already? I should verify that. Okay, wait. Let me re-say that because apparently it has come out. I started playing back in 2019, and then I took about a 3-year break between 2021 and 2024. Polytopia had started hosting the Polyseums that they do every month outside the World Championship, and so that's what really brought me back. In terms of how much I play every week, honestly, I'm not sure. I would say it ranges between 5 to 20 hours a week. In my total lifetime, I probably spent a couple thousand hours playing Polytopia. I would never have imagined that I'd be able to fly across continents to come play a video game like Polytopia. And I've been playing this game for a very long time, so it's really interesting to know that all that time has not really been wasted, and I got to have this really cool experience as a result of all the time that I've put into this game.
Yeah, I adjusted the audio a little bit for me. I don't know if I can increase the stream volume. Because I tried to make sure the stream audio wasn't too loud. I probably overcorrected it a bit. With how I'm streaming things, it's extremely janky, but that's mostly on me. There was supposed to be like an SRT, but I don't know how to work those things because I'm really bad at streaming. So we have a alternate setup. Yeah. I'm not sure if I can crank up the whole thing. I can like increase my volume here. I don't know if that's gonna affect you guys. It might, but it might not.
My name is Titat and I'm from Thailand.
And my name is Lalida. I'm his aunt. He want me to go with him, so I'm available. So
I have never been in Europe before.
Oh, does that actually help if I turn up the? I can turn this all the way up.
No, I know nothing about Polytopia, but I know one thing that it makes him happy when playing it. Do you have fun?
Yeah.
I think he's a very good nephew for me. He is a bit shy, not talk much, but he has good heart, and he's a person that care other people very much. Their parents and his grandpa will watching together at home in Bangkok. Thank you, and thank you the Media One for hosting this event. Please give us a very good experience.
Yeah, okay. This is as much as I can crank up the volume for this stream. When I stream more in the future, that is a when, not if, I will be able to like actually fix the audio. It's just streaming on short notice. It's kind of inevitable that there will be some technical difficulties, but we're making do with what we have. And they really got to draw this out as long as possible. I mean, they're probably just like getting set up and stuff for the matchup. There's probably all this dead space because it's not actually dead space, but because there's actually like commentary and stuff. Because I have the clean feed, we don't have any of that, so I have to provide the entertaining commentary. Crazy. I can't believe I would ask to do this sort of thing. I have to be an entertainer. I decided to do this. I guess I'll read chat a little bit. You don't have to play on PC to like get to Sweden. I was playing all the games in the face-off on my phone. Like in Sweden, they want you to play on a computer because I don't know. That's just how they do it, I guess. Yeah, 60 viewers, by the way. That's higher than I can count. That's like a lot.
I don't know much about them. I haven't played either of them that much in the past. I'd say they're both very strong players. I've seen them play, never played them. I'm definitely looking forward to facing either of them.
It ends faster than I thought, and I think the game will be a lot longer, like when I play in face-off.
TTAD is playing Hoodrick, and as we saw in the face-off live stream, those games can last very, very long.
I'm very excited. I was very excited. And I don't know about the game, so the man beside me had to explain.
I think overall it's a bad thing. I mean, of course, your nerves are going to affect the way you play, but also it's a normal thing. I'm sure that everyone here who's competing is nervous to a certain extent. So it's definitely going to be important, not just based on our skill level in and of itself, but also how can you make yourself calm and how can you make sure that you're not rushing, you're not taking too much time, and that the nerves don't kind of take over.
I hope there are big leg in the middle. Yeah, I think that's the best for Hudik.
Retad knows what's up. He just wants the spawn win. That's what you want.
I think everyone should be going into it with a good level of confidence, or else why would we even be here playing today? And so hopefully both my matchups will go well, and I can take back home the cup.
Oh my goodness, Arthur. Bro. I remember back in the day when I sucked at Polytopia, Arthur just seemed like he was just insane to me. I was like, how is it even possible to be this good at Polytopia? Of course, now I'm here and I'm actually not terrible at the game, and I can comprehend Arthur's skill level. He's pretty good at the game, by the way. Oh my goodness. This matchup is gonna be interesting. getting things underway. I know I've said this before, but this looks surprisingly really professional for a funny mobile game. Like, right. Oh my goodness. We're in. Lighthouse spawn for Imperius. Really iffy, very watery spawn for Hoodrick. Imperius is gonna have a very quick start, but you do get the ruin. He's going for that city, which could have a lot of fruit. Both sides lots of water. Hoodrick has the cap water access, so if it really comes to it, Hoodrick gets on the water probably a bit later, but the port connection is gonna be nice. It's Jover Empress wins the set. I don't know. There's a lot that we don't know. Imperius missing the suburb there, unfortunately. He knows where it is. Goes for the Explorer. He could have gotten the Explorer first to not miss the suburb. Oh wow, that land in the middle. Oh, if Hoodrick does not realize that this lake is not actually as important as it looks, that could be terrible for Hoodrick. But if Hoodrick recognizes, maybe he pops an Explorer here, which he does. He does get the lighthouse, but he's not going to see the middle of the map. Z-Tap might not even know what's going on in the middle. Imperius, though, immediately taking the water. Looking to be very aggressive, which makes sense in this matchup as Imperius. He probably wants to take things more aggressively. I mean, against Hoodrick in general, we've seen the stalled games always going to Hoodrick. So this is a very sensible line to take. But sailing and nav, it's not cheap. And you'll have to withstand the land as well. Ooh. Very slow start for Hoodrick. Do you go fishing? Because fishing, you can place 2 ports, one on turn 5, one on turn 6, upgrade 2 cities. But it looks like we're not going to see that. Now the other question, do you delay capture? It looks like yes. Very sensible. You're not losing that city. Imperius playing lightning fast. I love this technique by Arthur. Putting as much pressure on the opponent as possible. Dita has plenty of time, but that's not a guarantee that things will always be that way so long as Arthur keeps up the pressure. And look at this. As soon as it's his turn, instantly moving. He's already got a plan. He's going, riding. Now he's thinking because he's thinking about roads, I presume. And there it is. Goes roads just like that. Look at how quickly he is playing though. But the thing you have to worry about with this really fast play is what if you start playing too fast? What if you get ahead of yourself? What if you miss something obvious? That could happen. But riding road seems quite sensible here for Imperius. You know, taking advantage of the big strip of land in the middle. Now, Hoodrick opting to not go for the ruin, instead getting the lighthouse. He's very close to the giant. Yeah, lighthouse is a giant. No fishing needed. But he probably wants it anyway to get ports in the water if he wants that giant to really get in the action faster. Yeah, Hoodrick still doesn't actually know if it's a big lake in the middle. I mean, Hoodrick can see the other lake, so he might just assume it's a 2-lake map because of that, but he doesn't know that. And that's a pretty tricky assumption to make. Now Imperius going for the connections. Again, look at how lightning fast he is playing. He is playing as quickly as he possibly can. Firing off the Explorer. He Cannot get Eye of God, though. Unfortunately, he's been kind of locked out of that opportunity because his Explorer in his second city, the eastmost one, kind of didn't go exactly how he wanted. Imperious economy is looking great. This might be what we saw kind of in game 2 with Omaji. We might see kind of basically a repeat of that, but for Imperious instead. And Imperious can absolutely treat it the same exact way. Imperious is a very versatile tribe, and like you see, he went for riding roads quickly, recognizing I can scoop up a lot of cities. I'm gonna pick up Grand Bazaar, get my city advantage. Now, unlike in the game 2 against Omaji, Imperious isn't getting Eye of God. I don't think they can get it unless they get like insanely lucky. It's technically possible, but it's extremely unlikely. But we see, from the shared VOG point of view, which is mostly Imperious's point of view, there are at least 6 cities for Imperious. Probably exactly 6, so a 4 on 6. I mean, when I put it that way, it does not seem unwinnable for Hoodrick, because Hoodrick has some very nice border growths. And that choke point, that land's choke point that Hoodrick sees, and Hoodrick knows that this is probably, there's probably land in the middle by this point now. But that choke point is very hard for Imperious to attack through. But it's also hard to attack through the water. So while Imperious is going to have a city advantage, riding roads isn't winning you the game. And oh man. Yeah, this could be potentially over-aggressive by Imperious. Because Hoodrick can absolutely defend this position. And, you know, his hubris could lead to his downfall, sort of thing. Hoodrick's just gonna take the water, looking for a second giant. And if Imperious is just pressuring the land, they're surrendering the water, possibly for good. And I said that this lake probably won't matter, but I'm quickly realizing I may be mistaken. This lake might matter a lot, actually. Because Thetat chooses to make it matter. Shop for upgrade? I would probably just make an archer, but no. Thetat, very greedy. Oh, he was trying to do the animation skip, but he fumbled a bit and just decided, nah. There is no siege. Arthur knows that, so he backs away. And you can expand decently fast here. That's what he's doing. Pedal to the metal, quick expansion. But this is actually kind of as crazy as it is to say. This is not that easy for Imperious. Sort of like gung-ho rider approach will certainly have its limits. You can see it's a comfortable 4v6, but comfortable is very much an exaggeration. This is far from comfortable. 2 giants you're staring down. And even though you have roads, your giants are pretty slow to actually get in the action here. Your first one coming from the capital takes 2 extra turns to get into the water, whereas Hoodrick, this turn, will already have the giants in the water. Grand Bazaar is going to be nice if you can get a giant in the front line. Oh! But this pressure might be too much. Now Arthur can take advantage of the Juggernaut there. Not mispositioned, but it is vulnerable to the riders. Now Thetat probably just doesn't care. Go ahead, hit my Juggernaut. You're losing the city. But Arthur does actually have a defense here. If he grabs Hunting, goes for the bridge play, that is actually cheaper than placing the 2 extra roads, so the bridge does work out there. and he needs to get hunting. Because if you kind of do the math on the table here, if you want to save that city, you need a giant push. I don't think you ever get a Justeeni here, sadly. That's just not a thing. Arthur's thinking, but because he played those early turns so quickly, he's hovering over hunting, he's thinking about everything. Now, he can do all of the math to figure out everything. He has all the time. I'm sure there's a lot of pressure, a lot of nerves. You can see Arthur thinking very, very deep, but he has the time to do so, and he should absolutely use it. The worst feeling in Polytopia is when you lose a game with like 5 minutes left on the clock, and it wasn't even like spawn diff. You just city wall. Wow. Hodrick cannot siege. They need to send both giants in. And it's a pretty big commitment. That's going to give Imperius the time that they need, because that is the thing they are struggling with the most. The time. But Hodrick might be happy to see the city wall. They could choose to just back up and target a different city. Or they could choose to commit to the bit. Keep going for it. Honestly, either option seems like a reasonable choice here. The thing you don't want to do is Hodrick, though. The one real mistake you could make here is landing the Juggernauts too soon. If you commit the Westmost Juggernaut right now and land it, then it's going to be stuck there. And if things don't work out, that's costing you the game, straight up. So you still have to be pretty careful here. I think the best thing that the attack can do is just try to take advantage of these pressure points. Don't expect to actually break through. He's thinking about landing. I don't think this is a good idea. You shouldn't expect a breakthrough. But he goes for it. Oh my goodness. It looks like he's going for a bit of split lane pressure here. Going for 2 cities at once. You know, he knows Arthur's going to have the monuments, but you can't put them everywhere. Unfortunately, though, Arthur has a better plan than a monument for dealing with the northern giant, and the monuments work like a charm for the south. He should be able to deal with everything as long as he keeps a cool head here. So there's the Grand Bazaar. We see hunting, and you can choose to push whenever. Push right now or wait. If you push right now, then the giant will get hit a lot, but if you push later, then the Juggernaut could potentially land as well. Well, I guess that's a possibility either way. Is there much of a benefit to pushing right now? We see him opting to push now. Yeah, he's commit. He's doing it. Oh, and the warrior goes right where the Juggernaut would have wanted to land. Could prove to be useful. Maybe you want to train another rider. Secure as much defense as you possibly can here. Yep. Reposition your units a little bit. He's got plenty of time still. The worst thing you can do is not early calculate. You have the time to think things through. Now, Hodrick can consider landing the giant and going for the full commit, but going for the other city, it will distract the giant, prevent them from getting in the water. You will secure the naval dominance. This is interesting. But you can see why I don't like landing the giant is because that by choosing now to not commit to the attack, your giant kind of has to walk away awkwardly now instead of being able to help in the water. It's not gonna do too much. And if you walk the giant away though, you do potentially allow Arthur to send both giants in the water, suddenly regaining naval dominance for himself. You can respond to that with rammers, but it's quite messy, very uncertain, and you don't really have a whole lot of time to think about exactly how things are going to go. It looks like he might opt to keep the giant there, which I think is the best way to go about this. Just poke away at that giant, force Arthur to trade the giants off, so then you can keep your naval dominance. Does he go for that's a nice damage trade, but he goes for the heal instead. Imperius with a quick archery. Look at how quickly he is speedrunning through these turns. Again, trying to put the time pressure on Hoodrick. He was really, really sure about archery. Ooh. You have that city advantage, and I will say, it's not so easy for Hodrick to go for trade. That avenue is kind of locked. Hodrick has put their eggs in one basket. They are commit to naval. If Hodrick decides to take a break and go for trade, then Arthur will meet it with his own math followed by trade. Even if his markets are inferior, he still has a higher city count. And being able to spam more units is what really matters when both sides have really high ecos. This naval control is going to be really nice. The archers in the south can help pressure, but you have to be careful because there is a way for riders to potentially enter. It's something you always have to worry about here. Ooh, Org. So he's developing more, but in a nice, cheap, and effective way. So he's not retracting too much from naval. He might be working towards strategy and maybe diplomacy. He did force the giant out of that central city. Lun I can't pronounce the Imperial city name very well. Lanumus? Lanumus? Maybe Lanumus? I don't know. Either way, that city is a pretty nice target for cloaks, and if you have a really good naval dominance, cloaks are very hard to stop. But Imperius, I mean, yeah, Arthur's not a fan of the giant being there. So he's just gonna first get the warrior out of the way. And he's gonna build up some units, hopefully to either ward the giant off or kill it. You can see the stats on the bottom screen. Arthur is way up on time, but Hudrick has more kills. Imperius and Hudrick are nearly tied in terms of units, but Imperius does have that economy advantage, which he can try to draw out here. But the question is, will the economy advantage matter against this naval presence? If DTAC gets a couple of really good bombers, that could prove to be an issue. But then again, at the same time, it can only pose so much of an issue because Arthur has archery, which not only is a good anti-giant option, but also an anti-bomber option, kind of working as counterplay against this naval. Yeah, I will say that Landed Giant is definitely holding up Imperius quite a lot. But I think Imperius really wants to just free trade that giant off. Because if Imperius can do that, Imperius keeps their giant and Hoodrick loses theirs, that's going to hurt a lot for Hoodrick. Because Hoodrick would really love to keep that giant in the water, but it is stranded. So this Juggernaut, though... Yeah, you can see, look at all the archers Imperius has. It's not just to deal with the giant, it's also to deal with the Juggernaut that just advanced. And Thitat might be considering ramming here. He's a bit low on time, though. Wonder how that happened. It's almost like Arthur's been really trying to force this time pressure issue for the entire game. It's a good game plan, by the way. I do this all the time in my own tournament games. It works pretty well. And I'm sure my opponents hate it when I do it. I'm sure Thitata is not happy either. He's trying to keep a good amount of units on the board. Very sensible. And Arthur's just trying to keep the Juggernaut there, so then his archers can help out. You know? Trying to force the naval units to be occupied. Going for strategy. He really wants to fight back in the water, and he actually does have some chances of doing it. Oh, and he's going to be able to... Makes a warrior there. DTAT only 2 units away from Gate of Power due to the warriors being sacrificed there. Arthur could consider training some more units into backline cities, but he's kind of just enjoying the economy advantage that those provide. He's looking at units though. Oh, 1 archer. Just 1 archer. Very sensible. Now the Juggernaut can slap. DTAC could have considered making a rammer instead. It probably still would have killed the Juggernaut, if I'm not mistaken. And then instead of sacrificing a bunch of Juggernaut HP. Ooh, interesting idea. No rammers, just going for the scout. What is he going to use those stars for? There is Gate of Power. And yeah, this giant, the giant that was stranded oh so long ago, now it has to wander back. And DTAT's done a good job maintaining naval with just 1 giant. He's going to be able to get another one in the water. So he's going to be able to get another port. Very smart, get the warrior first. So then you can establish that. And he's looking towards bombers. He wants to just lock Arthur out of the water. Because he's down in economy. He's going to have to create his own winning situation here. But yeah, Arthur's going to happily chase down the giant. Track the archer down as well. And there could be some pressure on land now. And guess who has a bit of a land advantage? Yeah, the player with Ryder Roads. Now, Arthur, I mean, he sees the opponent as Gate of Power, so it definitely doesn't hurt to give the opponent kills. At least it doesn't hurt as much. I mean, you can afford to give up a little bit of your economy advantage and kind of continue to force the opponent to try to hold their naval dominance. Now, the attack can just back up their scouts, though. So, it's not going to be easy to reclaim naval dominance. Arthur looking at chivalry. Both players wants to win in their own way. They're trying to pick different avenues here. And it's hard to say which one will be the winning strategy. Yeah, I think Cloaks, like I mentioned earlier, it seems like a very good win condition. You get good naval control. You throw a cloak on that very plump and juicy looking city, and you're happy. Everything's great. You get a ton of daggers, you get a ton of stars, and you can do that every turn. Kind of works its way into the economy, and a potential bomber. That's a nice splash, and that is currently unreachable for Arthur. Arthur really wants to attack here. He's eyeing up chivalry. He wants to attack so bad. I know Arthur in general, very aggressive player. So that bomber is probably quite the annoyance. Okay, DTAT still staying afloat with the timer, but it's looking a little risky. We see the rammer. Archer's going around. That bomber might give Thitat a lot of value, though. Arthur still has that economy advantage, but he cannot get too comfortable here because the bombers can absolutely outweigh that. I've seen many a game where one player has an eco advantage, but it's completely undermined by just bombers. Depending on how things go, this could be a very, very long game. So Arthur really wants to get the Juggernaut and the Rammer in the water at the same time. If he can get enough units in the water, enough things pressuring, another archer hit, he can establish a foothold and fight back against the bombers. So he kind of has to give up on going knights and pursue this alternate path instead. One luxury that Arthur does have here is that city wall in the middle is really, really nice for defense. DTAT has no way of actually breaking through that in the foreseeable future. The real issue regarding that city is just the fact that it's so high level and you could leave yourself very vulnerable to some funny daggers. Alright, another big bomber hit on the Juggernaut seems good to me. Juggernaut is safe there. Yeah, these scouts are getting hurt quite a lot by the archers. Archers only costing 3 stars, but these scouts are all 7 apiece. And they don't have much room to maneuver because the archers are just kind of being a little bit rude, a little invasive. Also, oh my goodness, 89 viewers right now is kind of insane, especially when there's like several people streaming this at once. 89 of you guys decided I'm gonna watch Justeeni talk about this. That is insanely cool. This is this is a very interesting position because for both players, there's a lot of tricky things. For Arthur, that bomber that Deetat has is a huge, huge annoyance. But for Thetat, the archers that Arthur has are a huge annoyance. And we can see that a time pressure strategy by Arthur starting to really pay off. And he is not gonna stop with the time pressure. And we might see Arthur actually get a bit of a foothold in the water. As soon as that second rammer comes in, it's only going to get harder and harder to defend. And keep in mind also, as a possible long-term, but maybe even short-term idea, just get more ports in Manula, and you can train multiple defenders to put in ports a turn. Then, Vitat has some serious issues. Arthur still needs to get sailing, and it's a little pricey at 16 stars. You get a very nice splash, but you also put your Juggernaut in a very vulnerable position. Especially since it's in the middle of the water, your archers cannot support it. Looks like instead Arthur's pulling back with the Juggernaut. He has his rammer presence already. But what that does mean is now the Tat's bomber is going to be able to help on defense. Oh, but he goes with the rammer there, still forcing some response. 3 rammers in the water. And if the Tat does not respond to this right now, this could cascade into a game loss. So, okay. Goes for the archer. Veta signing, but he could have Veta signed on the defender rammer as well. I think that's the more important thing here. Does he have a plan? Juggernaut goes up. Yes, you do need to answer it. It does one-shot it, and your giant will only be vulnerable to a couple of archer hits. So I guess not too bad. But now that one defender rammer sitting next to all the archers remains unanswerable. If you send your juggernaut too close, then the archers will start to go pew pew. DTAT still under serious time pressure, by the way. This has gotta be insanely tough, dealing with this really low time, dealing with a very aggressive opponent, dealing with probably the most pressure you've ever dealt with while playing Polytopia. Wait, can Arthur get... He's going for Eye of God. I didn't even see that play. Oh my goodness. I don't think the attack can stop that. And the monument's going to be an extra giant for sure. Oh my goodness. Climbing, stealing the ruin. Wow. Arthur's really, really pulling some shenanigans off here. I did not expect that one tile land strip in the east to be so devastating, and these archers are getting so much value. I'm honestly quite surprised that every tech that Arthur has gotten has actually gotten really good value this game. This is really... This is quite incredible to watch. I mean, Arthur is a strong player, no doubt, but this is still surprising me. This is just incredible gameplay. So yeah, now I guess Arthur gets to think during the opponent's turn, where do I get to put my monument? Because he knows that he's getting it. DTAT cannot stop it. You can even try to send your 27 HP Juggernaut back, and you still won't be able to stop the Eye of God. We see math now. He could establish some catapults. Order growth. Oh, because he can upgrade his sawmill, and it's going to stop the road shenanigans. That's actually really smart. Both of these players finding some really, really interesting ideas. Now, can't afford a catapult this turn, but that's fine. You can still keep your bomber just barely safe. Wow. Like, I think this position is good for Arthur, but DTAT is not making it easy. I feel like ultimately this time pressure will start to become a really big factor because this is a complicated position. You need all the time you can get to think, and I'm pretty sure Arthur knows that. He knows this is a tough position, and I need to deprive the opponent of a very important resource. I need to deprive his time. Veteran Rider being very invasive. Resource Ruin. Oh, and he's going to double pour with the Eye of God. Border Growth. Another really interesting Border Growth. It gives you more port space. Gate of Power. I kind of forgot that Arthur hadn't gotten that yet, but he finally gets it. Another Veteran Rider. This is really clean gameplay. Who vet assigned riders? Done so subtly that I didn't even notice either of them. Arthur leveling up in the back there, getting some nice consolidation. He can get another giant if he wishes. He can get a giant with Math and Lunimus, and he can use the Gate of Power on his capital. I think that's the best way to use it because you can place a port and 4 lumber huts on that port city. I'm just going to call it the port city. Has a very weird name, and the stream quality is too low that I can't quite tell. This is looking pretty nice. Oh, but he goes for the gate of power there instead. Gets less giants in the long term. But I guess he's not too concerned about that. Short term, things are looking really nice. Perhaps that's the idea. Very strong bomber hit there. That bomber still pounding away, getting tons of value. Oh my goodness. Yeah, again, I like Arthur's chances, but I have to say, seeing Thitat play through this turn, as long as he plays fast enough, this is far from a losing position. It's definitely not a very comfortable one. It's very tricky, but it's not losing. Ooh, tough decision. Kill the rider, go in the forest. Decides to kill the rider. If he went in the water making a juggernaut, Arthur could then just get so much rider value on that juggernaut, which could be very, very annoying. Thitat decides, I don't want to deal with the riders. I'm going to take them out. Okay, another archer in the south. Surely we see Thitat start to build up some catapults, because, I mean, looking at this bomber getting value, surely some basically mini bombers can also help quite a lot. Arthur really wants sailing. I think he had a chance, if I'm not mistaken, to get a slap on the bomber. I think he missed it. He could have killed the 8 HP scout with the 10 HP rammer, and then he would be able to slide right in and get a good hit on the 10 HP bomber. He would have needed to buy sailing for it, but he wants sailing at some point anyway. Oh, and the veteran rider acts as a defender. Very good use of that veterancy. Does he want to vet assign his rider? Or does he want to heal it? Looks like he wants to heal it. Yeah, I think, yeah. Get some more units. Get more defenders so you can really establish in the water. He leaves his city open. I guess that, yeah, that's because of the bomber. Okay, very sensible. Good recognition. I mean, getting hit with the bomber over and over again. Surely at some point, you really start to take note of it. Now, Thitat has that giant down there. You know, the one that landed next to Lenonimus oh so long ago. Still not back in the water, by the way. He would love to have it in the water right now. Instead, it's kind of it's lost its purpose a little bit. You know, he's trying to find his way in life, but he can't. Now that giant next to the Imperious one, 9 HP, he might have to land it back to safety. And it was getting pelted by bombers for like a few turns. Are there any other sawmill spots for Thitat to use? It looks like he is getting the catapults now, as I mentioned earlier, but that giant is just sitting back healing. Maybe it'll be useful later, but later might not arrive. We'll have to see. Juggernaut retreating to a very safe spot there. Really, really hard to reach. It can be killed, but you have to spend basically 14 stars to actually do it because you'll leave 2 scouts as very easy targets. And the city wall in the middle makes a land attack pretty much infeasible for Hudrick. The water is your only win condition here. Arthur knows it though. They are fighting to make sure you don't get that naval control. Arthur considering math himself. He gets a giant in the middle. Oh, math gets 2 giants actually. That's why he got the... Is that why he got the border growth earlier? He didn't need the border growth actually. for the giant there. I guess the extra port space is probably the main reason why he got it. Yeah, I still think that Gate of Power placement might have been a mistake because if Arthur had 2 giants here instead of 1, it would be a little bit better. Or I guess 3 giants instead of 2. It feels like he only has 1 giant because that giant is at 9 HP. Alright. Etat, he knows he can't take the city, but clearing all the units around the defender is going to be really annoying for Arthur because he has to take out that warrior now. His riders are going to be distracted. They're going to need time to heal. And that will cause some problems. It's not a major problem for Arthur, though, but a problem nonetheless. And the catapult now combined with the bomber, BTAT will have a good stream of units. He might be able to even safely get some cloaks. He can get another bomber. Arthur has his own space to put units in as well, but it's a pretty small space. Oh my goodness! And we're gonna see the cloak. Is he gonna go by land? Using that giant there that he sent all that time, and instead of sending it back in the water, repurposing it, he's saying this giant is exactly where it needs to be. The giant that I sent here like what 10 turns ago, it is actually exactly where it needs to be. It's gonna help the cloak attack. Brilliant stuff. The easy line is just seeing, oh, there's a nice line in the water where the cloak wants to go. That's something that I've been seeing for a few turns, but the land path looks like it shouldn't work. I mean, Arthur has roads, but that is actually a serious issue for Arthur. Now, Juggernaut goes bye-bye. The other one gets damaged quite a lot. More rammers making their presence known. Arthur has all these riders, but he needs a plan to get rid of the giant because that's what's supporting the cloak. Is he going to be able to deal with the giant in time? He has a few riders. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that giant is going to be holding everything together. One thing you can try to do, I guess there's 2 options. If you can't kill or reveal the cloak, you have to prepare for the cloak attack. And there's 2 things you can do. You can either try to block the attack by putting units where the cloak wants to land, or you can block the dagger spawning by just putting a bunch of units in your center city. The issue with the first plan is that there's a bunch of archers that can pick away any units that try to get in the way of the cloak. The issue with the second idea is that there's a bomber that's ready to splash that center city, and if you bunch all your units there to play around the cloak, you're now playing directly into the bomber. So you're kind of at a pick your poison situation, so long as Thetat plays this carefully, and as long as the giant stays alive. That cloak is going to be an absolute nightmare. Archer, where does it want to go? You need to make sure that there's room for the cloak, and he's not going to forget. If you move the archer up to kill the warrior, you don't have room for the cloak attack. Alright. Litat's still under a lot of time pressure, by the way, but Arthur he's gonna need to stop and think. This cloak is an issue. If Thetat gets a cloak chain, that will win the game. There's been a lot of things that I've been saying will win the game because they will win the game, but none of those things have actually happened yet. Arthur has yet to get that naval control, but this cloak chain might just happen, and if it does happen, we're gonna have some serious issues. Arthur weakening the catapult, bomber's still intact. It looks like I don't I don't see a feasible way to reveal the cloak. You might just have to bite the bullet and either let all the daggers spawn in or block the dagger spots but allow the bomber to hit. There's an interesting case for both. It looks like Arthur is just going to allow the daggers to spawn in full. He's going to lose 5-star per turn. DTAT is going to gain 5-star per turn. And there's going to be a lot of daggers that Arthur has to deal with. Yep, he sees that cloak symbol. Things are about to get a little crazy. Okay, looks like Arthur is trying to use the riders that he does have to deny cloak space. You don't want to use units that are too weak because the bomber splash could potentially kill them, which might be the case for the 6 HP rider. I don't know if the rider's left at 1 HP or if it dies. In either case, not very good. Okay. Yeah, things just got a lot more difficult for Arthur, though. This is why I've been saying the whole time, like, DTAT is not out of this game. Is he gonna bomb the... No! He's only gonna get 4 Okay, actually, when I put it that way, only 4 daggers is certainly not much of a problem for DTAT. Oh no. Such a tragedy. Yeah, this is gonna be rough for Arthur. Because not only do you get 4 daggers, but 2 of those are in the water. That is extra naval pressure for DTAT that he can start to exert. And another noteworthy thing is Arthur is running out of archers. Previously, he had a very nice firing squad protecting his armada, but there are possibilities in the near future that DTAT can start to advance his own line and start to deny Arthur naval access. Combine that with the cloaks, and this could be bad. Arthur has almost 8 minutes to think about things, though. He's still playing extremely fast because he wants to keep DTAT under the time pressure. And he's gonna make things difficult. Taking out the bomber that has been annoying him for so long. But he's got a second, possibly much worse problem to deal with, these cloaks and daggers. But what this does mean is with the bomber gone, unless DTAT establishes another bomber, Arthur can feel free to bunch up his units as much as he'd like to stop the dagger spawns and prevent DTAT from gaining a significant advantage. However, as some wise viewers may note, it's not exactly difficult for DTAT to just get another bomber. But Arthur's gonna do his best. I think he's just gonna allow the second bomber to be made, but he is prepared with more scouts, and having this sort of distraction is actually working out pretty well. If the bomber isn't firing away at the troops in the water, then the daggers get blocked. But if the bomber fires away on that center city to clear room for the daggers, that allows Arthur to enter in the water. So Arthur's just trying to fire on all cylinders here, pressure everywhere at once, because you just can't deal with everything here as DTAT. Unless you can deal with everything, but it certainly is not easy, especially with only a minute to think. So yeah, the bomber's gonna hit the city, and the rider survives on 1 HP. I feel like this must have been an interaction that Arthur knew about, because I actually did not know that the rider would just barely survive. This is a very scrappy fight. And the dagger combined with the juggernaut, it's gonna force Arthur to respond. And if the daggers build up too much, that bomber is going to be safe. And even if this current warrior bomber isn't safe, there's not really much that Arthur can do to stop the next bomber. And the next one. Much like how the cloak train is continuing to chug along. I would train a catapult down there in the south, honestly. Start firing away there, but DTAT opts to train nothing at all. Also fine. Arthur, you've got 8 minutes. Oh, man. I really like these scrappy, like, no market mid games because, like, this is turn 25. Both players don't actually have much economy. They really have to manage what they have here. They've generated a lot, but they do not have infinite money. They need to really carefully use everything they have. And every little detail is starting to matter. But the big picture, it doesn't look very clear, but it does look good for DTAT. It's kind of funny that naval presence, oh so early in the game, has had such major consequences this much later. But there's still a game to be played. It's not over for Arthur. He might be looking at knights. But the problem is, can he afford to get knights? 2 really expensive techs, and the knights are 8 stars apiece. He needs to fight against the naval dominance, though. If he lets DTAT establish too many aggressively placed bombers, then Arthur has even more problems. And another issue, Arthur only has 1 giant, and it's at about half HP. DTAT has 2 giants, both serving very valuable roles, while Arthur's giant is just kind of sitting there waiting to be useful. DTAT's southern giant, allowing for this incredible cloak invasion, and then the one kind of in the water, the Juggernaut, that one's really helping keep this naval presence and protect the bombers. Basically, both of DTAT's win conditions are being protected by his giants. Also, oh my goodness, 100 people watching this stream. Thank you guys so much, by the way. This is really cool. This whole like world championship thing is cool enough. But then you guys are all here as well. It's a great time. And I hope you guys are really enjoying this game because I absolutely am. Remember just a few turns ago? Arthur, I said he had a very comfortable position. And it was looking rough for DTAT, but not bad enough to give up. Suddenly, things have turned around and it's now Arthur with a very uncomfortable position. And things are only getting worse. Yeah, DTAT really just putting the pressure on. One thing to remember here, this is something that I haven't really been thinking about much, and I don't know if Arthur's thinking about this either. Arthur got a trade rune earlier. If he can afford math somehow, he could get markets set up. He has a level 6 market, and then a couple level 2 markets. That's 10 star per turn. I don't think it'll help enough here, and it's really hard to make that sort of commitment. Especially since DTAT is looking to sneak in another cloak. DTAT's still dealing with the time pressure, but this position is much easier to play. Man, this is crazy. Like, I think DTAT's gonna win, but I said that earlier about Arthur when it looked like Arthur was gonna win, but this, I really think DTAT's got it. Mostly just this kind of barrage of daggers. Like, Arthur can't clear out all the daggers. Look at that, 3 daggers still alive. And those daggers keep stacking up, and they keep posing issues. Now, Arthur's archers are doing a good job mitigating things. If he only had riders to defend, the riders would have gotten pretty quickly overwhelmed because they need time to heal. But some really good vet assigning plus the archers to not take any retaliation damage is allowing Arthur to defend for much less than he would normally need here. This might be a pretty long game. No markets, but still a long game despite that. We could see VTAD make a bomber on that port. He would block his port, but he could just make another one. I think that's probably what he wants to do, actually, but he's playing through everything else first. Only deciding later if he can really afford it. Get the cloak in, get those stars. Now you see you have 42 stars. Get that cloak, that's necessary. Spend another 7 on the port to port that northern cloak closer to Manulu. He's thinking about the bomber. And he decides maybe later. Same here. Maybe later. Unless he does want to do it now. He's thinking. Moves that back. Oh, but he moves the cloak in that port. I think that's a misplay. If he made another port northwest of that, he could have put the cloak in a position to immediately strike Manolo. But instead, he's now missing out on that opportunity. Instead, not making the port, and now the cloak takes an extra turn. It'll likely connect all the same, but I think saving that turn and getting that extra port is absolutely worth it, especially when Arthur is now getting Chivalry. He can start to clean out these daggers more efficiently. The main problem, though, is he's going to be starved on stars. He just bought 2 expensive techs. Those knights are going to cost 8 stars a turn. And as if that wasn't enough, he's getting his 2 highest level cities, I guess, other than his capital. Those are going to just get bombarded by cloaks every single turn. What do you do as Arthur? He has all the time in the world to think about it. But this is just tough. This is really, really well played by both sides. I'm incredibly surprised that DTAP managed to just claw back ahead. It looked pretty bad earlier. Chivalry. Now, I don't know about Chivalry from DTAT. First off, you need to buy roads. Second off, that blockade in the middle is pretty rough. But you do have an opening. So it will force Arthur to reposition his units, but I think he can do that just fine. In fact, look at that. Huge chain. If Arthur can clear out that giant, chip away at it over time, he can stop bleeding there. Problem though, maybe this is why Thetat actually got the knight. It's a little tricky for Arthur to target that giant with his archers because he leaves all his archers in a chain. And he doesn't really want to do that. He needs those archers. He needs everything he can have, but he needs to take out the giant too. So he's kind of left with another really horrible dilemma. Try to chip away at the giant, but lose your archers, or keep the giant there, and the cloaks are gonna just keep on hitting you. Yeah, he has plenty of time to play around a knight chain at least. So that's not too much of a concern. He's gonna be fine there. It's just that in the long term, the giant is staying alive. Another knight in the back. He will be able to clear out all the daggers every turn at least. It's going to be hard to build a meaningful unit advantage though when you're just lacking in economy now. Ooh, very aggressive post for the knight. Taking advantage of maybe too cautious archers. If Arthur kept some of his archers closer, but spaced them properly to avoid the chain, he could have prevented the knight from advancing that close. And also the double cloak invasion. Two problems being caused at once. Is the attack gonna make a bomber there? That bomber can splash so many units at once. It's very cost inefficient, but it deals a lot of damage, and I think that's what's more important. The Tat agrees. Look at that splash value. Send the Juggernaut in as well. Oh, he's gonna protect the bomber. Okay. And he could look towards getting yet another bomber. If Arthur's Juggernaut goes and splashes the bomber, it even kills the cloak, but it is in range of the catapult. So he would be losing the Juggernaut if he does that, which might dissuade Arthur. But Arthur might also recognize the cloak is there. He has time to think about it. If you think about that path that the cloak is taking, it does have to go on one suspiciously open tile. And he goes there. You can see a little delay in the animation. That's from the cloak being killed. There's no visual animation, but there is an animation nonetheless. See, you can recognize the cloak being taken out. Another vet rider. These vet riders are very important when you can't use a knight to defend here. Vet rider, I don't know how many kills it has because the player cam's in the way, but I can assume it has at least one kill because it just killed a unit. Oh my goodness. I think DTAT is going to keep good naval control, but Arthur's done a good job delaying the next cloak attack, and that's going to be a huge help. The problem is I think DTAT's bomber might be here to stay. Another knight in the back, double knight. If he can build up enough knights, he might be able to finally recover his economy because he'll have all the units he needs. DTAT also needs to start being careful about any potential chains. Is he going to move the archer back, forward, side to side? I think it's actually best to disband the archer because that archer's actually doing more bad for you than it is good, and he allows a potential chain. Hold on, but the archer is a veteran. The veteran archer cannot be chained. Hold up, wait. And he backs up the other archer. DTAT actually able to deal with any possible knight chains just fine here. Perhaps I overreacted. It looks like he actually has everything under control. And you can see the spectator point of view now. Oh my goodness. Giant advancing now. Trying to get that knight in an even more aggressive post. That could be a mistake by Thetat, possibly allowing now the giant to get chipped away at. Again, if that giant falls, that's kind of like a linchpin here. If the giant goes, the knight goes, the archers go, one of his bombers goes. But oh, is there a tiebreaker? I was not informed that there was a tiebreaker. Maybe I was and I didn't read the fine print, but okay, so I think they're going on to tiebreakers. I don't think you guys can hear it very well. Oh, the game's going on to a panel of judges. That's an interesting way to do a tiebreak. I mean, we can't have the games going on too long. Very, very intense situation. Oh, I I think Theta probably was in a winning position. Oh my goodness. I have to say, very complicated game. I think the ruling by the panelists will probably go in Thetat's favor. Those cloak chains were pretty devastating, and the naval dominance as well. But anything really could have happened in that game. I do appreciate that there is a tiebreak instead of, like, the potential for a game to go, like, several hours. Oh my goodness, is that Polytopia in chat? No way. What are you doing here? Oh my goodness. Dude, the suspense is killing me. I need to know who wins. Yeah, I agree with you, chat. I think Thetat had a better position. Like, he was making a few misplays under the time pressure, so it's uncertain if he could have converted, but I think the position is his to win. I will have to say, though, regardless of the result of the tiebreak, that game, I hope we all get access to the replay of that game, because that is a game worth studying. Seriously insane game. I think one of the most incredible games I've seen in a minute. Like, really good improvisation by Hodrick, not going for textbook Hodrick gameplay, but actually forced to pivot into something else and doing a beautiful job at that. They can't really have a draw or the games going on too long because, you know, the tournament has to... It's got a schedule that it's got to run on. It's actually a really tight schedule. This tiebreak is very necessary. I appreciate that they have this because in the face-offs, the several hour-long game but eventually had an improvised last-minute tiebreak decision, and a kind of weird ruling for that one too. It's definitely not ideal. TTAB won! Panel decided TTAB wins. Oh my goodness. 100% deserved. What an incredible game by both players. Seriously. Winning a 4v6 like that in the long term, no markets. Oh my goodness. Arthur needs to make a comeback though. He needs the reverse sweep, or else his journey ends where it started in the semifinals. Yeah, I don't think that ruling is exactly controversial. I think VTAT definitely earned the win there. All right, game 2. How is it gonna look? I don't think we're ever gonna see a game like game 1. We're probably gonna see something completely different. If we have a game where Imperius gets on the water first, Imperius is very good at holding naval advantage. But Arthur needs to lock in. He played really fast game 1, and that worked pretty well, but he might have been playing a bit too fast for his own good. We'll see if he changes his approach in game 2. Alright. Hudrick once again with a capital water spawn. Imperius, they have that one empty resource, so you can definitely tell where the suburbs are. If we see a repeat of game 1, there's no way, right? This looks... It's really hard to judge. Oh my goodness. Once again, VTAT with water access, but he's got some good resources. Nice 2 animals in his C2. Okay, so there is some naval for Imperius. Now there's a lot to consider. What do you want to get? I think Third Warrior makes a lot of sense. There's some land up north. Even with the vision of both players, it's hard to get a feel for what this map is going to look like. Do you go Workshop? Do you go Explorer? Explorer. Okay. Just trying to get a feel for the map. Maybe meet the opponent, and he does. Oh, and DTAD can now get that vital information. It looks like we might see more land emphasis. Maybe, maybe not. riding from Imperius, not going for fishing, even though that would help funnel this Explorer potentially, but he doesn't get the Explorer. He wants the Workshop instead. So we're going to see another big lake, and Hoodrick has 3 water cities, including his capital, so we might actually see a really similar game to Game 1, which I said probably wouldn't happen, but I guess I can't be right, you know? I don't know. I wonder if we'll see a different approach by Imperius, though. I mean, one thing right away, Arthur is playing noticeably slower, trying to calculate more. He's definitely feeling the pressure of elimination, that's for sure. Because he knows there is not much room for error. Game 1, he thought he had it in the bag, but he just didn't. And he doesn't want that to happen again. D-Tech going for Org. And he could pick up another Explorer. He could go Forestry. He could go Fishing. And he goes Forestry. Interesting. There's a ruin there. Arthur could consider roads, but he doesn't want to. There's another ruin there to fight for. Ooh, but a city back there. In an unlikely spot that one tile from the edge, it's not common for villages to be there. They can spawn there, but it's not very common. But we're seeing one of those once again. Arthur probably wants to save up for roads here. That seems like a given. Get more villages, get more ruin access. DTAT funneling the Explorer by the looks of it? Forestry could prove to be passive. He might lose access to the middle because it's very hard to defend that spot. Unless he gets like a really good catapult. I think he got a lighthouse out of that Explorer. Chopped 2 forts instead of 1. Seems like a slight misplay because he didn't need to do that. And I think Arthur probably wants to... Does he want to pressure? No, he doesn't, because he only has 6 stars. Rider on cap? I think you want the rider. Whoa, Arthur with quite a few runes to work with. Keep in mind on these small maps, only 5 runes total. We can see 4 of them already. Which means the last one is probably either in the water or it's up north. Alright, D-Tat, you go try to snag the village up there. There's gonna be a lot of riders going after that warrior. Oh, and the village. Sorry, I cannot speak. The village is closer to Imperius than you'd like, which means Imperius might be the one getting that. Only 3 roads and Imperius can just wreck everything over there. But you still can sit on a nice 4 cities. Not the end of the world, though your central city is pretty barren since you didn't go for fishing. Resource ruin! That rider's trapped, but I guess he's fine with that. Steps on the ruin. This is very important for Arthur. You need to pressure. Steal everything you can. Otherwise, you're kind of lacking in village access. You're pop capped right now, but once you take those cities, then that won't be an issue. You are getting the ruin, and you are getting both cities. Okay, D-Tat keeping his warriors on the forest, make them as hard to kill as possible. And he's forced to play defensively. Slow down the eco. Second resource ruin! And free spirit! He could get knights right now. Wait, what if he just does that? Fishing? Oh, he doesn't go for it. He had the option if he really wanted to just instantly go knights. It's probably a stupid play, but the fact that he can do it is really funny, I think. Okay. Oh, he's going for Eye of God. That's why he got fishing. Come on. Yes! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's why he got fishing. Now he's confident. But hopefully his overconfidence will not be his undoing this time. I mean, this looks like a case for Hoodrick that is definitely something you can expect against these more aggressive turn 0 tribes. Sometimes you are just too weak and too slow. I don't want to speak too soon, though. Last time I did, Hoodrick ended up winning. But, oh my goodness. No mercy. Well, a little bit. Imperius forgetting to upgrade the level 3 there, but I think it's just a little tunnel vision. He would have been able to get an extra rider this turn if not for that. Oh man. I don't want to sound pessimistic here. Or maybe this is optimistic, depending on who you're a fan of. But I think we're seeing a game 3. Unless VTAT doesn't have Eye of God yet, but in just 2 turns, he will have Eye of God himself. I kind of want to see the game 3, though. And I think we might... There's so many riders. There's 2 giants. Imp can even consider getting water control here. This is just a tough time. Imp also has really quick access to Chivalry again. How much does it cost? Just, I think 19 stars for the tech. So that's 27 to grab your first knight, which you are actually not far off of. Oh, that's why Arthur didn't. That was not a mistake. That was intentional. He wanted to upgrade with the port. Or maybe it was a mistake, and then he decided to justify the mistake. I like to do that sometimes. But either way, he might be looking at the water, considering DTAT is pretty much forced to ignore his naval duties because there is a much, much bigger issue. And Arthur can kind of take advantage of that. Once again, when you have a nice economy advantage, try to do everything. Because, well, if you have a greater economy than the opponent, they can't do as much as you can. Yeah, knights cost 19 for the tech, 8 for the unit, 27 in total. That is a consideration. That could just completely mow down Hoodrick here. Because you can buy, like, 2 knights, almost a third knight, like over 2.5 knights per turn. And just absolutely bulldoze Hoodrick here. So, unless Hoodrick does something now, this is looking like it's going to go firmly to Imperius. We see the giants. Or do we? Hoodrick might be in panic mode, deciding to operate on 3 cities. Problem is, unlike against Omaji, Imperius is already developed greatly in terms of economy. So just trying to chill and play the long game, just abandoning that city up there, probably won't be a successful strategy. But who knows? We've seen Thitat pull some crazy miracles before. Covering the animal with a lumber hut. That's fair. That's very necessary there. if you chop 2 trees, you sacrifice more Wait, is he not gonna abandon the city? There's no way you keep it. No, I think that's that. That's not where the Park of Fortune belongs, I don't think. Call me a silly little guy, but I am not a believer in that Park of Fortune spot. I think you just donated Imperius a Park of Fortune, which is the last thing he wants to do here. Checking his riders to see which ones are vet assigned. I can't tell which ones are, but Arthur can. And there's the Knights, just like I was talking about earlier, that Free Spirit Ruin, helping out to just convert this already winning position. The 2 resource runes were definitely the main factor here. Rune diff helping out a little. Oh, wait, Theta does have the push. Oh, I forgot. The Eye of God. Oh my goodness, I forgot about that. He hangs on. Still keeping 4 cities. He doesn't have anything in the water, though. And his economy at just 18 stars per turn. Well, he's also struggling a bit in techs. I still don't think it looks very good for Thetat. It's just not looking like a possibility. Slap with the giant. I mean... yeah, he's just gonna sack his units. Possibly giving the opponent Gate of Power. Sacking a few riders. Yeah, and then he's gonna chain around. I wonder if he gave the opponent... I mean, he most certainly did, but I guess the question is, does that matter? D-Tat has Gate of Power, but does it mean anything? Or did D-Tat donating 2 monuments to the opponent matter more? Wait, hold on. How close are you to unsieging again? Fishing? Or no, you don't have it. Wait, you do! Oh my goodness! Another push! Because he donated the opponent Gate of Power! I mean, Thetat has like no units though, and he just had to chop a lot. But I remember the last time Thetat was in a very uncomfortable position and he proved everyone wrong. Can he do it again? Now Arthur, with his own Gate of Power, can he use that to get a giant? Hoodrick resigns though. Okay. Oh. We are seeing a game 3. Oh my goodness. These are some very tough games for Thetat. Game 1 winning by a very, very fine margin. And then game 2 firmly going to Arthur. I'm sure Arthur's probably feeling really good about his potential in the 3rd game. Arthur knows he has chances. He absolutely can win if he just sets his mind to it. And that's going to be very powerful here. Mindset is very important. We've seen how mindset can either be a huge obstacle or a very important tool to success. And I'm pretty sure in game 3, it will be a battle of mindset and also who spawns better. But that's not as exciting to say. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to see Arthur in grand finals. I'm a little biased. Oh yeah, this is the first ever World Championship for Polytopia. Hopefully the first of many, because this is pretty entertaining to watch, I have to say. Real question though, who do you think is gonna win this next game? Arthur or Thetat? Who's gonna get it done? Oh, game is starting. I heard that turn start notification. And we're in. What the heck? Another watery spawn for Hooderick. Okay. Not good for Hooderick. These spawns have not been very kind to Hooderick. And Arthur with another landlocked spawn. We've seen the same dynamic over and over again. But this time, I guess once again, Thetat a good C2. Imperius, lots of animals going for hunting, so we're going to see a totally different route. Last time, Imperius got riding early in both cases, but Imperius sees all these animals. He might go into archery or math. Hooderick with very good resources, though. Maybe things will be different than game 2. They'll most likely be very different from game 1. This looks like a very land-centric battle. Both sides with their suburbs in between, but Arthur not upgrading his capital, instead waiting to get the lighthouse first. I don't know if that's actually the optimal idea here, unless there's something in particular he's saving up for. I'm curious the thought process behind it. Does he want to like get math really early? Maybe. Yep. So he saves 1 star by doing this, and if he has a plan for that 1 star, that makes sense. He gets forestry, and we can see that 1 star left over. Finding the opponent. Now he has 6 stars. I guess now he can get the level 3 without chopping as much on another city. Which is probably pretty good, actually, so I guess I can't really fault that sort of play. It's reasonable. Now, Arthur has committed into forestry, very different from the previous games, which means Arthur's going to have a hard time stealing those cities. It looks like Hooderick might have access to a few cities back there, unless Arthur has anything to say about it, but Arthur looks to have a city right where his cursor is. And if he can get that, maybe he can leverage that in some way. I wonder if he goes like really chop heavy. Because he could chop into like a lot of riders, but he might once... Yeah, he definitely needs to keep some. How aggressive do you want to be here as Imperius? That's That's a big question. Because Hodrick's going to have a good foothold. Though defense for Hodrick is not easy due to the water possibly getting in the way of your own archers, and the fact that you lack a good sawmill spot unless you border growth your capital, although your other two cities have decent sawmill spots. You have a level 3 and a level 2. Yeah, Imperius just trying to out-expand Hodrick. This has been his game plan for every game, and it looks like he wants to go math. You see those lumber huts? Yeah, look at that, hovering over math. And I see why. Do you guys see that giant? That is a turn 7 giants. He's doing the math, double checking that it is in fact a turn 7 giant because... Or hold on, is it? Wait a second, I have to double check the math. Math is 13 plus 11. He has to chop once, but he does get the giant. He has exactly enough right now if he trains nothing. He can get a turn 7 giant, slap down the Park of Fortune somewhere, and have a nice, beautiful level 5 sawmill. Though Giant Rush usually isn't the game plan against Hodrick, but I mean, if the situation presents itself, surely you take it. Now, Hodrick can't really deny Imperius that faraway city in the center. Kind of just gonna have to allow Imperius to get a city advantage once again. But Imperius, with that sawmill spot, which the Tat sees, this might be really rough. Is Tat looking at strategy and diplomacy? What is he thinking about? You can see he's absolutely in the think tank right now. I mean, forestry math or... Oh my goodness, what's the game plan here? There's something in his mind definitely convincing him that forestry math is not the way to go. And I guess understandably so. He's thinking about the future. If I just go for math, I get out extended and they have math too. Where's my advantage then? And I think the answer would be pretty simple. You don't have an advantage. You know it's really bad when the opponent has better sawmills than you do. So yeah, another warrior, not committing the stars yet. Wants to think of something else to do with them. Now we see math. Beautiful sawmill. Lovely. Chop. Push the warrior. I don't think that actually does anything. In fact, I think the warrior... Oh, that's his idea. Huh. The warrior's still dead, though. So, Etad knows the giant is there. I mean, not only you see the big funny sawmill, but you also saw the giant push as well. You know for a fact there is a funny super unit really close to your cities, and you need a plan to defend that. Luckily, you are Hodrick. You can defend that, but after you defend, what next? That's what the Tet is most likely really thinking about. Fishing and using that port connection knowledge somebody's been studying. Very snazzy. I don't know if the port spot is actually better there, unless you're thinking really long term where you could potentially put a Juggernaut there, but I don't know if that's actually a good play. It's a very snazzy one, though. Very, very stylish. If he's gonna go out, he's gonna go out in style. You know, can't hate on that. Now, Arthur does have 2 more giants in the bag. One with the Park of Fortune, and then the other just with Sawmill and 2 Fruit. In fact, can he get both this turn? His capital giant costs 9, but his other giant, including Park of Fortune, costs 7, so steps off the village. I mean, Hudra can't walk onto it right away. Goes riding. I mean, he knows that the opponent probably wants to spam archers, so fair play. And he wants to really go after those villages. I'm really curious what fishing is about. Because I don't quite see it. So there's forestry. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see now. I see. I'm picking up what he's putting down. Fishing, forestry, math is a giant there. That is his plan. Yeah, that's exactly enough. No monuments. Because I think that was the alternate idea, is use a monument. But I guess he assumed that this is more practical and he can save the monument for something else maybe. Now, Imperius, Arthur here needs to consider, you have to strike a balance here. You've got 14 stars per turn, but you really wants to do so much more. You wants to get your 2 giants. That's what he's doing right now. You also really wants to get your catapults going. And you also wants to get your riders going. 3 ideas, but you just can't do all of them right now. So he gets the rider. Oh no, the warrior can hit the rider, but Arthur obviously wants that because Thetat wants to go in the village. The rider push with the giant is actually quite genius here because now if Thetat steps on that village, he's not keeping it. Not even for a turn. And with Arthur having 2 giants on turn 9, soon to get another on turn 10, while Thetat has no giants to be seen yet, though he does have one kind of cooking up in just a bit. I mean, it's not over for Thetat because he does have that sneaky village. But if Arthur can find any other villages on the map, then it's Arthur with the village advantage. Looks like Thetat just giving up. Not taking the village with that warrior, obviously. There's a little rider in the way. Instead, just taking out the warrior. Not even hitting Arthur's rider there because he wants to kill instead. Very worth noting, Hodrick is taking out 5 units and Imperius only 1. So Hodrick does still have some advantages here. Though the time pressure situation certainly not looking good, and Imperius is about to kind of keep the kill count in check. Now firing back with 3 kills of his own. And I feel like he wants to get a catapult. Oh, he's looking at trade. Okay. I think surely you pressure with the catapults first. But he has a grand idea. Does he go greedy for it? Oh, he's making sure he has the market spots. So he's got a level 7, level 5, and level 2. That's 14 start per turn. And then in the lower city there, that's another 2 or 3 if you border growth. Really good eco off of markets, and Hodrick would definitely not be able to punish those in any way. Now we see math from Hood. I assume giant. Where does the Park of Fortune go? Do you put it at the bottom city? On Wedon or Wedon? Park of Fortune up there seems sensible. I like it. It does get you giant there. It gets you stars immediately. What's not to love? Passing the turn immediately. He could have chopped for an archer, but I guess decides that's not worth it. And he's going for the market. Turn 11 market. Hudrick just got their first giant. And Imperius is just saying, that's a cool giant. But I have two, and I have a market. Hudrick doesn't even see it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is really, really bad for the ETAT. The ETAT needs to get trade like ASAP. But even if he does, his market spots aren't even as good. I mean, look at his capital. Arthur is about to out Hudrick. Hudrick beat Hudrick at his own game, doing the Hudrick flowchart as Imperius. Going for the math, then writing Roads trade. That is what Hudrick has been wanting to do this whole time. And they've actually never had a chance to do it in this entire set. Instead of Imperius being the one that gets to do it. And we'll see. Can Hudrick answer the Hudrick flowchart? I am led to believe probably not. This is most certainly going to spell disaster. The Explorer is funneled to go right where you want it to go, giving you beautiful information and potential for Eye of God later down the line, as if this position was not good enough already. Beautiful road placement, by the way, placing on the market. It's a much more aggressive road spot. Just a cool 32 star per turn. Do you have a siege? Arthur, you have a beautiful siege here. Look at that empty city. That empty lake. The one where the giant just walked out of. He could siege. But he would have to chop a forest now if he wants to siege. No, he doesn't. He decides the catapult and the forest. Those are more important. Man. Thetat still cannot see Arthur's markets, by the way. I think if Thetat knew that Arthur had markets, he would probably resign on the spot. I'm sure sooner or later he's going to realize that the opponent has markets, considering he should see a road already. Pauper border growth. We see the border growth. Unfortunately, trying to cling on to a long-term advantage is a lost cause here. You just look at the economy difference, 32 to 21, and that's with that level 2 city that Imperius has and only 2 markets. The disparity will only grow from here. Fishing from Imperius. Oh, is he gonna put the Juggernaut in the water? Yes, he is. Splash, take out the warrior, and now he's looking to be a little aggressive over there. I mean, he has a lot of stars. He can afford to be as aggressive as he wants. He has all the money in the world. With only 2 markets, by the way. He can place another market in plain view. that'll definitely signify to the opponent that Arthur has already placed 2 very strong markets if he's placing a level 2 market. But instead, very smartly, Arthur decides to keep being aggressive. That's what you do when you have a lot of economy. Why develop more economy when you can just win the game? DTAT can defend. You can see Hodrick is just a monster at defense. But unfortunately, defense ultimately loses to the markets. Because you can stall the game, but it's not going to be in your favor. That port from earlier, DTAT's thinking about using. It does allow the Giant to get swiped by the Rider for free. Some probably unnecessary chip damage. He wants diplomacy. He's been looking at that for a while now. Thinking about Samo spots too. He's got a lot on his mind. I mean, this is a decisive game. Farming for Imperius. Wow. Another Giant underway. Here we go. Hits the Giant there. Yeah, 2 catapults are going to be aimed right on Laik. That's rough. And now we see either a border growth or... Ooh, border growth gives you a good market spot if you want to go for that. You have a really nice level 5 market. And that's exactly what he was looking for. Beautiful market spot. Just further rubbing it in. And then making a rider instead of developing the market even more because units. This is rough. I mean, DTAT sees the market now, knows that is definitely not Arthur's first market. But what DTAT does not know is that Arthur has had markets for a few turns now. He got his first one on turn 11. It is now turn 14. Those markets have gotten an insane value at this point. Arthur with almost double the economy. And kill count is still pretty similar. Now archery, this is the thing, the techs are just going to start flowing in. And the catapults are going to be beautifully positioned. DTAT is just all in on defense. Oh, little misplaced road. You see Arthur shaking his head there. He wanted to go for the free siege with the rider, but it's just not there. Another village for Arthur. Oh my goodness. I think some archers here look pretty good for Arthur. I mean, he mostly bought archery for the defense bonus, but it certainly comes into play getting some archers as well. Because those can pressure the giants and catapults very easily, and archers are much more expendable. And you can absolutely afford to have some expendable units here. I mean, 40 star per turn, soon to be 41 after he upgrades that city. He's definitely getting the giant there. I think you just make 4 archers or like 2 archers, 2 riders, and get the giant there as well. Just smother the opponent in units. It's not like they can get knights. They like DTAT doesn't even have riding. And even if somehow DTAT were to magically get knights next turn, you have all the vision in the world to play around chains. Yeah, he's thinking whether to train a unit or not. I think it's a no-brainer. Get that unit down. And then 2 archers and a rider? Arthur not training units. That's Pretty odd. I guess not training a unit in Robimo, or is Robima? I can't quite tell because the catapult can reach, but forcing the catapult to stay there, I think, is rewarding enough. Yeah, this isn't looking good for TTAT. You're not going to be able to keep up in units. You have a nice, cool 43 stars to work with, but that's the about as many stars as Arthur makes in one turn. TTAT really wants to believe. Yeah, I feel like if TTAT saw those markets earlier, he would know to resign, but TTAT right now thinks, well, I'm not too late to the party. I'm only a couple turns late, when in reality, he's actually 4 turns late, and he is really behind. Like, those initial 2 markets, Arthur has really juiced those for so much. Whereas TTAT hasn't even paid off his first market. Now the knights come in. It's this economy advantage quickly cascading into a tech and unit advantage. Yeah, it's going to be lights out pretty soon. Even TTAT will be able to see when the knights show up. There's the resignation from TTAT, realizing not even needing to see the knight. That's GG's. Beautiful win for Arthur. Love to see it. We're not going to see a 24-hour finals with Hoodrick. We're going to see Imperius, who could win the whole thing. My top 3 predictions this whole time have been Imperius, Luxor, and Chinchi. Chinchi has been eliminated, but Imperius has got a seat in the finals, and I'm liking Luxor's chances against Barter. Maybe I'm calling it too soon, but we could see Imperius versus Luxor in the finals, and that's gonna be a really interesting series. GG's. Man. What a set. That game 1 was seriously insane. BTAT had a really good fight. Yeah, I know pretty much nobody's able to hear the interview. Same with me actually. I can't hear very well either. I'm gonna have to be like checking the main stream after this to hear the main interview. Or what you guys can do is like pop over to the main channel and then pop back here after the interview's over if you want. But unfortunately, I can't do too much about the volume because of my extremely janky setup. Yeah, World Finals aren't stopping my upload schedule. I'm sorry, guys. Water World tier list today. Obviously very important. You can watch that whenever you feel like it. All right. See y'all in 7 minutes. Dude, we're so back. 2 more sets to go. Hopefully my voice doesn't go out. I'm not used to talking for long periods of time. I am so excited for the Slimming Boy lore. Unlike the other players, I know pretty much nothing about Slimming Boy. He's the only person I've never played against, and I've seen, like, a small handful of his games. Unlike the other players that I've studied pretty thoroughly, Slimming Boy is the wild card of this tournament. He could destroy Meisterlamp. He could lose horribly. We don't know. Could be an insanely close set. We could see some incredible plays we've never seen before. Some unexpected craziness. Or the biggest blunders of the entire tournament. Like, when I say anything could happen in these sets, this is a set that really has the most room for any unexpected events to happen. I kind of know how the maps are picked. Most of it was down to player vote. Most people just preferred lakes. The other thing to consider is a map that's actually balanced for all the tribes, which really only lakes fits that. And then it's small lakes because tiny lakes is a little too fast, but then normal lakes can sometimes take ridiculously long. So that's kind of some of the decision making there.
My name is Livingston. In-game I lead that Lila, and Slimming Boy also name that a lot of people know me by. And I come from the city of Groningen in the Netherlands. Well, I'm still in high school and I live with my parents and 4 siblings. And I like to play water polo, and as I said, I'm just very busy with my school because it's my final year. And also play Polytopia every now and then. I saw a video on YouTube from, I think it was like Chicken McNugget, and I just got hooked and watched more videos, and then at some point I just asked the game for like a holiday
present, and I got it, and yeah, I just found it super fun to play. Yeah, in the weekends I often like to play a few games, and that's it really. Well, when I qualified for Sweden, it obviously changed a lot, but well, I couldn't believe that it was actually happening, and when the game was over, the final game, I was first just checking because if it was actually going to happen, and when it did, I was just super happy. Of course, I couldn't sleep until like 5 in the morning because I was just so happy about it and looked really forward to it.
Yeah, someone in chat talking about a pick ban system for maps. Interestingly, in the face-off, there was a proposed idea by the tournament organizers for a potential pick ban system, but there was a unanimous, I'm not kidding, unanimous vote against it. I thought it was kind of clunky and weird to have a pick ban system, especially since I was expecting the face-off to be lakes, and I think everyone else agreed. Like, we were expecting lakes.
I'm Marco,
Let's just do lakes.
known as Meister Lampe online, and I'm from Germany. I currently study computer science at the university, and in my free time I also play the drums, and I play that in the local wind orchestra as well. Well, I also play some other games and also like playing board games. Yeah, I really like more complex board games. Like currently one of my favorites would probably be Terraforming Mars, and of course Catan also is a classic I really enjoy. Yeah, so I originally started playing Polytopia in 2018. That was during high school, where I saw a classmate play Polytopia on the tram, and I thought the game looked pretty cool, and when I asked him what it's called, and yeah, that's how I originally started. Then I took a break for 4.5 years, and then 2 years ago I started playing the game again as a friend asked me to play it, and I got hooked by it again. To get here was really hard. Like, I had a lot of games where if I lost one more match I would be out, but I'm glad I made it here, and yeah, I think it's a fun time here.
My goodness. This is long drawn out before things start. Please start the set. And if you guys are wondering why I'm not talking very much, I'm trying to save my voice. I don't want it to give out before the finals, so until the set starts, I'm gonna be keeping it a bit more quiet.
I was not really active in the Discord, so I didn't knew any of the pro players until very recently. I honestly think it's one of the best matchups I have because Luxidor generally feels like they have like similar resources to Bardor, but they get like a much easier capital giant and they have faster early game exploration. So I think it's probably one of the most favorable matchups I could get. When I saw some games from Iceland, he was very scary, and he also has a very strong tribe. So I think he's definitely one of the strongest opponents out there. My mindset is mostly that I'm playing the games for fun, and if I win them, even better. Like obviously, try my best, but I think I also prepared like a little less this week than most of the other players playing. I think I will be very nervous, especially when I get onto the podium, and there will be a lot of pressure. But usually I play at my best when there's a lot of pressure, so I think that won't be a problem. I think I'll have a good chance of like a top 3 finish at least, and depending on the RNG and how it goes, it might even be much better than that. Of course, we'll see how it ends up playing out because the spawns always play a big role.
Oh my goodness. I was gonna describe the matchup a bit, but Meisterlamp kind of did it for me. I think Luxador is quite favored, mostly due to the giant and the similar resources. And yes, there will probably be at least one recap vid, if not multiple. There are some very juicy games so far, and we haven't even seen all of them. Like, I need my content. You guys know that. Oh my goodness. Players locking in. Yeah, I could see Barter winning, depending on how spawns go, or if Slimming Boy is like secretly absolutely insane at the game. But I just don't know anything about him, so I don't know what to expect. I'm expecting Luxador to win, but who knows? Oh, we're getting started. Okay. Very land heavy for Barter. And we have a landlocked cap, but lots of water for Luxador. Though it looks like there's going to be land in the middle. A possible choke point. Barter really likes the choke points because they can get catapults. So we'll have to see. Barter does miss their sub. Ooh. Barter's expansion is going to be cut very short. He's going to run right into the Luxador Warrior. Unless he changes his path. There he goes, right into the Lux Warrior. Meisterlamp will happily take the kill. Ooh. That second city for Meisterland, by the way, 7 forests. I think you go hunting forestry here, right? Hunting forestry, get 1 lighthouse to get the giant on your capital, do a little chopping, get math. Writing? Whoa. Oh, I think he's assuming that Bardar has a second warrior nearby, but Bardar's pretty far away, actually. Now, Bardar is a terrible second city, but Meisterland being cautious here does give a bit of leeway. Do you go for a rider here as Bardar? What do you do with these resources? 16 stars. What if you do something like really crazy and just rush Philo? You could do that as Barter here. This is the first time I've mentioned Philo rush. If there's any time to rush Philo, it would be now. I don't think we'll see it, but it would be hilarious. Yeah, okay, we're not gonna see it. So, Barter just holding on to his stars, saving for something. Not sure what. Obviously, he's gonna get Org, but the Org is pretty cheap. I don't think you need to save very many stars for that. Is interesting water. Like, all this water, but Meister Lamp doesn't have access to any of it unless they border growths. Barter also has quite poor water access, but he does at least have something in that third city. Archery, Org. Archery is interesting. Very defensive, because you're certainly not attacking with archery. I guess you see the rider, and you're assuming that Lux wants to play aggressively here, so you go for the workshop and play it very safe. I guess both players are choosing very safe options. Makes sense. On the world stage, the last thing you want to do is take risks. Yeah, I guess I know Lux really, really wants forestry here. Hopefully that ruin helps speed things up, because you can see how much writing has slowed Meisterlamp down, just because he wanted to be cautious. But now he's actually advancing a lot, giving Barter the kill right back. Now both players tied 1-1 with kills, and Barter's going to be able to develop pretty nicely and actually take a lead in economy. Okay. I'm sure Barter can try to expand down south. Looks like he's just going to go for another workshop. This is very interesting to see. I think this is actually the first time I've ever seen someone go so workshop heavy on lakes. 0 explorers. Meisterlamp getting an explorer ruin though, which is surely going to get the lighthouse. And there it goes. That vision advantage will be very helpful. Barter needs climbing to even have a chance of getting that city, and Meisterlamp can get a bridge or something to deny. Yeah, he's doing the math on forestry. I assume you want to upgrade your cap. Do you want a border growth or pop growth? I feel like you can border growth your second city. We'll see. Oh, he might be upgrading second city first. He's thinking. Did he do the math right? Did he mess something up? He's thinking about upgrading that city. He's thinking about upgrading capital. Yeah, you have to chop hut there. Okay, so you've got the. He's going for the workshop. All right, all right. Which means you're not getting the giant until turn 8, unless there's something that I'm missing here. Yeah, Barter's gonna need to do more than just be on 3 cities. Again, dare I say, your resources are pretty awful. You could genuinely consider, once again, just rushing Philo, taking advantage of this very, like, narrow choke point that both sides can't really make use of for a while. That'd be really crazy to do in World Championships, though. Lots of chops. Besides, the early giant is better, even in the face of archers. Does he just want a really, really quick border growth? Alright, barter going in the south, hoping to find something. Does he want climbing? He does have a BG there. He has a level 6 market potentially, plus a level 2, plus another level 2 if he does a really weird border growth, but more likely just a level 1 if it even is anything. Only 8-star per turn from markets, which is actually definitely not enough to be decisive. At best, equalizing if you get markets and the opponent doesn't. So yeah, Meisterlamp getting the next rune over. And because Barter was slow to get climbing, he's doing the math. Is he thinking about border growth? So I'm thinking about border growth. You get all that water access. If you don't border growth, you are very, very hurt for water access. Yeah, surely you save stars here. And if you border growth, that center city, Xiao, tons of vowels in that city name, by the way. You do set up a few good Sama. Okay, there we go. Border has access to something. There's a non-zero chance that Barter will not be stuck on 3 cities, and there's a ruin back there. Now, it looks like if you really want to get anywhere, you're going to need to place a bridge. Luckily, you can afford to bridge as Barter. That's probably what I would be going for here. Get that village with the bridge. Just, you know, so you can have something. And then you get the ruin there as well. You should be able to defend with archers and roads very, very soundly. Okay, Meisterlamp. Resource Ruin! Really, really nice. Okay, that's gonna help advance the math game plan pretty well. Get the border growth a turn ahead of schedule. Not quite getting the second giant there, but looking towards fishing port. Get the giants online, because if you use animal hut and port, that is exactly enough for a giant. The northern city might be contested a bit, but because Meisterlamp has an information advantage, he's probably going to get the upper hand. Very easy for Slimming Boy to wander into an awful situation due to that lack of vision, which has not been much of a factor because players have been very adamant about getting explorers, and for good reason. Explorers are very strong right now. So it's unusual to see Slimming Boy with a serious lack of vision. Mathematics? Is he just going straight catapult? 2 techs for the catapult. Whoa. Very, very defensive. And then he has exactly enough for another giant. So Meisterlamp's gonna get on the water, basically just ignore the catapults. Yeah, this is a very interesting playstyle from Slimming Boy. From the few games that I've seen with him, he loves his ranged units. And it shows here. Now we see the Explorer. Let's the animation skip. Population on the capital. Both really nice ruins here. In fact, If Slimming Boy looks at things correctly, you can consider getting Eye of God. You'd probably have to give up the village, but it's unlikely you're getting it anyway. And that's probably the better play. Unfortunately, Slimming Boy doesn't know that. But if he finds that play, that would be pretty incredible. He walks on the village, but unfortunately... Well, he's not on the village yet, but he's close to it. Ooh, my goodness. Seeing the villages there. Meisterlamp doesn't see those villages yet, but he's going to get them. The naval controls are very good here, too. What do you do? Catapult's going to defend the choke point, but the choke point, I feel, is going to be defended easily anyway. Park of Fortune. Slam that down, get the resources. Make an archer? Warrior? Let's say deep behind the warrior if he does that. I think archer, yeah. Because the Juggernaut's not landing, otherwise it's landing into a catapult. You're happy if that happens. An archer is going to be useful for poking away. Whoa! That's bold. Going for a catapult, assuming Meister is just going to wander their Juggernaut around, and that might be exactly what's going to happen. Taking advantage of the strength that Barter does have, that very quick access to mathematics. Okay, so yeah, you're going to take Barter off the village, and thanks to the fact that you can camp on the mountains, you can deny the lighthouses from Barter. You should be able to notice that Barter is missing that lighthouse. You have to be very observant here, but I mean, the goat, Meister Lamp, hopefully is, but it is very easy to miss things on the world stage. Oh wait, Barter is actually missing that the Eastern Lighthouse. I thought he had it actually. Okay, catapult hits. Juggernaut very weakened, and that catapult is going to control the port, which means it's staying there for good. Is he going to move the catapult up? That's really aggressive. If he can get away with that, that would be insane. Yeah, Slimming Boy just trying to go for the lighthouse instead. To go east or southeast? He goes all in. Very, very aggressive catapult post, not waiting for his giant to catch up. I don't think Meisterlamp can actually punish the catapult spot, though. So it might be there for good. Just barely, despite the fact that Barter could not see exactly what's going on. He was confident in that catapult spot, and rightly so. It holds. And he's going to be able to get some really good value out of these. Alright, Luxador, he wants that city. Yeah. Snag that before Barter has the chance to build up catapults or something to somehow deny. Very expensive. Chop for a rider. Okay. Now, the rider dies. So you can pelt away at that Juggernaut. There's pretty much no way. If the Juggernaut tries to advance, it's dead. Wow. Meisterlane put 2 Juggernauts in the water, and in a matter of a few turns, they're both at 17 HP. nearly useless. Very, very effective defense by Barter. Taking advantage of any overextension. The problem for Barter is, though, he's still stuck on very few cities. But Meister, he has 5 cities. That is actually quite a lot to work with. And with the Explorer here trying to grab a whole lot more vision, now we can really see what's going on Barter's side, and that's going to be crucial. Getting Eye of God! No need for the Explorer there! What an incredible Explorer. And he knows he can safely perch on that village. Okay. Meister can decide if he'd like to counter with his own catapults to stop Barter's giant from advancing, kind of giving him a taste of his own medicine, if he even needs to do that. It looks like he might just have a comfortable 3v6 here, and Barter's defensive play, while looking very strong, ultimately is just defensive. It's not advancing him towards a win. Though this is honestly a pretty tough spot for Barter anyway. But I feel like what's really important about this is it does give Meisterlamp a good read on how Slimming Boy likes to play. Seeing a very, very defensive play style. Probably the most defensive we've seen yet. Because in this game, I don't know if Barter should have played this defensive, considering time isn't on their side. But they win for it nonetheless. Meister with a bit of time pressure. He should be able to get everything in order so long as he can just establish a nice catapult. Because while Slimming Boy does have the giant, it just isn't actually a threat here. It takes 3 turns to reach. Meister has a monument and math. It's just not going to mean much. Oh! Diplomacy! Wait a minute. Oh, snap. Meisterlamp sees the cloak at least. He has time to prepare, but probably not as much time as he'd like. Is this the out? I mean... Oh, snap. Server response, of course. Classic Mijuan. Probably the worst time to have this happen. Uh-oh. Yeah, he's trying to get back in the... Yeah, you can see the server undid his archer move. Oh no. Oh my goodness. There's no way. He can't even pass the turn. Oh, are the servers back? Oh my goodness. Dude, he just lost like a minute and a half. Dude. Mijuan, get your servers together. Right in the middle of World Championships. That has to feel really, really bad for Slimming Boy. And I mean, he has all the reason to be salty about that. Yeah, and conveniently, Meisterlamp having no server issues at all. Something, something. maybe some external factors at play. I'm just kidding. Controversial Polytopia set? Not clickbait? Think that'd be a good video idea, chat? Maybe this will convince Midron to fix his servers already, though. Resource ruin for barter, making up for the unfortunate circumstances earlier. Hang on. Now, one problem for barter here. You are pop capped. Except for in the city that you just trained a defender in, but you couldn't train a cloak there anyway because it would have gotten killed by the rider. Oh my goodness. It would be really nice if you had more time to think right now. See Meisterlamp doing a bunch of math. Backing up his units. Just out of range of the catapult. Oh, because he saw the catapult get trained on his capital because he has diplomacy, right? Oh. So he knew the catapult was there. Okay, mining. Yeah. Hut. Sawmill. Okay, so he wants the... He really wants the giant. Oh my goodness, wait. Meister deal with the... Oh, I see the plan. I see the vision here. Again. Remember last time he saw cloaks? How do you deal with the cloak if you can't detect it? There's two ways. Either you block where the cloak can connect to the city, or you block where the daggers can spawn. And you can see Meisterlamp looking to do both at the same time here. Block where the daggers can spawn, and block where the cloak can connect. Although it's a little harder to block with the border growth, you'll need to train some more catapults if you really want to be sure. Move your catapult up to pressure their giant. Force that back because that giant is reminds me a lot of the Hoodrick game. With the Hoodrick v Imp. That game one, the giant was holding together the cloak chain. Meisterlamp recognizes this, and he's targeting the giant because he knows if the giant goes, there will be no more cloaks to send because they'll just get revealed by the massive riders that Meisterlamp has here. Okay, so I believe you can clear that rider away. You have to move your giant, so then you can move the archer. Sure enough, that's what we're gonna see. Now, do you buy fishing? There's the cloak. It's not over yet. I mean, it's still not good. The cloak connection's very helpful here, but it's very hard to follow up because you can't make a cloak in that city. You still can make a cloak in your north city. You just need the defender to block. You have to chop a force to make it possible. Time pressure. Oh my goodness. Barter has a good economy here. Very effectively playing tall. Take out the archer, take out the dagger, get Gate of Power. Is Meisterlamp still holding his monuments, by the way? He still just has those pocketed. Yeah, Slimming Boy really trying to... really mounting a very solid counteroffensive. I'm really surprised by this. Normally 3 cities, that's terrible. on lakes, unless you're like Hoodrick. You don't even have good Marketeer's Barter. You have the one level 6. That's it. But yet, somehow, Slumming Boy is finding a way. Meisterlamp now going for Grand Bazaar. He is just one connection away. He has Gate of Power on hand. Where did he place I? Oh, I see where he placed I've got it. Now he's going to double Monument. Go for the Giant. There we go. Now Meisterlamp's economy is looking quite nice, even despite the Cloak Chain. And he might even have room for yet another Giant on his capital. Yeah, getting more catapults for defense. Now Slimming Boy will have to use Knights if he wants to hope to break through. But he also needs to keep up the cloak pressure, but that's only going to be harder to maintain from this point onward. So it's not looking good, especially as Meisterlamp establishes a northern navy. That is sure to stop the cloaks. So that we see another cloak, but I have my doubts that this one will actually make a successful connection. Maybe it will, but maybe it won't. Meisterlamp could even get a surprise bomber out of nowhere. He can afford to do something like that. Look at his economy. 30 star per turn, almost double that of the opponent. And his city count is double that of the opponent. And Slimming Boy's still struggling with time. I wonder why that's the case. It's looking really good for Meister. Oh, the player cam's not in the way, so we can actually see how many kills the riders have. There's a 2 out of 3 rider, which he did not use to kill. And he's going to kill that. Trap his own rider. The one that he wants to be a veteran. I think a slight misplay there. Does distract the archers, but I don't know how useful that really is. Oh, I guess he's fine with distracting the archers, actually. Perhaps I stand corrected. He's trying to attack. That's not a bad solution to the whole cloak issue. Just, you can't really cloak if you're too busy defending. Meisterlamp also does not have organization yet. There could be a lot of farms in that central city. There's some empty tiles that look pretty... Or no. Those aren't empty tiles. Those were forest tiles, so there's probably actually not fields there. There could be some... Could there be any? I don't think there could be any, actually, so... I think there is still a way to get a giant. You have to, like, make a bunch of ports alongside getting the fruit. But yeah. Looks like that veteran rider is actually going to be posing a bit of an issue, because where can the cloak go now? Barter with only 2 giants to his name, and now only 1 catapult. I mean, unit count 12 to 20. Meisterlamp with almost double the unit count. And you just can't get a cloak connection. The Juggernaut's in the way. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Slimming Boy did a really good job playing to his outs, but sadly... Oh. He knows the cloak is in one of 2 places. He suspects it's there, because that's the only place where it could be. So, yeah, Meisterlamp just knows where the cloak is now, and Slimming Boy resigns. Oh my goodness. Rough spawn for Slimming Boy, but there's potential here. We might see a game 3, but we might see a second Meisterlamp sweep. It all depends on what happens in the next game. Oh, right. Game 2. I forgot who was hosting game 1. I guess we'll find out with game 2. Alright. Can Slimming Boy bounce back? Game 1, just a spawn diff. Surely you can outplay Meister, right? Game is started. Barter with a much better spawn this time around. Very strong resources in cap. Luxador with a lighthouse spawn and his fish pointing the wrong way. Could have had water access, but landlocked again. Ruin. Okay, this spawn is already looking way better for Barter. Not missing your suburb. Finding a ruin. Better cap resources. Could we see the Slimming Boy comeback? Looks like there's going to be a good amount of land at play, but... Whoa! What? Ruin! What? What a mad lad. What a mad lad. Going for the ruin. Population? But you're not getting your next village until turn 6. Is it worth it? I mean, your techs are going to be cheaper. But this is the thing with going for the ruins. Your expansion is hurt. And also, he's not going Filler Rush again. He could have done it a second time. He has yet another chance to do it, which is really funny. I love pointing that out. Okay. Meisterlamp sees the level 3 cap. Does he know that the opponent got a pop ruin? Because that's literally the only way that can happen, so surely he knows. Now, the problem is you can't steal that ruin from the opponent because you can see Slimming Boy's trained a lot of warriors. Alright. Finding the villages. Finding Luxador. 17 stars on hand. He's going for a quick giant. We're going to see a turn 5 giant from Barter. Normally this is what we see from Luxador, and in fact, we are going to see a turn 5 giant from Luxador. Both players are going to get a turn 5 giant. One with a pop ruin, and one being Luxador. Now, Luxador has a great amount of expansion and host advantage. And their Luxador. And their Meisterlamp. But, I mean, we've seen some really good plays from Slimming Boy. Definitely should not count him out just yet. Goes for the lighthouse. Forestry. So you need forestry and fishing. Then what? You have a lot of stars to work with. But again, not getting those cities till turn 6 slows you down. And that temporary lead in stars will dissipate. The plus side is you're going to get a lot of techs before then, and you're very informed of what you need. There's forestry. Now, he has that Park of Fortune, and he has to decide where that goes, and it is not an easy decision. So that's where Meisterlamp is putting his Park of Fortune. Meisterlamp has an interesting idea of going construction here, getting a ton of population that way. I'm not sure if that's what he's thinking about. Whoa, he might be thinking about that. I was saying that's a pretty far out line. Only a Zabasi tryhard such as myself might notice, but perhaps Meisterlamp is that guy. He could actually, if Meisterlamp gets construction, that would be insanely awesome. And we see the Explorer. Oh! That's going to allow him to get a second giant on his capital with Park of Fortune. He has just enough population now. Before he was one short. He's stuck on 3 cities again, but with this really good water access compared to Luxador, this position certainly does not look bad. Pop Rune from Luxador, though. Unfortunately, fishing leaves you 1 star short of the giant. Come on, Meisterlamp, get construction. Listen to the invasive thoughts. Construction gets you so many giants. It's totally worth it. It's not a play that's too crazy. It's so many giants. Surely it's worth it, right? Border growth? Good border growth. He's thinking about forestry, though. Come on, forestry's so basic. You can get construction and get like 10,000 giants. It'd be really funny. Port first? You have to chop once if you get the port. Which I guess you're fine doing. Chop once. And there's the giant. Turn 7 2 giants with barter. Not something you see every day. Now Meisterlamp can deny barter. Can he deny barter the rune actually? The giant is in the way. He has to move that warrior. He cannot deny barter the rune actually. Because of that really well placed giant. Fishing right into the port. Trying to get in the water. This is really interesting. I quite like Barter's position here. They've gotten only 1 explorer this game, but that 1 explorer they did get was absolutely phenomenal, giving them exactly what they need to know. There is a Juggernaut that they have to worry about, but they have a game plan for it. I mean, they have 2 giants. They can use those to defend. Oh my goodness. What does this rune give Barter? Yeah, that Juggernaut could pose some issues. I think Barter should be fine. Worst case, you lose the city for a turn, and then just take it right back, and now you're up a giant. I think if Meister attacks it, you just kind of let him, and then send your giants in. Don't think you need to port now. Yeah, he is. He's really considering the possibilities of the universe right now. To port or not to port? I think you don't. I think you wait a turn. Archery? Oh, wow. Totally out of left field. Trying to do a little counterattack and use the archers on defense simultaneously. Now, Meisterlamp has to respond to the giant, but I don't think it's exactly a difficult question to answer. I mean, that border growth. Now another giant in the capital. Dude, construction would be so funny. Come on. Can someone count how many giants you would get with construction here? I think you get 3 giants. Am I crazy? Or does construction actually give you at least 3 giants? All right. Slimming Boy trying to pressure. Resource Ruin. That's not bad. Goes for the port. That warrior's just gonna die. I think it would have been... Oh, he's going strategy. Oh my goodness. He just doesn't want that siege to happen. Meisterlamp going for the ruin. I don't know about that, actually. There's a potential village that I think is more important to grab. Suddenly that attack, though, for Meisterlamp might not work out. I don't want to call it too early. Game 3? This Juggernaut is looking rather precarious. Yeah, where does it go? It's either next to a giant and gets slapped, or it's next to a giant and gets slapped. And if it goes nowhere, Slimming Boy could get climbing, pose some issues there. Yeah. Meisterlamp going for forestry, though. Not getting construction, which is going to be way fewer giants. You need to get math or even a second giant on the front line. See, it's just not as good. It's just not as good. Clearly, I know better than these top players in Sweden. Okay, I swear construction's actually good. It's a tough line to see, though. Like, I don't blame Meister for missing it. It is a very, very unintuitive idea. Seeing a ton of forests and being like, oh, construction value. That's not a thing that any sane person thinks, but I'm not sane. That's why I thought about it. Okay. This is looking nice for Barter. Barter does need to convert, but I mean, he's gone this far so far. Pew Pew, the Juggernaut. Might have been better to hit the Warrior, actually. Because 3 damage on a Juggernaut isn't as valuable as 5 on a Warrior. Possibly getting in the water with that Juggernaut? I think it's not a bad idea to pop a quick Explorer first before you think about anything else. Okay. There's the Explorer. Do the animation skip, you definitely need to here. There's that. Now you have good vision. You can see. You should. Oh, he's sending the giant, though. Well, I guess that forces Meister's hand. He has to get sailing, or else the Juggernaut's gonna be in a world of hurt. Oh, he gets Eye of God with the Explorer Ruin. Oh my goodness. And he's good. He's got a good chance of getting that village in the middle, which could tie the village count once again. One big problem for Meisterlamp here, though, is the north, actually. You have to buy sailing, get the Juggernaut out. But now these archers are actually going to be a huge issue. You'll have to back up your giant, because if you let your giant just get pelted, it's just going to be reduced to dust. Yeah, chop that. Get rid of any possible defense boost that the opponent can use. Yeah, he's going for the village. I've got there. Interesting. He missed a giant on his capital, though. Are the 5 stars really better than an extra giant? And keeping the giant there? Well, we could have backed up his giant. Um, I'm a little unsure. Things might get a little sketchy for Meisterlamp. Can put the giant in the water, and the defenders will for Slimming Boy are gonna give some really good long-term value. Yeah, going for that village back there, going for the ruin. Surely the giant just goes on the port. You could get the scout, deny the warrior from stepping on the village. The question is... Ooh, that's a tough decision, actually. He opts not to. I think that... No, that doesn't open the door. Never mind. That defender ship has enough HP. You can still make the scout next turn. Meister opting for Juggernaut. That will defend, but it's gonna leave him open for a siege. Yeah, he just sacked a few units. Luckily, Slimming Boy only had 2 kills. Those were the first 2 kills that he's gotten, actually. Okay. The Slimming Boy's going to be able to deny, but Meisterlamp can force a greater response, forcing the warrior to become a scout, the 5 HP warrior raft. Now Meisterlamp forced to get archery himself. And it looks like he might be getting outpaced. He's getting out expanded. And the naval superiority with the defenders might prove to be good, but Meisterlamp definitely is not out of it yet because he does have giants. He has a giant advantage, but it might not actually prove to be that big. I mean, the giants are very big, but his advantage might not be. All right, more units. Do you want to port in that south city? Get even more units in the water? Okay. Keeping the units on the starfish is very bold, especially when that warrior just dies just like that. And now Meister deciding go in the village or try to preserve naval dominance. It's always a tough decision, but looks like he's going for naval dominance. He could use the scout to help take out the archer alongside the warrior to kind of clear the problems in the northeast, or sorry, northwest. But instead he's going to use that also to help with naval dominance. Pass the turn. Now another ruin. Vet sword. Not actually that bad. You can put that in the water, get a nice 20 HP scout or rammer or otherwise. or land it on that hotly contested city in the middle. Navigation. What? What's the idea behind that? Navigation was 16 stars. You get 8 back. So you spent 8 stars for the potential to spend 15 stars on a bomber, when you are far from guaranteed to have naval dominance. Huh. Oh, the time pressure. Whoa, barter under 10 seconds. That just creeps up on you sometimes. Not enough time to upgrade, too long of an animation, gotta train units instead. Rough stuff. Meister Lamp now going for the city. Alright, Luxador finally able to deal with this pressure, but having one of his best cities being sieged like that hurts a lot. Giant on siege is a little sketchy. Putting it in the water? No, he does it. Okay, I see the... Oh, taking out the... Oh, whoa, whoa. The giant doesn't kill. Does it? Is it like really close to killing, but not quite? Sort of deal? Ooh, nice splash value. Luxador finally possibly getting back in the game in terms of city count. Oh, there's another starfish. Is it worth spending the turn with that Juggernaut to grab the starfish? I wonder if it is. Barter developing very nice eco lead, but that is definitely going to be temporary. Luxador is about to fire back real quick and get an eco advantage of their own. Luxador has higher level cities overall, but they've been down in cities this whole time. 16 star per turn off 3 cities is quite good. But they're about to be on 5. It's been a pretty wild game. I feel like, I don't know if this is just me, but I feel like there's been some distinct misplays on both sides. This really could have been anyone's game in a lot of situations, and I guess it still could be, but I'm thinking it's starting to lean towards Meisterlamp now. But I guess the defenders could prove their value and totally turn things around. That's still a possibility. $30 stars on hand. Good chunk of change. What to spend it on? Looking at... What is he thinking about? Surely not construction. Okay, ramming. Ramming makes sense here. You could also consider getting strategy yourself. Now is probably a bit early, but later down the line, going for the Explorer just for that perfect info. Just to really see what's up. And I guess because that's a pretty hotly contested city, there's a good chance it'll be sieged more often than not, so... Picking an Explorer means if you lose the city, not as big of a deal, and if it's sieged, you know, you're not losing as much from that. Taking out that Juggernaut. Veteran Warrior. Ooh, that Veteran Warrior is a huge deal, actually. That Veteran Warrior is basically just a defender, which you can put in the water, and it's going to be a very useful rammer. We can see units. Slimming Boy is actually slightly ahead in units. He doesn't have any giants anymore. though both of Meisterlamp's giants are very weak. It will take a whopping, let me do the math real quick, 9 turns to recover that 2 HP giant to full HP. And just to get it to a reasonable amount of HP takes a while. Oh wait, Meisterlamp just had a giant that took the city. They do have one healthy-ish giant, but one of them is now dead, and the other is not very healthy. Sending a defender raft with no concern for its life. Crazy stuff. Yeah, you want to leave room for your warrior scout. That's the better spot. Nice. But he's insistent on killing it. I think a little overly so. Barter isn't actually that close to Gate of Power. Surprisingly, both players are actually like neck and neck in terms of total kills, which is pretty surprising to see. Well, I guess it has felt like a pretty even game. Very nice splash. Making a splash. Some rammers for Slimming Boy would be really good here. Defender rammers are very, very strong. Do we see a city wall? Yeah, immediately, without hesitation. Picks up the wall. He wants to hold on to that city, and he wants to make it as painful for the opponent to try and attack it as possible. Because that will be Slimming Boy's target. It's pretty much the only reasonable target here. Now, you definitely want some more units. What is he chopping about? Just getting some more eco? That's a 3-turn ROI. I guess this game could go on for a while, so it probably will pay off, and he can afford to do it now. Like, those small things could leave him open. Bomber! Oh my goodness. Right, his navigation. He got that oh so long ago. And now that Veteran Sword Ruin is going to be put to good use with a bomber that is in a very hard to reach spot, and it's targeting a very important city. Now, fortunately, Meisterlamp has the wall there, so bomber could have been a lot worse if not for that city wall. There's the siege. So Meisterlamp is going to be forced to unsiege, likely using the Juggernaut, keeping it within bomber range. Oh my goodness. Wait. Oh my goodness. Oh, but he's just showing off this massive splash value. Meisterlamp, look at these 6 units you can splash. But sadly, the Juggernaut is preoccupied and cannot get that juicy splash value. Okay, now it's only 5 units. Still can't get it either way. Unless, of course, Meisterlamp... Wait. What if he could have his cake and eat it too? Do you guys see it? Hold up. I think Meisterlamp sees it. Oh my goodness, he sees it. He sees it. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Get the Gate of Power. Giant push. Get the splash value and the unsiege. Keep your 21 HP Juggernaut out of bomber range so you don't get any splash value there. Suddenly, naval control has been handed firmly back to Meisterlamp once again. Beautiful play. I didn't notice it until the end of Barter's turn. I looked at the kill count for Meisterlamp and I'm like, wait a second. Yeah. He has that sneaky little trick that unfortunately Slimming Boy did not take into account. And that might cost him. Man. Yeah, this game's really slipping away from barter. Another archer. You can see the unit advantage, 16 units to 12, and that's including the fact that Meister Lamp just got a giant. Barter has no giants to be seen, but he just got killer. That could change. Where's the giant, though? You can get one for 14 stars next to your bomber by getting 2 ports. Is that going to be good enough? It's expensive, and it's going to mean you're not getting rammers for a while, and... oh, man. You might not be able to get scouts. And your central city, Orklin, is going to be under serious pressure. I can see in the near future, aka next turn. Border growth? Oh, is that cheaper? Oh my goodness, the bomber, what the heck? Is that worth it? That's crazy. Not going for the giant, at least not yet. He can still get a next turn though. That's probably a misplaced warrior because it's giving free juggernaut value. Meister Lamp's Juggernaut only at 10 HP though, so it's a lot less threatening. Oh my goodness, this is like back and forth. But now another Juggernaut in the water. My goodness. Yeah, there's the siege available in Orkland, but plenty of archers able to respond. What Meister Lamp probably wants to do here is force some trades with the archers there, because those archers are being very useful in defense. Meister Lamp wants his own archers. That's why he's making all those archers in the northeast, is to kind of occupy those archers, force trades, force Slimming Boy to spend. Meister Lamp has a very tiny eco advantage, but it is an eco advantage nonetheless, and he needs to leverage everything he has here, especially since Slimming Boy does have those defenders. This is still a shockingly close game. This is incredible to watch. Oh my goodness. It's really funny. Now that giant in the northeast have 14 HP, don't forget about it, guys. That giant could be useful. Maybe. Be really funny if that giant ended up winning the game. Alright. You need another giant here as barter. You've only gotten 2 giants the entire game. If you can get some more giants, that's going to help your eco, that's going to help you defend, but it's not actually easy to get the giant. I can say get the giant, but actually doing it is pretty tough. You have 1 giant that you can get, although not anymore, it's just too expensive. It costs 18 stars to get your next giant. You only have 22 star per turn of economy, and you need to defend the bombers that you just got. Which, unfortunately, Meister Lamp is going to be able to interfere with one of the bombers, causing some potential issues, but I guess Slimming Boy is taking that into account with the archer, kind of acknowledging where the Juggernaut might go, but Meister Lamp has a different idea. That's still solidly within range of the bomber. He's looking at the archers and seeing if any have veterancy. That's why he's like checking the kills like that. He kills that archer. I assume it must have had some kills. Usually it's better to damage the opponent's archers rather than kill, because 2 4 HP archers are less useful than 1 10 HP archer. But in some cases, like if the opponent has an archer with plenty of kills, then it's a better idea to kill that archer, because that archer is more dangerous. Whoa! Roads! And he's going to have that archer there, which is going to start pressuring. Suddenly that southern city is going to be quite useful, and that bomber for Slimming Boy What the heck? I did not see that. What the heck? And we might see, like, either Archer or Ryder. There it is, Ryder. I was thinking he might do it because those rogue plays can be quite threatening. And we can see Meisterlamp is up 6 units, though soon to be just 5, but that unit advantage is very relevant here. It's gonna really help. I mean, Slimming Boy has 2 bombers, and Meisterlamp has an inactive giant. But the bombers, their dominance is being questioned. This is gonna be a tough game for Barter, and keep in mind this is a must-win for Barter. By the way, I can only imagine the pressure that he is feeling in this situation. If you lose, that's it. You need to win this game, or else you're not going to grand finals. You don't even get a second chance. This is your only chance to prove yourself. Oh my goodness. There we go. Slimming Boy with another giant. Now the eco is closer to tied, and possibly Slimming Boy building a bit of a long-term advantage thanks to the bombers providing value alongside the defenders. But the land battle, things are a bit trickier because Meisterlamp has a siege. The capital is just going to be sieged. I don't think there's a way to hold the cap siege, but that is going to hurt. There it is. Whoa. Bringing Slimming Boy's economy down to 15 stars for this turn. Ouch. He's looking towards scouts. Does he want to poke away at the archers or the bombers or something else? Does he go for a second siege? Oh! Oh, snap. Oh, no. Now only 13 star per turn, and those archers, they need to answer those threats. Although I guess the scouts can help with the Warrior Siege on Orkland, but regardless, being forced to pay attention to a 2-star unit never feels good. There's the bridge play there, eyeing up the bomber, saying, move again, or else. And now he's willing to bunch up his units because he knows that the bomber has to move, unless the archer just gets value on it if the bomber shoots. Ooh, not ideal for Slimming Boy. He can take out that 6 HP archer there. Oh my goodness. This is so unbelievably close. The tension is killing me. Slimming Boy spamming a lot of scouts. One thing, again, worth noting, Slimming Boy, he has navigation, so he has the bombers, and he has defenders, but he does not have ramming. And with this advance here, that might prove to be an issue, because Meisterlamp is going to be able to respond to all of this with rammers. Weakening the scouts, good play. It's fine to take the retaliation damage because rammers are going to one-shot your scouts anyway, so there's not much harm in just letting that happen. More bomber value. We can see like the kill count and the unit count like neck and neck, and the economy. But that juggernaut for barter, oh my goodness. I think the defenders have just been getting so much value that barter might actually be able to win. It's always so hard to say because after Meisterlamp's turn, it looks like he's gonna win. But then after Barter's turn, it looks like Barter's gonna win. So it sounds like I'm changing my mind every turn, and that's because I kind of am. This is not a very simple game state. Meisterlamp able to get another giant. It will be a bit slow to respond, though. There's a Juggernaut that needs to be answered pretty quickly, but he does have the... Oh, he's sending the Archer back for defense. He could slap the Juggernaut with the Warrior that he has down south. He's focused up north for now, though. Jeez. I mean, this is one of these times, though. End of Meisterlamp's turn, and I'm looking at it. It doesn't look that good. I mean, it doesn't look losing for Meisterlamp, but it's definitely looking worse than it was looking just a few turns ago. Things are turning around, slowly but surely, and there's a pretty high likelihood that this will go to tiebreaks. Unless something crazy happens. Ooh, that 22 HP giant may be forced to get back in the game. Alright, the bomber invasion. Juggernaut's gonna be able to land. And stealing that city would definitely be decisive. Especially since Meisterlamp just connected everything. Another bomber! Oh my goodness. If he can defend that bomber, geez. You know, I was kind of making fun of navigation earlier. Navigation, not bad. He did just misplay there, just giving the Raymer free retaliation. But I don't think that's gonna be too big of a deal. Yeah, this is starting to look very good for Slimming Boy. Only looking better and better every turn. I mean, if this goes to tiebreak, if it goes to tiebreak, I'm pretty sure they're gonna rule in favor of Slimming Boy for this one. He's managing to use those defenders that he got oh so long ago to pull that advantage. Meisterlamp can get a few Juggernauts in the water, but it's a bit hard to respond to the bombers, and there's an immediate problem demanding an immediate response. How do you deal with the giant there? And to me, it seems like the answer is you don't. You're going to get sieged and you're going to lose the city. And once that happens, everything will fall apart. My goodness. What a back and forth game. Another one of these marketless, like, late game grinds where both players are just really deprived on resources. They need to do so much, but they have to make sacrifices. And those little decisions matter so much more. That decision for Barter to get strategy, absolutely massive. The decision to get navigation, which I questioned, massive decision. Game changing. Veteran Archer, beautiful. Thinking about the siege? Yeah, it's holding. Beautiful stuff. Probably don't want to park your bomber too close. Okay. Take out the scout. And we can look at the kill counter at the bottom of the screen. You can see that Barter has slain 30 units to Meisterlamp's 24. That's likely due to the bombers just racking up so many kills over time. And that's been a very, very big part of this game. That's why suddenly the unit advantage is skewed in Barter's favor significantly. What an incredible game, though. So many unorthodox, interesting, wild decisions, blunders all over the place. But what a beautiful game. This is why we Polytopia. Meisterlimp scratching his head. He sees the mines, but he can't afford them. How tantalizing. He's looking at... Oh, he's looking where... the city where you came from, so he can get more unit space. He's trying to use every edge he has, but... I mean, you're losing the city. And I don't see the momentum reversing. I mean, there's the two giants there, but only one of the giants is really healthy, and it's only one giant. The other one isn't quite tanky enough. I don't want to call it too early, though, but I do think we are seeing a Game 3. We won't see the Meister sweep. Slimming Boy, possibly with another chance at redemption. Another chance to prove himself. I mean, he's certainly impressing me. Yeah, you know it's bad for Meister when you end Meister's turn, and it still looks bad. Is he gonna move the archer up? Maybe? Is that worth doing? Bomber can hit that. Okay, just chipping away at the juggernauts. What do you buy here as barter? What? Cloaks again. Familiar play pattern. I personally would have gone Rider Roads because you only need to place 2 roads for Grand Bazaar. Get the monument. Not only that, but I believe you're really close, if not getting the giant on your cap. Actually, no, you're 1 pop short from the giant on the cap. Or maybe you don't buy any techs at all, or you buy ramming. Diplomacy feels a little risky here. You have a very cozy position, but Meisterlamp hasn't answered to cloaks, even if you send them in the water. But, I mean, maybe this position is so good for Slimming Boy, though, that even the risk of cloaks doesn't allow Meister to turn it around unless he is looking. Can he reach it? He cannot reach it, just barely cannot. Yeah. What a weird cloak. This Slimming Boy guy. This Slimming Boy. What are cloaks gonna do here? I mean, you're up 8-star per turn. So surely you can't go wrong, but maybe you still can. Maybe you still can. You can road that warrior, smack the defender boat, but I guess no. Okay. Meister might be considering an all-out attack on the capital. Now, if Slimming Boy recognizes this and trains a defender and gets a good setup, should be fine. But it is very possible for Meister to just raid the capital and then suddenly be winning out of absolutely nowhere. Like it is a non-zero chance. There is a reason for Meister to play on. It's very unlikely. Also, I don't know when the tiebreaks are gonna go in. I swear last time, Chad can correct me. I swear it was somewhere around turn 25 where the tiebreaks happened. Again, I didn't pay enough attention to the official rules, which I probably should have. I suspect it's based on turn, but it could be based on time, so it might be some different point. And if a tiebreak is called anytime soon, I'm gonna feel really bad for the panel of judges that know that they'll have to make a tough choice. Oh, Slimmy Boy recognizes though. He recognizes that out for Meister Lamp, acts up, realizes, yeah, I need to not throw the game. Keep my capital safe. Good recognition. Oh, is it 1 hour max? That might be it. Another question, how long has this game been going? Okay, we see the siege there on Orklin. You can siege the capital. You siege the capital. It does not hold unless you have a vet rider. But even if you do have a vet rider, I still don't think it holds. Not going for the siege at all, actually. You might just be hoping that Orklin holds. Rammer. It does look like Orklin does hold. There's not actually many units that can reach. So long as you do a good job clearing the scouts out of the way. Yep, weaken that scout as well. Oh, Meister Lamp with the time pressure now. Very unexpected, unfamiliar position for him, and he can't train the units. Wow. Just when things are starting to maybe look up for Meister Lamp, that very, very unfriendly time pressure waits for no one. That's gonna quickly put Meister Lamp back in the terrible position that he was before. Now lacking in units once again. Yeah, okay, so the siege does hold. That cloak that Barter has is just wandering. Like, at that point, I wonder if the cloak was purely for mind games, just to make Meisterland freak out. That'd be really funny if that was actually the reason. But yeah, it looks like Slimmy Boy's capital is safe. That's all that matters. It's a good position for Slimming Boy. That wall in the middle with the walled defenders, pretty much ensuring that's city's holding. The question for Meisterlamp though, is that giant gonna last? It holds. It takes the city, but is it staying there? The cloak in the south is interesting. Where's it going? I have no clue. Mavic, what? Crazy bomber value. Sadly, that costed 31 stars. So very flashy play. I think that's kind of it for that. That was a very cool play, though. You know, do it for the bit. Okay. Yeah, my Lamp does not want to stay too low on time. He's getting wrapped up in the little details. Chop another warrior so he doesn't get sieged, or maybe he's fine with it. Send the riders back. Yeah, that bomber is not long for this world, though. Yep, there it goes. And you can bridge to defend as Luxador. There goes the bomber. Something, something, boom goes the dynamite. You can use the bomber. Okay. Landing the 2 HP warrior. Unfortunately, the 1 HP bomber is able to kill that and splash onto the cloak. I still won't be able to see that it splashes the cloak, I don't think. I don't think it'll show that animation. I don't know if it'll kill the cloak. It's a 1 HP bomber. Anyone want to do the math on that? My bets are that it does 3 damage to the cloak. And when a cloak gets damaged, it does not get revealed. Okay, there's the bridge to defend that I was talking about earlier. There it is. We have seen a non-zero amount of bridges this game, which is automatically really cool because haha, funny bridge. Ryder's going in being awfully feisty. Now, this looks pretty bad, but somehow you kept Orklin. This is so chaotic. This is so absolutely... I don't even know what adjective to use to describe this. Bonkers. It's bonkers. There we go. You can use the bomber there to kill the Juggernaut. Or kill the Scout. Or splash like that. Probably put a bunch of units at like some weird HP values because low HP bombers tend to deal like half a point of damage when they splash sometimes, which leads to some weird interactions because the game doesn't know how to treat half points of health. I don't know if we're gonna see any weird interactions from that. Probably not. It would be really funny if we did see that. Oh wow, that cloak going all the way to the very famously named Luxor City. Oh. Why is it all vowels? It's all vowels. Who made that name? Okay. If this game goes to tiebreak, without a doubt Barter wins. Whether or not they hit with the cloak, it's pretty obvious it's going to hit. And the bombers are dominating here. Yeah, this looks like a position where Meisterlamp should resign. I mean, Meisterlamp doesn't see the cloak, but even if you don't see the cloak, let's be real. This is time to resign. You are, yeah, it's just not pretty. It's gonna be a game 3. And there's the resignation. Right on cue. GG's. What an insane game 2. We're gonna see game 3. What a wild game. Holy smokes. As Ramdingler would say. Absolute cinema. Oh my goodness. Oh, game 3, guys. I had to wake up really early to get ready for streaming and all that. This is pretty exhausting. But I am still very excited for this game 3. The deciding match. Who makes it to the grand finals against Imperius? The favorite to possibly win the whole tournament, Meisterlamp, or the underdog, Slimming Boy, who literally nobody has heard of until like a couple months ago, who's managed to make it all the way to Sweden. He's guaranteed himself a top 4, but can he get top 2 in the first ever Polytopia World Championship? Oh my goodness. All right, game is starting. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, 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 oh my goodness. Whoa! Really good spawn for Luxor. They are both insanely close. Barter has a very strong start, except this could potentially be really bad. Spawning next to Luxador, this is like almost as bad as spawning next to Omanji. Luxador is really good at stealing suburbs. Barter might recognize that Luxador could be very close. Okay. Hits the warrior. Goes for riding. He's going all in on the aggression here. Okay, this is a... I think Meister has it. Hitting that warrior as well. Wait, is that a blunder? Is that a blunder? Capture Archer. Capture Archer. Oh my goodness. Wait. He wasn't supposed to hit the other warrior. It's actually going to be Slimming Boy that defends. Oh no. Meisterlamp trying to go elsewhere. Trying to recover this. Oh my goodness. Warrior and another archer. Barter's holding on to a very comfortable city advantage. And these archers are going to prove to be very strong in defense, as they always have. Meisterlamp can get a sneaky ruin. If he gets a vet sword from this ruin, he can also send the other rider back where he knows that Barter can't see, but he's going to send it to safety instead. Vet Sword could be game-changing here. Population could be game-changing. Stars could be game-changing. It all comes down to this ruin. If this isn't a good ruin, I'm pretty sure Meister just loses on the spot. Dude. I mean, even if Meister gets a Vet Sword, kind of looking at this, it might be really rough anyway. Vet Sword! Oh my goodness. There's a chance, but is it good enough? He needs to weaken those units so then the warriors can't attack the Vet Sword. Oh my goodness. This game is balancing on a razor's edge. Dude. It's not at all over yet. Slimming Boy is able to hold on to everything. I think if he plays this correctly... The problem is he can't upgrade his second city in the south. But as long as he heals both the warriors, I guess that's the issue, is he is pop capped. That's going to be tough to navigate. Oh no! Oh, he just misplayed! Oh no! He needed to keep the warrior there to heal. Now the Vet Sword can siege and it's going to take the city. Order can respond at least with forestry to chop everything there, but Luxador can still make use of the city with organization. Luxador, despite probably just completely throwing the game at the beginning with that warrior hit, might be seeing his way back. Oh my goodness. Yeah. What the heck? Okay, and Meister is now going to be able to collect that city in the back. Oh my goodness. All the Meister fans, including myself, are absolutely awaiting anticipation. There's the forestry. Textbooks. Chop those away. Force Luxigo org. And you have to kind of cut your losses now when suddenly Barter is on the back foot. Wow. What a turnaround, but it's not over yet. Though it's looking quite good for Luxador now. Question is Org or Rhodes? We see Org playing it safe. Explorer. Slimming Boy does have a third city and 2 ruins. It is not over yet, guys. It is not over yet. I am literally shaking right now. We could see the ruin luck for the content returning right back to Slimming Boy. Slimming Boy even knows there is a village on that tile. He sees the fruit, which has to belong to a village. He knows he's gonna have 3 cities. It's not over. Holy smokes. Dude, both players made game-changing blunders. But it's evened out. And Slimming Boy playing it as safe as possible, but this might actually prove to be the losing strategy. It all comes down to the ruins. If he doesn't get something that'll jumpstart his economy, Luxador is going to start to pull ahead because he can get the giant and then follow follow that up with roads. And road connections on his capital plus the Park of Fortune is a second giant. But we see the lighthouse. Climbing, that's not what you want to see. That is not what you want to see. What are you going to do with climbing? I mean, maybe mining once in a lifetime. Oh my goodness. There's one more chance for Slimming Boy. Does he want the vision or does he want the economy? He is struggling right now with economy. The vision is more important. He needs the lighthouse too. He sees Meister Lamp. Dude, this is crazy. If you're not careful, you lose your capital to a sneaky road play. At least that's what it looks like could happen. I don't know if Meister Lamp can afford a road play, but it could be there. That would be a terrible way to go down. Except you could get a pop ruin after the siege to save it. If that exact sequence of events happens, I would actually freak out. Okay, no. It's not going to happen. Slimming Boy sees the potential cap siege. Meister Lamp may or may not actually have it, but Slimming Boy does not want to take any chances. Looks like Meister Lamp did not have it, but better safe than sorry. Meister Lamp with 5 kills to Slimming Boy's 4, both equally close to Gate of Power. Yeah, train a rider, you can still get the giant on turn 10. Pop Ruin, Pop Ruin, Pop Ruin. Resources! That's also really good. That's a giant. Question is, border growth? Pop growth. Ooh, Park of Fortune in that second city for sure. That's a giant, yeah? If you don't Park of Fortune, you're one pop off. Park of Fortune. Exactly enough population for the giant. Just not quite enough stars this turn. He's actually going to be able to get 2 giants before Luxor can. Despite being down a city. Barter might be able to win this with some clean play. Come on, Slimming Boy. Time pressure. Holy moly. Are you guys seeing this right now? I think this might be the greatest competitive set I've ever seen. It looks like Meister Lamp, is he going to raid units or is he just going to weaken the archers? He's just going to weaken. Very principled play. If you kill an archer, your rider can't retreat to safety. So much better to just weaken them here. Make them less effective. Now Park of Fortune, the question is, do you save for roads to get the second one on cap, or do you use it to get the resources right now? You're gonna need archery here for sure. I think that's a non-negotiable. That fourth city is almost more of a nuisance than a benefit because you can't level it up without fishing or forestry, both of which are a bit of a task to get here. Alright, Slimming Boy advancing the giant. Sending all the warriors up. Dude. Giant number 2. Chop once more. Get an archer. Yes. Don't forget to capture. Don't forget to capture. Don't forget to capture. Oh, he doesn't have enough time. The time pressure. I mean, this looks really good for Slimming Boy, though. But you missed a lot of things that turn due to the sheer time pressure in the situation. Meisterlamp with a good cushion of time, but in a pretty rough spot. He's building up kills for his Gate of Power. Is it gonna be enough? Oh my goodness, both of his riders are trapped. He can maneuver the 10 HP to then move his sword, to then move the other rider to save his 10 HP. But instead he's going to move the 8 HP, which actually is a misplay. That's just dead. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. That's rough. Pressure is definitely on for both of these players. Like, I have never seen such nerves. Both players struggling immensely to play the game right now. And I totally get it. I think anyone in this situation would be struggling quite a lot to keep themselves together. Moving back? Wait. He could have moved it on the mountain. Did he forget that he had climbing? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This still looks really good for Barter. This has been looking really good. That archer line with the giant pressure. I don't know if those little mistakes are going to add up or not. Yeah, you can get some more archers in the back, but they might be too slow. You really need roads here to get those archers in ASAP, but roads are not cheap here. So much that you want to do, but so little that you can do. So, Slimming Boy just going all in on this attack, I guess. Totally unnecessary. Much better to send the archer to explore, but he is really commit to the bit. Now, if he sieges with the giant, it does not hold. Because the giant has already been hit once. My Stonlamp would then hit with the giant, then hit with the archers, then kill the giant with no casualties. The follow-up giant might have a better chance. It's a little tough to say, though. Unfortunately, the standstill would give Meisterlamp a lot of time. Is he going to go for the siege? Oh, he's going to go for it. I think the thought process is this. First giant won't hold, but the second one will. And we're going to see if he's right. I don't have enough time to figure it out. Slimming Boy most certainly doesn't have enough time to figure it out. Nobody knows. Maybe somebody does, but... maybe... Maybe he's got it. This would be the worst possible time to make a micro mistake if you're Meisterlamp. If you misclick once here, that's it. You lose the city. Climbing... I'm a little unsure about climbing because you really need to save up for roads. There is the unsiege I was just talking about earlier. But without roads, I don't know if you get the second unsiege. You get the vet rider, though. Saving that the whole time. Always good to save a vet rider for a rainy day. The question is, though, without roads, that's one less potential archer that could have been involved. Because I'm pretty sure next turn after the siege, you could afford roads. Actually, could you? I would have to look at the replay after. Can you even afford roads? Maybe, maybe not. Does he go in for the second siege, though? His archers can support pelting away the giant. If there's any time to be bold and be brave, it's now. Does the siege hold? But now he's second-guessing himself. He just saw his first giant get brutalized. Meisterlamp has more units, but they're all weaker. Riding. This is looking really good for Slimming Boy. Even if he doesn't siege, there's just so many units. I think he's still got it anyway. Siege, siege, siege. Go, 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 go. Do it. Yes, he did it. He did it. Oh my goodness. At the last moment. I think it holds. Yeah, only 9 damage. And the injured riders just aren't going to be enough. I don't actually have, like, a Polytopia on me to pull it up in real time, but Meisterlamp believes it too and resigns. Slimmy Boy makes it to Grand Finals. I cannot believe it. This was not on my bingo card. Barter in Grand Finals. Slimming Boy. Slimming Boy, the GOAT? He's him? Holy moly. What a crazy set. I'm speechless. I am speechless. Slimming Boy, the underdog, has a spot in Grands. Dude. You guys probably won't be able to hear the interview very well. Sadly, I can't hear it very well either. This is insane, though. You have to be feeling really good if you're Slimming Boy. Yeah, again, you guys probably won't be able to hear the interview very well, if at all, because this is the clean feed of the stream. I know obviously the official channel is going to be streaming like all the audio. You'll be able to hear everything. So when you're done with the Justeeni stream, I would highly recommend going back and watching all of these interviews because that's what I'm going to be doing. Oh my goodness. All right. Break time. All right. I very much need a break after that set. What an experience. I'm going to see you guys in 9 minutes. Oh my goodness, we are so back. We are so back with one of the most unexpected but very welcome sets. Grand Finals, Barter versus Imperius, Arthur versus Slimming Boy. I'm still in disbelief that this is how things have happened. I thought it was going to be Arthur versus Meisterlamp. But, oh my goodness. I don't even know what's going to happen this set. I mean, last set I thought Meister was going to win. But Slimming Boy managed to navigate through the pressure. But Arthur's been pretty cool this entire tournament. So we'll see. Perhaps Slimming Boy's kryptonite is going to be someone that plays really fast, like Arthur. Again, we've got Imperius, one of the OG, very strong players, well established. Everyone knows and loves him. And Slimming Boy, the newcomer that nobody's heard of. New kid, fresh off the block. Never seen this guy. But he's in Grand Finals. Fighting for the $4,000 grand prize. I mean, this is a huge matchup. Whatever happens, surely it's good for the content.
So my name is Arthur. My in-game name is just Arthur L248, and I'm from Toronto, Canada. So outside of Polytopia, right now I'm a university student in Canada at McGill University. I study finance and computer science, and then some of the things that I like to do outside of that is go play badminton and also going out to watch movies with my friends. My favorite movie is probably the Now You See Me franchise of movies. I haven't watched the third one yet. Really excited for that coming out soon. Or has that come out already? I should verify that. Okay, wait. Let me re-say that because apparently it has come out. I started playing back in 2019, and then I took about a 3-year break between 2021 and 2024. Polytopia had started hosting the Polyseums that they do every month outside the World Championship, and so that's what really brought me back. In terms of how much I play every week, honestly, I'm not sure. I would say it ranges between 5 to 20 hours a week. In my total lifetime, I probably spent a couple thousand hours playing Polytopia. I would never have imagined that I'd be able to fly across continents to come play a video game like Polytopia. And I've been playing this game for a very long time, so it's really interesting to know that all that time has not really been wasted, and I got to have this really cool experience as a result of all the time that I've put into this game.
My name is Livingston. In-game I lead that Lila. And Slimming Boy, also a name that a lot of people know me by. And I come from the city of Groningen in the Netherlands. Well, I'm still in high school and I live with my parents and 4 siblings. And I like to play water polo, and as I said, I'm just very busy with my school because it's my final year. And also play Polytopia every now and then. I saw a video on YouTube from, I think it was like Chicken McNugget, and I just got hooked and watched more videos, and then at some point I just asked the game for like a holiday present, and I got it, and yeah, I just found it super fun to play. Yeah, in the weekends I often like to play a few games, and that's it really. Well, when I qualified for Sweden it obviously changed a lot, but well, I couldn't believe that it was actually happening, and when the game was over, the final game, I was first just checking because if it was actually going to happen, and when it did, I was just super happy, of course. I couldn't sleep until like 5 in the morning because I was just so happy about it and looked really forward to it.
Dude, they have to have so much time between these rounds. I am so amped up. I'm so ready. This has been a really long tournament, by the way. Started, what, like 8 hours ago? Or in grand finals? Dude, this is a matchup of the ages here. This set will go down in history. Like I think Arthur should have the advantage. Imperius is the better tribe, strictly speaking. But we've seen some incredible barter gameplay. I know I'm supposed to spend a lot of time like hyping things up and like, oh my goodness, this is so exciting. I'm so ready for this. But like, we're all ready for this. We're just waiting. I think the set speaks for itself. The biggest, most important set in Polytopia history right here. Arthur versus Slimming Boy.
To win the final would be honestly amazing. I've been playing this game for so long, and to do it on such a big stage with a live crowd, I want to make everyone who has been supporting me proud, and hoping I can do my best and bring home the cup.
Well, to win the finals would be mostly unexpected for me because, well, I'm not sure if I said it already, but I never expected to even be here, and let alone win the event as well. I would just be so happy. It would mean the world to me.
Playing against Slimming Boy in the finals is definitely going to be interesting. It's honestly amazing to see how he has integrated into the community and just been a shock to everyone in the most pleasant way.
Arthur is a very strong opponent, playing a very strong tribe. But I have won against him before, and I'm confident in my chance to beat him again.
I hope we get a good series and at least some fun games to look back at and to learn from, and to remember the very first Polytopia World Championship as a great one.
It's going down. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Arthur stepping up, ready to throw some hands. Dude, I mean, you can't not root for Arthur. But at the same time, you can't not root for Slimming Boy either. No matter who wins this is gonna be incredible. I still can't believe Barter made it to Grand Finals, though. Absolutely insane. Dude. I mean, I'm thinking if Arthur locks in and puts the pressure on, Slimming Boy is either going to crumble or we are going to see the most insane duel of all time. Oh, is it game time? It's game time. Oh my goodness. We're in. The crowd goes wild. Both turn 0 tribes. Looking at this map, it's hard to tell exactly what's going on. I don't think there's going to be a lake in the middle. There might be a lot of land confrontation. There's definitely a southern lake, though. That is for sure. And it looks like we're going to have land in the middle border with the ruin there, which defines where his second suburb is going to be. Imperius forced into hunting. Is he going to go for the ruin again? No. Wow, that city's awful, though. Maybe he should have gone for the ruin. What the heck? Imperius with the ruin as well. Hunting pre-cap. Very sensible. Going for the explorer most likely. And we see the explorer. Goes backwards though. He does get some info, but yeah, not ideal. Especially since you sent the warrior back. Maybe better to get the explorer before moving your warrior back. A little bit of an oversight there by Arthur. Those little things can add up though, so that's probably a little bit of a wake-up call. Climbing. Oh, wow. Look at those mines. Are we going to see, possibly for the first time in this entire World Championship, Smithery? We have not seen that at all, by the way. 0 games with Smithery. Even Shinji didn't get Smithery. This would actually be the first time we see Smithery, if Slimming Boy goes for it. Oh my goodness. Slimming Boy with plenty of ruins. He goes for the ruin in the middle so then he can set his sights on the next village there. Does he go for another warrior? No. This is looking really nice for Slimming Boy, but Arthur getting the second explorer. Gets some nice vision. Gets the port. He's going to be able to kind of sneak along the south because Barter's going to be slow to reach there. Explorer ruin for Barter. Using the animation skip, you need every second you can get here. He's probably hoping to get to the center, and we're gonna see mining. Another lighthouse. Already, Barter is thinking about a giant. Very close. You can use a port connection. You can use Smithery. I think that might be the way that we see. Who knows, though? I mean, Slimming Boy can absolutely afford it. What's he thinking? Ooh, that full map view is very, very nice to see here. Seeing that land in the middle. Arthur with the secret, the chipmunk mode. That put aside the whole tournament right here, folks. Chipmunk mode. The new meta. Let's go. Can we get some chipmunk mode in the chat? Let's go. In tournament, chipmunk mode. It's real, guys. And we see Smithery. We see Smithery. I told you. I knew it was going to happen. It's here. And he goes for the Explorer in the back. Wait, did he just get Eye of God? Wait. Slimming Boy, you got Eye of God, right? That was the last lighthouse. He could place the Eye of God on his capital next turn, go for the giant, and then level 2 forge plus another mine for a second giant. This game is already looking really... Eye of God there. Huh. But yeah. Arthur seeing the sword right away. Definitely concerning. And seeing the Eye of God. Both definitely things you don't want to be seen. Archery for Arthur. Very unexpected. Barter gets a Pop Ruin. That is double giant. Oh my goodness! No way! Double giant. No need to put Park of Fortune there. You can put that in Flower and get a giant there as well. We're just gonna have 3 giants. Really, really early on. Dude. What the heck? Yeah. I don't see why you wouldn't get the giant. Goes for climbing. Arthur forced to buy a lot of tech here. Probably want to use the vet sword to kill the warrior. And then... No, he kills the sword instead. Interesting. It's tough to say if that's the correct idea here, because now Arthur is taking the village for sure. Arthur is actually up in cities, 5-4, and does have potential to make it to 6 cities, but it's certainly not easy. Slimming Boy is gonna have a very scary push. Arthur does at least have archery to respond, but not very much space. This could prove to be a serious, serious issue for Arthur. Yeah, right now Slimming Boy has 2 targets. Delodo and Hilo. He's gonna get another giant in the front. Oh my goodness, how many giants is Slimming Boy going to get? Alright, port connections, those are going to be super important here. Imperius needs a giant if they want a chance to stay afloat. We see the Chipmunk Giant going in. Trading units, very good trades for Arthur. Every good trade is going to matter so much here. Because you need to be able to focus as much attention as possible onto the Giants. Luckily, the Giant in the capital can go onto the port and then transfer itself right to Dolodo to defend right in the nick of time. So, despite the fact that Slimming Boy is going to be able to make a ton of Giants, Arthur can hold on to this position. He can even consider, if we're getting really exotic here, maybe even making some bombers kind of in this southwestern lake to just bombard any chance at an attack and just play really safe and defensive bunkering down. Archery from Slimming Boy, a very good response to Arthur's archers. This is going to be an issue. Going for less long-term pressure with Giants, more immediate pressure. Because he is delaying his future Giants by playing in such a way. But he's hoping that this immediate initiative will be more important, and we'll see. Is this the right decision? This is looking to be a very, very scary position for Arthur. Park of Fortune on Pylo. To get the Explorer. Gets the Lighthouse. Beautiful. Gets a lot of vision and the Lighthouse. And he's thinking about going up north. He sees that there could be a village there. Actually, there is a village up there. Guaranteed. Because he sees the fish. If Arthur holds on to this, it's like Rhodes, Grand Bazaar. It's a long shot, but if he holds on, it might not be a long shot. He absolutely has play here, though. He just needs to get as many units as he can to hold the line. If he can stop this initial onslaught, Slimming Boy will have future attacks, but they won't be happening for quite a bit because Slimming Boy has decided to go much more aggressive right now. Giant advancing onto the mountain, allowing Arthur to land the Juggernaut if he wants and get a bunch of hits on that Giant. It's going to be racking up some big damage. Pylo is looking a little weak, but can Slimming Boy exploit that? Because Dolodo is defended for sure, but Pylo is a totally different story. Slimming Boy calculating a lot, but that's going to waste a lot of time. And Arthur loves it. Arthur loves it when the opponent spends a lot of time like this. Takes out that archer. Running out of range support. There it is. Juggernaut goes in, as anticipated several turns ago. There it is. And Arthur's sitting on a good amount of stars. He's stabilized Dolodo, and if he can ward the Giant off, he can then put that Giant in the port south of Dolodo, and then send it to Pylo to defend that. Having that one Giant able to successfully defend two cities, we'll see if that actually happens in-game. Or if something goes wrong. Or if Slimming Boy sees it coming and opts for a different idea. But Arthur is doing an amazing job stabilizing here. Absolutely impeccable defense. Now forestry, brilliant. Chopping away potential defense bonus spots. It is a little pricey though, but it is all in the name of just stability. I suppose you do also get a giant in that new village you're about to claim, so it's not all wasted. And I guess you still get a giant in Pylo actually because of the port connection plus 4 forests. That does get you the giant in Pylo, so if you want to defend without even having to move your giant from Delulu, you do have everything locked in. It looks like Arthur might actually hold on to this. And this ambitious early assault from Slimming Boy might have to come to an end, meaning he's just going to have to build up. Now, interestingly enough, while Smithery markets tend to not be that good, you do actually have some decent spots. You have a nice level 4 and 2 level 3s. Certainly something. Not ideal, but it is something. So you can consider going for that. It might work, might not. But I think one thing's for sure, you're going to be on 4 cities for a while. Yeah, incredible defense by Arthur. Staying so composed, just effortlessly dealing with this pressure. And now these little funny little archer guys are going to go pew 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 pew. Now Arthur taking out the giant, probably not going for a counter assault of his own. At least I wouldn't recommend it because Slimming Boy would have no problem defending that. But you do have to make sure you can actually get the giant on Pylo because you've commit your giant away from Delulu. If your forests are blocked, you'll have to spend an extra 7 stars on a port. If 2 forests are blocked, you actually don't get the giant at all there. And it is pretty isolated because your archers aren't helping you with defense. You have plenty of time to think about this, and this is crucial. You can get some archers to support from this new village you're about to take, and maybe a giant as well. Those will be very necessary to hold on to things. So let's see it. Yep, getting those huts. Is he going to upgrade his... Is he going to upgrade Summers? The new city he just got? He is also getting Eye of God soon, keep that in mind. He's got a lot of, like, long-term gains here, but he just needs to hold everything together. And Slimming Boy is going to make this as difficult as possible. Looks like you're 1 pop short from getting the giant in Summit, so you'll have to use a monument if you want to get it there. Or you get the giant in the, like, kind of offside southwest city, Riscasum. That's another potential giant spot. Warrior in Delolo is a nice distraction, incentivizing 2 archers to possibly siege there. But the siege could also be annoying because it denies him effectively 5 stars because he also trained the warrior. He's thinking about it. There is a lot to think about, and he does have the time to think about it. Just need to make sure you're playing things well. This is looking really good for Arthur, though. Every time, every single turn, things are looking better and better. Unit count is equal. Arthur's economy is pulling ahead. And Arthur's also close to getting Gate of Power, which is only going to further solidify this position. Getting another archer. Good play. Commentary going crazy about the chipmunk mode. Obviously. Sword Siege. And he's going to want to keep that warrior blocking that force tile to force A very rough response for Arthur. Arthur will be able to unsiege, I think. Sword goes in. One more kill, and that's Gate of Power. Giant going in. You have the unsiege, I think. Just 2 ports, only 14 stars. Arthur makes 21 in a turn, so surely he does have it. But the question now is, what about the follow-up? Again, Arthur's Giant, not where it really wants to be. North of Dololo, I would love to be in the port instead so it could then start helping. Vet Archer, very nice. And yeah, Arthur trying to counterattack, taking advantage of how overextended Slimming Boy might be here. Gate of Power. So you can unsiege with that. I think double port is a better unsiege here. Maybe. Actually, is it? Well, no. You can Gate of Power in Rescasum. Or possibly, if somehow both tiles are unblocked, you can chop the forest in Pylo. And then use the 2 empty tiles to double Monument to barely unsiege. You can't train a warrior in Samos. You might actually have to use a Gate of Power there then. Because if you train a warrior, it gets sieged. And if you don't train a warrior, you're also getting sieged, but just 2 turns from now. That could be really bad if you don't have a plan for that. This southern flank is actually looking quite tender. It is just one misplay away from crumbling completely. We see double port, and then we're going to see the Gate of Power. I think that chop was a mistake, though. Unless I'm missing something. I might be missing something, but he did make that giant in the southwestern city a little more expensive if he wants to use Eye of God for that. But Arthur will be on 7 cities versus 4. He just needs to hold on. And wait. Hold on. Does Slimmy Boy have it? It's really close. Archer hits. Sword hits. No, but he doesn't even try for it. I don't know if it would have worked, but... Well, that sword would have dealt 7, then 20 HP? No, he would have been just short. Okay. He didn't actually miss anything. It's close to sieging, but not quite. Now, Archer. A lot of archers from both sides. Vet Sword, which you should probably promote right now, otherwise it's going to be dead. Looking at fishing. I don't know how good fishing's really going to be. Yeah, what's the game plan now? You do have Gate of Power, Slimming Boy. You can get another giant in Flower. Wait, Slimming Boy had the siege? Is he able to siege with a vet sword there? Oh my goodness, if he actually had the siege, that changes the game completely. If done in the right order, he... With the vet sword attacking last, right? If he actually had the siege, that would have helped because Arthur already used his Gate of Power. That would have been it. Possibly. Oh my goodness. Slimmy Boy might have lost his chance. Still not easy to hold on, that 32 HP giant. The problem, though, for Slimming Boy is you can take the city for one turn, but you might not keep it for long because Arthur's just going to re-siege. Arthur really thinking. I've got... I assume Arthur's wanting roads here. With 7 cities, roads is going to cost 18 stars, and to get everything connected, to get Grand Bazaar is going to be 4 roads in addition to that. That's 30 stars. He can do that even if he's getting sieged next turn. So he has an out if Pylo gets sieged to ensure the push is still there. Again, 4 roads. If Pylo gets sieged, he makes 5 less star per turn, so basically it's 26 star per turn. So then he's basically got 37 stars, spends 30 on the road play. He still has enough. Yeah, Slimming Boy, unfortunately, does not have it. He can go for the siege, but the giant push is going to happen. Sadly, I don't think there is a Houdini. If Slimmy Boy moves that sword down onto the lumber hut, there could be a Houdini, and I would jump for joy. Oh my goodness. Slimmy Boy, does he move the sword onto the lumber hut? If he does, I'm pretty sure there is a Houdini. No, there is no Houdini. Okay. Ooh. Wait, whoa. No. There's Houdini. There's Houdini, right? Can Arthur afford it? Can Arthur Houdini there? Time pressure too. Giant push. Wait, does Arthur... He's playing his turn so fast. He pivoted straight to math. He might have had a Houdini. I'm gonna have to... Like, I swear I'm gonna need to see the... I swear there was a Houdini there. Am I crazy? I think he tunnel vision there. No, Arthur covers all the tiles. Okay, I'm gonna get the replay. I'm gonna get the replay because he could have roaded. He uses roads to unsiege. I think he barely affords the roads. I'll have to look after. Because double monument unsiege was what I was seeing, and then you can use 1 extra road to then get the Houdini, and I think it's worth it. But Slimming Boy still has an attack potential. Arthur has a lot of giants on defense, but they are kind of getting melted away by these archers. Slimmy Boy definitely still has chances, but the odds are slim, pun intended. Guys, can you laugh at my joke? Okay. Holy moly, though. I think Arthur's just going to be able to pump out enough units. And he's got a very solid eco. And that should be GG's. Unfortunately, I don't think Slimming Boy can pull any shenanigans like on the water, do anything tricky like that. Like, if Arthur really wants to, he gets Rhodes and then uses Grand Bazaar on Roresica. He just places Port, Lumber Hut, Grand Bazaar, that's a giant if the ports connect. So this is pretty much airtight at this point, as long as Arthur doesn't mess up. However, maybe I shouldn't speak too soon, because Slimmy Boy is sitting on 47 stars over 2 turns worth of economy. Saving for something. He only has a minute left to think, though. What could he possibly get? Knights look pretty interesting here. Knights could give him the breathing room he needs. We'll see. We have not seen Slimming Boy go for knights yet, but if there's any time to get them, it would be now. Oh, and he's looking at it. He's looking at it. Dude, I'm so good at calling these. And he affords the knight. Knight right in the front. Right in plain view. Obviously, Arthur has full map vision, so no reason to hide the knight. It's there. It's here. Good luck defending, says Slimming Boy. Arthur has a lot of time to think through this. You can opt to sack a bunch of your units. You can also afford roads with ease here. So you can get a giant on your capital with connections, because you have exactly 3 cities that you connect via roads. You can Grand Bazaar wherever you need to get an extra giant. And you can always, in the long term, set up some defense in the water, using that to your advantage. You can't really chain into the water. Landing the warrior seems like a misplay, because it's just giving Slimming Boy a little extra to feed the chain. Even though the warrior with a defense bonus itself doesn't die, with the hit of just 1 archer, it will. You got this, Arthur. There it is, looking at roads. There's Grand Bazaar. Now, where does he want to use it? He could use it in Roresica, but he's going to border growth. Ooh, very well spotted. He can rider, archer there, whatever he needs. He has time to think. He has time to plan. He should be using this time. This is what you save the time bank for. Catapult in the back. Beautiful. And he can chop in Roresica to get a rider or archer there if he so desires. Or he just opts for a warrior. He could, yeah, chopping in Summons works as well. Get the rider there. Let's see the knight's journey. So you go through the warriors, no problem. You can siege with the vet knight. You can even get a bunch of damage on that juggernaut. But I don't think you hold any sieges. Yep, hit the warrior. Slimmy boy, you don't have enough time to think about this. You have 30 seconds. You're gonna run out of time. Go, 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 go. Dude. Chain now. You're not gonna have enough time. He's overthinking. He doesn't realize the time pressure. You have to recognize when you have time pressure, you can't be thinking about these little details, these tiny optimizations. You don't have enough time. Oh, man. That's that. Jeez. Rider bounce in. My goodness. It's looking good for Arthur. He can get another nice catapult hit on the giant, and I'm pretty sure then your own giant will finish it off. Yeah, 15 damage plus the catapult hit. I guess you're going to leave the giant on the mountain. That's fair game. Yeah, go in with the catapult. Get a nice smack there. Connect the Somos. Push the giant. Now another giant up there. Oh my goodness. I think it's over. And Arthur, his defense is only getting stronger. His foothold in this position only better. It's looking good for the Arthur fans. Another knight. He could get another 2 knights. I mean, he spent last turn not training anything because he ran out of time. So you could have 3 knights on the board. But I'm still led to believe you're just not breaking through with the knights, sadly. As scary as the giant looks, the catapults on defense, the unreachable catapults, are holding this position together like super glue. Nothing's moving. Alright, you probably back off the giant, keep it on a nice defense boost, prevent it from being chain fodder. Sailing, now we start to push the opponent out of the game. Sailing is where you start counterattacking. Because now, Roro, the funny barter city with the weird O's with the slashes in them, I'm not sure what the heck that means, but I do know that that city is going to be under some serious danger with the Juggernaut rapidly approaching, and Imperius, on the other hand, these catapults are doing a beautiful job defending. Barter with only 1 giant left. Imperius with 4 on the board. As many giants as Barter has cities. And a pretty big unit advantage, too. A little bit of a lag spike with the stream. I don't know if you guys got that. Yeah, I think it's resign time for Slimming Boy. He wants to believe. I don't blame him. He's gone so far. Why give up now? He's done a really good job making this extremely difficult for Arthur to win. But Arthur's defense is just phenomenal here. Arthur knows how to perform under the pressure. And he's really putting a show on. 10 damage, not quite enough. This 30 HP Siege looks scary, but Arthur has the defense on lock. He doesn't even need that 2 HP Giant to help defend. Here come the catapults. 1 more catapult. Free Spirit disband the Giants. There it goes. And now Slimming Boy knows that knights are inevitable. That catapult. You can start advancing that giant. Oh, and he is. Oh, he's advancing it quite far. That's troublesome. And the resignation. Arthur wins game 1. One more game, potentially. Will Arthur make the sweep? Will we see Slimming Boy go with the reverse sweep? I don't know. There's technically 3 different outcomes, and Arthur wins in 2 of them. So I think the odds are in Arthur's favor. Statistically speaking. I'm no expert. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see this next game. Really good try by Slimming Boy, though. Tons of pressure. I thought the pressure would be too much for Arthur at a few points, but Arthur managed to hold it together. Barely. He needed to. If he even let one city go, that could have spelled disaster. My goodness. Next game could be the last game. Oh, we're in game 2. Get the camera off them. I want to see the game. Oh, they're gonna do the thing. Come on. Game 2. Game 2. Oh my goodness. All right. Barter hosting. Imperius with a lovely looking spawn. I must say, Barter looks to be a little laked with a lot of mountains in the way too. Not ideal. Very farm heavy spawn there for Imperius. Forced to Org. Not really what you want to see with Barter here. Very farm heavy city. Do you go farming here? No, it looks like he is not going farming. Otherwise he would not have trained the 3rd warrior. We're gonna see Org from Barter most likely. Yep, there's Org. Dang, this music is intense. Fishing. Yep, there it is. And is he going to fire off that Explorer? Grabs the Explorer and immediately sees Barter. Animation skip. Misses the lighthouse, both the north one and the west one. But he gets some beautiful vision and sees a potential city that he can steal up there. Barter doesn't have fishing yet. Imperius is going to be able to get to that lickety split in a jiffy, if you will. And it looks like, I mean, kind of iffy city there, unless you go climbing as Barter, hoping for some really good forge spots. It looks like you're going to have possibly a 4th city. Actually, yeah, there's a 4th city. Okay. So Barter's a little laked, but they do have 4 cities. Imperius might also have only 4 cities, both dealing with the central lake, but Imperius first to the water. Wow. Lots of mountains in the way. He can go around the mountains. So Imperius doesn't have to buy climbing if he does not want to. There's the fourth village there. You already have org. Do you go climbing? Do you go fishing? Do you go forestry? Lots of decisions here. Climbing, and it's all looking golden. One might say this is a golden opportunity for Slimming Boy. Pun very much intended. There's the village for Arthur. I think Arthur's got a good chance of I have got it. Looks like that's what he's trying to go for. Upgrading with the... Okay, yeah. Go with the mine. If you upgrade with the fruit here, the level 3 is awkward, so better to go with the mine instead. Get the nice clean level 3 with no extra hanging pop. Smithery is pretty good here. You've got 2 level 3 forge spots, and a level 2, and a level 1, and another level 1, actually. Okay. Do we see Explorer? No, Workshop. Sensible. Are we gonna see Smithery? You can afford it, just barely. No! No Smithery. Instead, popping the Explorer, animation skip, meets Imperious. Now a Smithery. Costs 3 extra stars to do that. I think that's a misplay. He just loses stars in that process. Oh my goodness! Cap Siege! Wait. Can he unsiege? Oh no. Is he 1 star off? Wait, he can get an Explorer. Can he get Eye of God? No, he has it. He has it, right? No, he has it. He has to Explore on the North City, get Eye of God. And then Forge on the Capital, level 2 Forge. He can still afford it. He can still afford it. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. There's only 1 spot you can place a mine. Wait. Oh, he's going to explore there. Double money. Wait, no. Wait. Oh, that works. That works. Because he gets the 5 stars there. Oh my goodness. Wait. Dude. I panicked. I didn't see that line at all. Holy. That almost gave me a heart attack. Did Barter not have the South Lighthouse? Is that why he did that? Oh, he didn't have the South Lighthouse. That was the only way to unsiege. I thought he had the South Lighthouse. Oh. Wow. That was the only way for Barter to unsiege. And Imperious, equal city count, but no giants of his own. Imperious, not out of it though. There are some ruins you can pick up, but you are out of a chance of getting an Eye of God. I suppose so is Barter, so you're an equal footing in terms of that. Oh my goodness. Dude. I mean, I'm kind of liking this for Slimming Boy. Having 2 giants is much better than none, and you can get in the water. He sees the port connection and the city. So he knows it's gonna be a water battle. He's gonna have to fight his way for game 3. Dude, this Slimming Boy guy, he knows how to play Polytopia. Snagging the ruins. Now, how do you get your giant here? You can border growth. Is that what he's going to go for? Pop growth. But the giant isn't there unless you double port, which is very expensive. That sword. With another giant going in the water. And a third one to follow. Whereas Arthur is very painfully slow to his first giant. Oh, a slight misplay there by Slimmy Boy, looks like, accidentally hanging population. I mean, I didn't realize that would happen either. Dude. This looks really, really good for Slimming Boy. $26 per turn. 3 giants, equal city count. Riding, praying for roads. Resource Ruin does it too. These ruins are really gonna have to clutch up for Arthur here. Roads is 14 stars. Then that's 20 for the roads. Then you gain another 3 from upgrading that city there. I think he already did the math. He probably did way faster than me. Dude, I'm not even playing, and I am insanely nervous watching this. There it is. Park of Fortune. Everything calculated. Not going for the... Oh, that's why. If you monument on capital, it's kind of a waste because you're getting the giant there anyway with a farm and a road connection. What you wants to be doing, I assume, is double monuments. Question is, can Arthur hold on to this? Yeah, 2 ports. Better than 1. Not opening the ruin yet. Only now, resource ruin. Right back at ya. Forestry could allow for even more giant goodness. I think that's what we're gonna see. There's gonna be a lot of giants flooding the water. Yeah, smack that warrior so you get a free kill there. You can get another giant in Boogalin. It looks like that's what Slimming Boy is interested in. Because he's gonna get that to a port nice and quick. He could... Can he chop twice? He can chop twice in that city. Oh, a little bit of lag there. We're fine. Population. Oh, he's thinking about the border growth. That's why he's doing that. I think pop growth is just better. Get the giants and be on your way. Border growth just doesn't actually do anything here. There we are. How do you deal with 4 giants? One of them right next to one of your cities already. No time to defend. Not looking good for Arthur. Arthur fans in chat. Not happy to see this, but the Slimming Boy fans in chat are very excited about this. We're gonna see, probably, almost certainly, a game 3. All right. Slimming Boy doesn't have sailing yet, but it's not exactly expensive. You're sitting on 5 cities with 28 star per turn, way more than Imperius at the same city count. I'm pretty sure Imperius, before getting siege, was at 22 star per turn. You have a significant edge over that. Strategy. We've seen this line of play before. We may be seeing a similar idea. That long-term effect of strategy. Getting it before sailing even. I mean, he can afford sailing pretty soon and he doesn't need it right now. So why not? And then you can get the giant in Boogalin. You can get a defender as well. I don't see why you would. Just get the giant. There we are. 5 giants to Imperius's 2. And these giants are much more active as well. Yeah, I didn't think I would see Barter out gianting Imperius by such a wide margin. But here we are. I never thought Barter would make it this far. I didn't think they'd make it to Sweden. I didn't think they'd win semis. And I didn't think they could win the grand finals, but they could. We will have to see in game 3. Probably, because this game looks pretty decisive. Arthur trying to draw it out and hope for any surprise Justeeni to maybe turn the game around. I don't know if we're going to see that. Diplomacy again. Hello, Cloaks, my old friend. This seems to be a line that Slimming Boy likes. It seems so overkill here. Like, I would just go for ramming or sailing. Yeah, just play around any shenanigans. You see that Arthur has roads. Oh wait, what the heck? Arthur gets Eye of God? What the? Construction? What? Is this why he's not resigning? Arthur's gonna say, you have a bunch of giants? Well, I'm gonna get a bunch of giants too. Quick question though. What about the cloaks? Maybe this was the Gigabrain idea behind cloaks the whole time. What's funny is Barter can get another giant in that city that he just took, Mujeres, or however you pronounce it. I don't know if that was correct or not. I don't know Imperious pronunciation, but you can get another giant there, just 15 stars. I am incredibly amazed. I'm glad we get to have another absolute cinema set. These Slimming Boy sets have been crazy. Really, like all these sets, except for maybe the Omaji versus Odric set. That one was that one was okay, I guess. But these other sets have been absolutely like knock your socks off. Fantabulous, wild, beautiful, makes you laugh, makes you cry, makes you, I don't know, beautiful, beautiful sets. I love being able to see some high class Polytopia like this. It does truly put a smile on my face. Yeah, Slimming Boy, very calculating here. Not killing the Juggernaut. Oh wait, it's on the deep water. He can do it. Oh my goodness, not getting sailing actually benefiting him. If the Juggernaut were to move there, yes, you do splash Arthur's Juggernaut, but you leave yourself open to 3 riders. That'll smack you right back. Look at just the sheer amount of giants that Barter has. And the cloaks. Cloaks are connecting, by the way. Arthur has no way to stop it. And you're down in cities 4 to 6. Way down in income as well. I think Arthur's really just hoping for magical Justeeni, but I'm gonna be real here. With the amount of giants that Slimmy Boy has, a magic trick will not save you. And the fact that Slimmy Boy has cloaks as well, that also definitely hurts a lot. Is he going for markets? He's really, really trying for these outs. But this cloak chain is going to absolutely rough him up. I mean, he saw it coming, but it still hurts so much. Yeah, being able to target that border growth, Impressere, also very, yeah, there's a resignation from Arthur. We're gonna see a game 3, guys. Can you believe it? The underdog has shocked us again. He did a reverse sweep once. Will he do a reverse sweep a second time? Are we going to see it? Or is Arthur going to be the victor of the first ever World Championship? It all comes down to this last game. It really could be anyone. It really could be anyone. We've seen some incredible Polytopia by both of these players. I mean, if I were a betting man, I would bet on Arthur. But Slimming Boy has been known to do a little reverse sweep, but I mean, same with Arthur. They both got here by a reverse sweep. This is the decisive game. This was the last one. Barter with a beautiful looking spawn here. Imperius with host advantage though. And Imperius spawn also looks pretty good. Oh, suddenly things turn ugly though. Big Yak's missing the suburb and revealing a lot of ugly terrain. Oh no. That's not what you want to see. Hopefully, maybe that warrior can wander off and steal a city that's supposed to belong to Imperius, but Imperius, Arthur going riding. This is his comfort zone. This is exactly what he wants. Goes for the explorer because it's already funneled. Sees the warrior. That's going to be an easy target. That's Barter's suburb. Wait. Oh, this could spell disaster. Disaster for Barter. Arthur shaking his head. I think he's very pleased with what he sees here. He looks to be very, very happy because Slimming Boy is in a rough spot. He followed the animal and he was lied to. The most important game may just be decided on spawn like that. Just one unfortunate misstep. That's Polytopia for you guys. But we've seen crazy, crazy things happen before. So don't speak too soon. Barter's 18 stars on hand. He can get forestry, he can get archery, he can get riding. There's forestry. Takes 9 stars to upgrade. So then after that, you'll have 8 in the bank, just enough for a rider. He really wants that suburb. The question is, do you go riding or do you save for math? Because if you get 2 lighthouses with math, that is a giant. We see riding, trying to fight for that suburb. Arthur now snagging the ruin. He can kill the warrior, but Slimming Boy will be able to take out the warrior back in return. Goes for the hit and the kill. Rhodes pre-cap. He has some very aggressive intent, playing in classic Arthur fashion. Slimming Boy trying to play good. Oh my goodness, the pop ruin. Oh, Arthur. As long as Arthur does not get too overconfident here, let me tell you. Yeah, Arthur is very much up in cities and very, very close to his first giant. Barter can't say the same. There is a ruin. If Barter gets top ruin, 2 ruins, 2 ruins. Guys, do you believe in miracles? Do you believe in the power of ruins? Could this game turn around with just a little bit of fortune? All it takes is a little bit of luck. Double pop ruin. Who knows? We don't know until those ruins are opened. This pressure on Barter's capital is looking awfully nasty. Passes the turn, not even upgrading. He does not have the cap siege. Wait, does he? Wait, no. I am lying straight to your guys' face. He has a cap siege. And blocks. Slimmy Boy needs to decide if he wants to pray to RNGesus, open that ruin back there, or if he wants to unsiege. Vet Sword. Population is not good enough. Border growth doesn't do it. Wait, does border growth do it? No. Just barely. He's just too broke. He would have to get 2 lighthouses. Truly a tragic moment. Poor Slimming Boy, but for the Arthur fans out there, huge day. Congrats, Arthur. GG's. What a set. There's probably going to be a post-game interview. You guys should watch the main stream for that. That's what I'm going to do. I'm actually about to end the stream right now. So, see you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed. Like and sub. I'm going to be making some videos on this recap. And have a good one.